Hello everyone, welcome to What If Deku Was Son of Artemis, My Hero Academia x Percy Jackson movie. Before we start, please go support Nicuchio for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Deku is a male. Izuku Midoriya, son of Artemis, only male hunter, grandson of Hermes, champion of Athena. The only demigod to be a hero with the formality that UA offers. Percy Jackson's apprentice. Clarifications. Can a demigod be a hero? Izuku, son of the huntress, grandson of Hermes, blessed by Athena, champion of the sea. Izuku, a quirkless child who wants to be a hero, unaware that he possesses powers beyond his quirks, which make them pale. Join Izuku on this adventure, as he lives as the link between two worlds, the divine and the mortal, becoming the son who breaks the molds of even those who read mythology. A disciple of Percy Jackson, the hero of Olympus after the second Titanomachy. The second Gigantomachy will take place while he's at UA, so I won't focus on those events. I will focus on the BNHA events, although the camp thing might not happen, given that Izuku has his life at Camp Half-Blood. Possible pairs: Ibara Shiozaki, Lacey, daughter of Aphrodite; Valentina Diaz, daughter of Aphrodite; Nissa Barrera, daughter of Hephaestus; Kayla Noels, daughter of Apollo; Katie Gardner, daughter of Demeter. It's to cut down on the hassle of always choosing a ship from the same world. That doesn't mean it doesn't have to be that pairing, either. You can suggest one and end up dating another. I'm not going to do harem, although it will have its dose of lemon. Theme: Inko Midoriya. She is Izuku's legal guardian and twin sister of his father, knowing everything that the demigods possess. Izuku will have his anime personality, except for his shyness, and what he inherits from his mother. He won't have dyslexia, but he will have some ADHD. Do you want it to be in reading or normal format so you can do your reading later? Skills: archery. He is the son of a hunter. Naturally, he will be good. Like his mother's huntresses, he is typically stronger and faster than any normal human, demigod, or forest spirit, any nymph or satyr. If Izuku manages to progress, he will obtain immortality like the hunters, being the only hunter of Artemis, a gift for being her only son, having the same conditions, except that he will be able to fall in love. Superhuman reflexes and battle skills. Summon weapons: sword, hunting knives, bow and arrow, when needed. Can talk to animals. Medicine, since he learned a lot from Lee Fletcher and Michael Yu, who, like Percy, were like his older brothers, and his death pained him, since when the Battle of Manhattan occurred, Izuku had to return to Japan. As blessed by Athena, Izuku is a great strategist. Given his innate ability, Athena's blessing simply raised that ability. Annabeth Chase's apprentice, so he is a good hand-to-hand fighter. A swordsman, given his training with Percy, with whom he gets along very well. This also led to his same fatal flaw: loyalty. Good musician, given his connection with his cousins, has skill in games and physical competitions. With Poseidon's blessing, he can control water with his mind and breathe under it for as long as he wishes. He can also use the water to strengthen himself and heal his wounds. He has great resistance to fire and can speak with horses and sea animals. Zoe Belladonna's apprentice, until she passed away, which happened when Izuku was 9 years old, spending 3 years with her, learning many things, including hatred for guys like Bakugo Katsuki. As Hermes' grandson, Izuku may have inherited a couple of skills, such as theft, given that he can steal things without others noticing, without having the obsession his uncles had. Izuku can detect the internal structure and mechanisms of any lock he touches, and is always able to open it. He also knows a lot about money. He also has winged slippers as a gift. Battle team: bow and arrow, nectar and ambrosia. Sword: undefined shape, suggestions welcome, katanas not. Hunting knives, winged slippers. Camp and UA friendships: Leo Valdez, cousin and rare friend, weapons supplier. Jason Grace, friend and the closest thing to a mentor. Percy Jackson, friend, teacher, mentor, and older brother figure. Annabeth Chase, the closest thing to an older sister. Chiron, master. Zoe, older sister. Todoroki Shoto, his true best friend. Love interests: various. Talia Grace, her gothic aunt. Travis and Connor Stoll, his uncles/brothers. Lee Fletcher and Michael Yu, his late teachers, cousins, and friends. May Hatsum, friend and weapons supplier. Calypso, Leo's friend and girlfriend. Nico D'Angelo, second best friend. Battle companions: Serenian Doe, Bengal Tiger, a gift from his mother, the truth and presentations. Camp Half-Blood. It was a great day for the demigods, because the celestial team had just won to capture the flag, while the team was made up of Athena's cabin, Apollo, Hermes, Poseidon, and the craziest of all, Artemis, while the rest of the cabins, with the exception of Aphrodite and Demeter, who would not participate because they were not warriors, in addition to the demigods who belonged to the other cabins. On Olympus, the gods were watching the outcome of the capture of the flag, while Artemis sent an iris gate to the hunters, led by Talia Grace, as they cheered on her little brother. The little one had arrived from eastern lands some time ago, being trained by the same lieutenant, Zoe Belladonna, until before her death, saving Bianca D'Angelo from it. Another thing the goddess of the moon did was launch an iris gate to Japan, where her sister-in-law and current legal guardian of her son lived. Along with her current partner, they cheered the victory, while the hunter's son raised the banner while being carried by his teacher, an older brother figure on his shoulders. In Japan, the heroes patrolled, arrested villains, and helped civilians, while the hero killer, Stain, hunted heroes he considered fake. Meanwhile, a man with dyed black hair began to gain a reputation as a villain, hoping to infiltrate and help stop a group forming under the name the League of Villains. At UA High School, several teachers were finalizing details for the Academy's entrance exam. A certain anthropomorphic being was also analyzing the findings of a group of human beings he was to bring under his control. Out of nowhere, all over the world, the vast majority of human beings, the wind, the sea, the sun, the moon, the stars, stopped moving, while 3 old women were on Olympus commenting on their decision. In addition to that, they would bring many people, warning in advance that they sealed their powers to the gods. Everywhere, many people disappeared, while the demigods, those who could move, were covered by a black cloth like a cloak, while they were teleported to Olympus, with the heroes, aspirants, and future aspirants. Almight, hey, where are we? He would say as the first to wake up. Many began to wake up and notice their surroundings. They were surrounded by enormous Greek-style temples, made of marble and precious metals, while each one had flames burning in them. Inko, will it be possible? Almight, it seems so. Endeavor, Stain, come for me, false heroes. I'll take you with me. Almight, enough. He would say to stop everything. We don't know where we are and you guys want to rip your guts out. Have brains instead of muscles and quirks for once, he would say, very annoyed. Kamui Woods, but Almight. Inko, Toshi whispered. Almight. But nothing, he would say, looking at them all. First, let's find out where we are. The heroes present protect the civilians, and Stain, I asked you not to do anything crazy, and in front of everyone, I will take responsibility for him. Stain, if you asked me, I will obey, although if they provoke me, I promise nothing. Backdraft. How to trust a villain. Almight. I would say the same about several heroes present, I would say very seriously. Nizu, Almight is right, and from what I see, both of them with the young lady? Inko, I'm Inko Midoriya, it's a pleasure. Nizu, okay, where are you going together? Inko, we will follow the path to the largest temple. Rei, I don't think it's a good idea. Dabi, as for throwing a tantrum, he would say to his younger brothers. Natsuo, 1 minute. Shoto, 30 seconds. Dabi, I'm less than 15 seconds away. Bakugo, nobody gives me orders. Shine. Kirishima, hey friend, calm down. Endeavor, not a damn thing. This has to be the work of some villain, he would say, annoyed. Shoto and Natsuo handed bills to Dabi, who counted them and put them away. Aizawa, and what will you do if not? Mitsuki, I'll follow Inko-chan. Let's go, brat, she would say to drag Katsuki, who was whining like a rabid chihuahua. Masaru, don't worry, Mitsuki. Soon, everyone began to follow those who had left, but the further they went, the more they saw something that should have been impossible to them. David Shield had heard wonderful stories of his daughter's travels, for he knew his godly mother existed. However, when she revealed the hunter's son, he was shocked. He didn't believe it, but there he was. Shoto, wow. Shinzo, it's interesting. Nizu, I've already confirmed my suspicions. Midnight, where are we? Nizu, Greek-style temple buildings standing on clouds? Doesn't that sound familiar? Stain, Olympus itself. Are you trying to tell me that? Ibera, that is not possible. There is only one god, she would say, on the verge of collapse. Inko, the metaphysical god? Well, it's a good belief, but we're here, and we'll go with them, don't you think? Everyone walked with surprises, hoping to find more than just temples, so when they crossed the last great temple, many began to gasp. They felt like ants, because there, in front of them, 14 thrones with 14 figures that were twice the size of Mount Lady. Each one possessed a symbol of power along with a Greek outfit and some modern clothes. Zeus, greetings mortals, he would say with a voice that imposed command and respect. Nizu, Lord Zeus, he would say surprised. Athena, David, she would say greeting her lover. David, it's good to see you again, he would say with a blush. Almight, perhaps my niece as well, that explains her level of intellect, he thought. Bakugo, who are the extras? Ares, more human respect, you are in the presence of gods, he would say, lowering his sunglasses. Artemis, Inko, she would say with a half smile. Inko, it's good to see you again. Art. Apollo, oh, there are several heroes, I could dedicate haikus to many of them, but we would know that I would be lying, and I have never liked being a liar. Stain, what are we doing in his presence? He would ask in a state of defense. Perhaps he sees real heroes? Of course not. In his eyes, no one but All Might deserve that position. Kaminari, Zeus is amazing, he would say, trying to contain himself. Kirishima, several are manly. Shoto, gods more us. But where is that bush head? He thought, looking for his best friend. Mineta, what good it pays, he thought in a perverted way. He was scared, but no one ever said he thought. Nizu, what do we owe this visit to? Zeus, as much as I'd like to say it, I can't. They were brought against my will. Hades, tell them the fates brought them. Pikachu, Poseidon, yes, the dead man's breath is right. Zeus, shut up, he would say, getting angry. As you heard, the destinies have brought you here. The aforementioned would appear while spinning a string and cut off one end, causing a scream of agony while Hades cursed them for giving them paperwork. Clotho, welcome heroes, hero killers, future hero aspirants and families. Lachesis, we have brought them to react to a hero, a true one, the one who will unite both worlds, that of the gods with their own. Atropos, that's why you're here. Endeavor, and who would that be? He would say, interested, hoping it was his creation. Clotho, it's not any of your children. Enji Todoroki, I would say seriously. Lachesis, although your younger son is related to him. Bakugo, it will surely be me, he would say arrogantly. Stain, why should I see a false hero? The only true one is All Might, he would say, sure of his words. Atropos, Katsuki Bakugo and Kaizo Makaguro are wrong. You are not even worthy of calling yourself a hero, and you, pointing at Stain, are unworthy of proclaiming true heroes. That is the job of the muses. Stain was upset. Lachesis, also the true hero is with the Olympians, because he saved Olympus, refused to become a god, I would say, surprising everyone and even Stain himself, causing thoughts of stupidity among several heroes and some aspirants. Was able to face the Titan Kronos, father of the Olympians, and participated during the second Titanomachy, without the press finding out, saving Olympus and the world. So tell me, Stain, who is worthy of the title of hero? A servant like All Might with a role that dictates hero license, or someone who the world does not know and has denied having the laurels of victory? Ida, but he used his powers without a license. He's a villain who should be arrested, he would say, moving his hands like a robot. Several hooded figures began to laugh along with some gods. Hermes, and why we should bind our children to the laws of mortals. Apollo, if we lived hidden from you it was for a reason. Dionysus, generate mass panic and give them much more work fighting monsters that would devour them since they would not eliminate them. Besides, none of you should call yourselves heroes, a centaur would say, entering the room. All true heroes would be willing to kill if a greater good is needed. Various, Chiron, Stain, the hero trainer? He would say, shocked. He never considered Greek heroes as such. They were warriors, yes, but having blood on their hands, he didn't consider them that way. Chiron, that's right, hero killer. Stain, he would say seriously, and I warn you now, where you touch my students, I won't be as flexible as they are. They won't kill you, he would say, taking out his sword and pointing it at his neck, making several heroes want to intervene. I do. I hope that's clear, he would say to sheath his sword. Stain, yes, I would say seriously. Lachesis, why no young demigods show up? Everyone YHHH? Kyoka, demigods. Monoma, oh come on. Kinoko, this will be fun. Pony, yes. Momo, who will go first? Hooded woman, we shall go well, we sons and daughters of war. A tough-looking girl would say, earning a nod from her father. I am Clarice LaRue, daughter of Ares and captain of cabin 5. At my sides my brothers and sisters, Ross Dinelli, Isabella Thomas, Mark Sherman Young, Ellis Wakefield, Andreas Hatzi, Esme Marsh, and Enzo and Amara Mockwith. Nizu, it's a pleasure, Miss LaRue. Aizawa, what potential do they have? Chiron, a lot, Mr. Aizawa, much more than you could see if you continue with your archaic methods, he would say to the noise of the vagabond professor, who didn't flinch. He simply got a little some. He knew it wasn't perfect, but oh well. Mark, hello Mrs. Inko, it's a pleasure to see you, little Mark, I would say, happy to see one of Izuku's cousins. It wasn't that they spoke to each other, but Portal Iris and Izuku are a very good combination. Ares, it's good to see you, granddaughter, he would say, looking at Mirko, so I'm a legacy of war. I like it, he would say with a smile. Midnight, who's next? Melissa, I'm next. I'm Melissa Shield, daughter of Athena, and by my side are my brothers Malcolm Pace and the captain of cabin 6, Annabeth Chase. It's good to see you, father. David, daughter Annabeth, Malcolm would greet his daughter's half-siblings. Malcolm, it's good to see you, Mr. Shield. Mount Lady, how does a goddess have children? She's supposed to be a virgin goddess? I'd say, incredulously. Athena, combination of essences, it seems that your legacies are not intelligent. Dite. Aphrodite, hump, not that it matters. By the way, your debut was great. Your great-grandmother is proud. Mount Lady, thank you, I would say like a child. Silena, I think we're next. The cabin of the goddess of love. Go ahead, Captain. Piper, whatever you say, Silena. I am Piper McLean, daughter of Aphrodite, and by my side are my sisters and brothers, Drew Tanaka, Lacey, Mitchell, Samuel Burnett, Jasper Gustin, and Valentina Diaz. For Minetta it was like being in paradise, since the daughters of Aphrodite were the definition of perfect, beautiful, pretty faces and perfectly outlined bodies. He wanted to attack, but a tongue stopped him. Tsuyu, don't be perverted, Caro. Almight, some more shonens? Nico, we're next. I'm Nico D'Angelo, son of Hades, I would say in an emo tone, and my sister Bianca D'Angelo is with Lady Artemis's hunters. Shoto, hello Nico. Nico, it's good to see you, Sho, he would say, greeting. Endeavor, did you already know each other? Shoto, yes, he's my second best friend. Jason, we're next, right sister? Talia, yes, we are Talia and Jason Grace, children of Zeus, and I am the new lieutenant of the hunters of Artemis. Bakugo, whatever. Kirishima, that's amazing. Tetsu, you already said, bro. Hawks, so there are children of Zeus and Hera. Hera, if I do it with her, I'd like Jason, she would say, earning a nod from her stepdaughter. Castor, I am Castor, son of Dionysius, and this is my brother Pollux. Ryukyu, children of the god of wine. Denisio, and madness, something I could have done if someone hadn't forbidden me to drink, he would say, drinking a Diet Pepsi. Ed Shot, that's new, the god of wine without being able to drink wine. Hermes, well, go on, my children. Apollo, sorry brother, mine are next. We'll continue, Uncle Herm. Lee, well, I'm Lee Fletcher, son of Apollo. This is Will Solace, captain of our cabin, along with Michael Yu, Austin Lake, Kayla Knowles. Hagakure, they are cute. Mina, yes. Setsuna, especially Will. Nico, it's mine, he would say, kissing him. Many girls felt bad, since a cute boy they wanted was gay. Hermes, now go my boys. Travis, I'm Travis Stoll, and this is my brother Connor Stoll. We both captain the Hermes cabin. Next to us are Chris Rodriguez, Cecil Markowitz, Julia Feingold, and Alice Mawazawa, all children of Hermes. Leo, well, it's me next. I'm Leo Valdez, son of Hephaestus and captain of Hephaestus cabin. I'm accompanied by my brothers Jake Messon, Nissa Barrera, Shane, Christopher, and Harley. May, you know we could make babies with our hands and metal, she would say excitedly. Campers, another crazy girl like Leo. Leo, that's great, a friend, by the way. I have a partner even though you find me hexy. May, okay, I would say without giving it importance. Percy, I guess I'm next, he would say, standing up. I am Persis Jackson, but you can call me Percy, son of Poseidon, hero and savior of Olympus and current only inhabitant of Poseidon's cabin, and at my side, the successor of the god Pangrover, the satyr or G-man. Hooded man, I guess I'm next, he would say, taking off his hood, revealing curly green hair and freckles on his face. Bakugo, I am possible, no Deku, it can't be like that, he would say, surprised and very annoyed. Mitsuki, eh? Shoto, I knew it, he would say, smiling for his best friend. Izuku, I am Izuku Midoriya, son of Artemis, I would say, to the surprise and shock of the aspirants and heroes, captain of the Artemis cabin, and younger brother of the hunters. Momo. But it's impossible, I would say in shock. Artemis, is it impossible, girl, for me to have my son? Or for him to be a man? Given that numerous myths demonize me as a feminazi. Ibera. He's cute, what am I thinking, he's a pagan. A cute pagan, she thought, blushing, something that a certain goddess of love noticed. Aphrodite. Oh, so she likes the prude's son, how much drama he could create, she thought happily. Izuku. Well, by my side my older sisters, Talia Grace, lieutenant of the hunters, and Bianca D'Angelo, daughter of Hades, along with several hunters who have not given me their names. Almight. It's good to see you, Izuku. Izuku. Same here, Uncle Might. Nizu. So you knew that we had a demigod in Japan. Almight, I would say calmly, by chance. Izuku. I'll apply to UA. But I don't want recommendations, I want to get in on my own. Bakugo. Deku. Damn bastard. He would say to attack him with his explosions. Izuku simply grabbed the Muslim from both sides, then knocked him to the ground. Izuku, you look less stupid when you keep quiet, pig. Artemis, not bad, son. Mitsuki, well, the brat deserved it. Annabeth, not bad, Izuku. Percy, has improved. Shoto, that looked great. Nico, how do you have no idea? Clotho, we'll leave them so they can talk civilly and so no one does anything stupid. Lachesis, no one except Hestia will be able to use their powers. So the three of them would withdraw for a moment. The beginning. The room was very immersed in all kinds of conversations. Stain was isolated from everyone, thinking about the words. Maybe Chiron was right and the heroes should kill. He wasn't sure what to think, so he decided to observe and then do something, although he had some interest in the son of the sea and the son of the hunt who were talking animatedly. Percy, blue cookies. Izuku, Katsudan. Percy, blue cookies. Izuku, Katsudan. Annabeth, you both can curb your urge to argue. Percy, yes, love. Izuku, yes, Weni-sama. Inko, and how have you been doing these months, Izuku? Izuku, the truth is very well, Inko Kazan. I have learned a lot since I left, and in this last year I have had a couple of missions, since a genius decided to play with the souls of the heroes of the past, forming orbs with them. All Might. And what does that generate? Izuku, that they can be summoned in our era or failing that, and if they allow it, whoever finds it will obtain its abilities. Mitsuki, was anyone found? Izuku, Percy and I found Achilles's, so he's the new strongest warrior of the Greeks, and I found one too. All Might, which one? Izuku, Sir Gawaine's, Knight of the Round Table. Also I would say to materialize a weapon, Excalibur Gallatin, his sword. Stain saw the sword since he was listening. If he found that weapon he must be a powerful guy. From what we can see he had a relationship with All Might, but in his opinion he could be a true hero. Shoto, surprising. Dabi, so? How strong are you? Izuku, I'm the second best swordsman in the camp. Percy and I is the best at it, besides being my sensei. Nico, that's good, I'd say something serious. Izuku, cheer up Nico, he would say, hugging him by the neck. You know that Bianca was only in a coma for a while and Percy did everything he could to save her. But here she is. Others were not so lucky. Nico, I know. Before anyone could speak, as Aizawa looked at the green-haired demigod, the screen in the room rose next to several seats. Truly the three elders of destiny had excelled in modifying Olympus. The demigods sat below their godly father or mother, as well as their closest relatives and friends, staying to one side isolated, the future aspirants with their families, and the pro-heroes saving All Might, who was with Artemis and Inko, remained in their place. Nizu, so we'll see something, he would say, deducing. Everyone watched the screen light up as a soothing melody played in the background. On screen, Artemis, the enigmatic goddess of the hunt, nature, maidens, birth, wild animals, and the moon, a goddess who radiates a wild and mysterious beauty. Her dark, straight hair falls down her back like a midnight cloak, in harmony with her silver eyes that shine with a supernatural intensity. Her athletic bearing and slender figure reflect her agility and strength as a divine huntress. Dressed in a body-hugging tunic and holding a bow and arrows, her serene yet alert gaze reveals a deep connection with nature and an innate power. She was in her temple somewhat bored. It was always the same in her immortal life, being with her hunters, hunting some animal or monsters from her pantheon, attending meetings on Olympus that were often a waste of time, since there were always childish discussions, putting up with her twin brother making horrible haikus, putting up with Aphrodite and her adventures with mortals or Ares, just to annoy Hephaestus, or seeing that her sister Athena was as if she were her books and thoughts, sinking. In her pride, despite being wrong, it was always the same, even bragging about which demigod's son was the best, something tedious and above all things, boring and repetitive. A few months ago she discovered that her father had broken his oath of no more demigods of the big three, and was the father of a girl who was currently not even 3 years old, and that her uncle, Poseidon, also broke the oath, fathering a son who had not yet been born. She knew it, no matter how much they hid it, births and childbirths fell within her domain. But something in it awoke. She watched all her brothers and sister boast of their demigods with pride, some with affection and often with happiness. Only Hestia realized that something was being born in her, envy that by being deceived she closed her heart to men thanks to Orion, that blinded by him she decided to blame men for all evil, thus closing herself in her pain that she shared with her hunters and that she could never leave. While she was observing the stars from her temple, her aunt, the most trusted of the Greeks, the youngest and the oldest because of the matter of being devoured by her father at birth and being reborn when he vomited her up, approached her niece. "Hestia, Artemis, niece, what's wrong?" she would ask in her kind and affectionate tone, given her love for family. "Artemis, nothing escapes you, right, aunt?" "Hestia, no dear, I am the goddess of the hearth, the fire that burns in it, and the family. I know when someone has a sorrow in their heart, even better than Aphrodite." "Artemis, I feel bad, I envy others. Why are they so proud of their demigod's sons and daughters, even knowing that they know the bitterness of mortality?" "Hestia, it's because they are parents, they would give everything for their sons and daughters. But since Troy, the rule was established that no god can take care of their mortal children, that destroyed them, and the only way they find to show their affection is to boast of their achievements with that pride, with that happiness." "Artemis, I see. But why do I feel this way? My hunters are like my daughters and I'm proud of them, but still, I feel that emptiness in my chest." "Hestia, don't you think it's time for you to have a demigod and experience it yourself?" Artemis opened her eyes in shock. Her aunt was either implying that. "Artemis, but, Hestia, it's been a while since Orion, and you may think all men are pigs, but Apollo is your brother. Because he's a man you hate him?" "Artemis, no, I don't hate him. I mean he's annoying. But he's the best brother I have, even Hermes, being the one who works the hardest, since if I need to be heard, he drops everything he has to do and listens to me. He comforts me, although that doesn't mean he's not childish. I love him." "Hestia, now tell me, don't you think that after so much time you would find your dear partner, someone who loves and respects you?" "Artemis, I guess you're right, you always know what to say, aunt." "Hestia, I know niece she would say giving her a hug and a cookie, since her cookies are the best in the entire divine and mortal world. For some reason I am always there for the family." "Artemis, but where to look?" "Hestia, why don't you look in Japan? Apollo often visits there, as does Hermes. Maybe there you'll find someone who loves you, not for being a goddess, but for being what you are, a strong, beautiful, dedicated woman. And maybe that way you can heal, since there's no cure for someone with a broken heart other than someone who mends it with their love." "Artemis, but why don't I forget about Orion?" "Hestia, we all have a destiny, and so does love. Maybe Orion wasn't your red thread of destiny, that's why you must go find him." "Artemis, fine, I will thank you." And after that, Artemis left her temple and riding her lunar chariot, she retreated towards the lands of Asia. "Hestia, you're welcome, niece. If you find it, it might be a great blessing for you." Off screen, when they began to see it, many began to wonder why they would see that. Many girls were surprised to see the moon goddess like that, so they admired her as a worthy feminine figure, not like little princesses waiting for their Prince Charming. Mirko, not bad at all. Ryukyu, it's something admirable. Mandalay, but that doesn't explain why she has a little kitten, she would say smiling. Pixie Bob, I asked for it, she would say, to try to get closer to Izuku, he's too hexy. Hunters, back off, bitch, they would say, pointing their bows at her. Talia, leave my nephew alone, crazy cat. Aizawa, I'll take care of it, he would say, to use his ribbons and drag the heroine and leave her tied up in her place. Present Mike, wow, he's serious when it comes to defending minors. Midnight, it's true, Although I don't blame her that the hunter's son isn't bad at all, she would say, smiling. Hearing how the goddess felt, many looked at the Olympians, though the demigods smiled, since despite all the things Luke Castellan told them, they were loved, if only they didn't have that silly law. Many girls glared daggers at the image of the hunter, and the huntresses along with Izuku shot arrows at the image. Izuku, imbecile. Artemis. Izuku, I would say seriously, why did you hit him in the eye? Izuku, he would say nervously. Artemis, if you're going to hit someone, aim it between their eyes, she would say, correcting her son. Izuku, yes, Ka-chan. Seeing Hestia's entrance, a couple of immature kids started singing. Apollo and Hermes, Hestia, at your party, in your kitchen. Kaminari, Leo, Mineta, Ciro, Hestia, she's the goddess who's spying on you. Apollo cabin, Hestia, she makes you fall in love and fascinates you. All of the above, but you can get burned. Author's note. Want interludes with the songs of the gods from Unraveling History? End of note. Hestia, Apollo and Hermes. No cookies for a month, she would say, giving a jar to Izuku, Shoto, and Nico. Those who received Suga. Apollo and Hermes, don't be cruel, Aunt, they would say with comical tears. Hearing the conversation, Aphrodite smiled sideways. It wasn't suicidal to say anything since the hunter didn't take her eyes off her, and the others were surprised by the wisdom of the goddess of the hearth. Izuku, without being seen, passed a cookie to Hermes, which the messenger left him a gift, red-winged slippers. Izuku knew he could blackmail with that delicacy, so he had to take advantage. On screen, Japanese city. A goddess could be seen walking through a train station. The fog could prevent them from seeing her as she really is, so in the eyes of others, she was a human with nothing more to add to her life. She observed everything, how most people in this part of the world develop gifts, koseis or quirks, many of different types. Particularly the mutation type caught her attention, since many appeared to monsters from mythologies, which made her want to hunt them, but she held back since they were normal people on that side of the world. America did have koseis and quirks, but unlike Asia, it wasn't a marked difference. I walked through the streets and could observe. Honestly, I was disgusted with society, heroes, villains, anti-heroes, all professions oriented to a power that supposedly should define human beings, while demigods, for not having quirks, but manifesting more of what they call quirks, are hunted like animals and worse than animals, since in Asia it is rare to see demigods running in those lands. Which is why they were always in America, given the existence of two shelters, Camp Jupiter and San Francisco, prepared for the Roman demigods, after the Civil War of Demigods, and Camp Half-Blood for Greek demigods, something unique given that the gods are the same on both sides, with the exception of a change of name and personality thanks to the Romans. The more she walked, she noticed the presence of two brothers, both green-haired. Where they protected each other, she could feel that they had a bit of divine essence, or at least the girl. While the green-haired one was quite a bit stronger, she had no doubts, given that they were demigods, or so she hoped. Both brothers were walking after finishing their jobs, given that one, for being quirkless, was demoted to mediocre, low-paying jobs, which generated a mockery in the place. Something common in demigods, given that when they inherit access to their parents' domains, they are more powerful than people with quirks, being seen as monsters or threats, even for the vast majority of heroes. She, for her part, was an employee and dedicated herself to somewhat better paid jobs, but somewhat precarious, given that she possessed a mild telekinesis quirk, the reason that kept her divine essence very low. Artemis followed them, driven by curiosity, until she came across a gang of women who wanted to rob them as well as have fun. Hidden, the goddess of the hunt watched everything closely, expecting something to happen, but what she saw shocked her. The young man made the girl run while he stayed behind, only to simply receive a beating from the gang members and then leave empty-handed, so the goddess approached, still watching. The boy took out some dials. She recognized them: nectar and ambrosia, the food and drink of the gods, harmful to common mortals, but medicine to demigods, used in the correct doses. Off-screen, Aizawa, how can they pass through the city without us noticing? He asked, somewhat surprised. Nizu was even interested, given that he wanted to have even a plan against them. It's not like it was possible, but as shown on screen, the demigods in his eyes were a danger to society. Athena, the mist, is a supernatural force controlled by the goddess Hecate, whose main goal is to prevent mortals from seeing mythical things clearly, and instead see things their minds can understand. An example would be the Chimera, where we would see the mythical monster, you would see a dog. Seeing two green-haired girls, Izuku shed a tear. He always wanted to meet his father, so Artemis hugged him a little. It still hurt to remember the only man who won her heart. Inko brother, Mina, smells like ship. Hagakure, it seems so. The Aphrodite cabin looked at them in surprise but invited them to sit with them. They were really going to get along very well. Aphrodite, phew, I like them, and they are not my daughters, she would say smiling. Seeing the vial of nectar and ambrosia, the UA doctor looked at them in surprise, so she assumed that normal medicine would barely work on them, so she paid attention. The heroes for their part, at least the real ones, Almight, Gran Torino, Ryukyu, Fat Gum, Mirio, Tamaki, Nijuire, Crust, Gang Orca, Ingenium and the Hussycats, clenched their fists in helplessness since they wanted to go help, something that Stain noticed. The rest of the heroes were indifferent, which made him wonder if their doctrine was right. On screen, the young green-haired girl returned to the place and helped her brother get up, while Artemis followed closely behind. But suddenly a nauseating smell was felt. While numerous growls were heard, the hunter felt it was, but the young demigods did not. So out of nowhere a grotesque dog wrapped in flames and stench came out to attack them. Boy, oh come on, he would say to push his sister out of the way. Girl, brother, boy, you want me, dog? Come for me, he would say to run agilely enough to the surprise of Artemis, while the hellhound followed him. Artemis was about to take out her bow, but something that caught her attention was seeing the boy take out some daggers, and with a stitch to the hound's throat, he turned into golden dust, leaving a pair of fangs. Boy, sister, are you okay? Girl, yes. Boy, miss, he would say looking at Artemisa, are you okay? He would say worried, nothing happened to you. Artemis, no, I'm fine. Boy, what a relief, he would say giving a smile that the Bakugo found very familiar. I introduce myself. I am Hisashi Midoriya, son of Hermes. Artemis opened her eyes in surprise. She was aware that the demigods were very few, but she did not expect to meet one. Even so, she felt her cheeks turn golden. Perhaps she was falling in love. Girl, I'm Inko Midoriya, his twin sister, she would say smiling. Without knowing it, the hunter was struck by the love bug that day. Both brothers gave her accommodation so she could spend her days introducing herself as Diana Prince, a foreigner. While she watched them, the boy knew she was a goddess. Even so, he treated her like what she was, a girl. And as more time passed, the more she realized what the green-haired man was like. He was so different from most of the men she knew, given that except for his brothers Apollo and Hermes, the men she knew were pigs in her eyes. They only cared about their pride, their power, their wealth, themselves in general. But Hisashi was the opposite. He was warm, kind, brave, resilient, optimistic. Many respected him, these being people of low resources, who were helped by him, who shared the little he earned to give them at least a piece of bread. She knew from his introduction that he was a demigod, but she never went to the camp, since monster attacks outside of America were very rare, so except for the people who hunted them, they were relatively safe. But she still fell in love with him and spent a wonderful couple of years in this part of the world with him, and the miracle happened. She was pregnant, expecting his child. At first, she had these confusing feelings, not entirely sure if it was the right thing to do. But as the months passed and she first saw her son on the hospital monitor, all she felt was love for her son, and she wanted to go through the entire 9-month pregnancy as normal mortals would. She hadn't done it because she was a goddess, and there were different methods for conceiving and giving birth to a child, but she wanted to do it the old-fashioned way. This way, she bonded more with her son during the 9 months she carried him. After 9 months, with Inko's support, she gave birth. At that moment, she had never been happier than holding her son in her arms. When her son opened his eyes, they were emerald like his father's, but she could see a silvery glow like hers. His tiny hairs were green, resembling the shape of a bush growing in the forest. Her heart melted, and her son quickly took an immovable place in her immortal heart. But the happiness quickly ended. She was an Olympian goddess, and Zeus's ancient rules stated that all demigod children must be raised by their mortal parents. She wanted to take him with her, but with his father, Zeus, the king of the Olympians, the only one who even noticed his son's existence, forced her to return to his territory, but not before hunting him down and preparing his daughters to take on their role, the role of older sisters. He never knew why, but his heart ached when he left, but he had to. His father's laws were inflexible. A year later, while in a forest near Ho Rain Forest, he found a newspaper where a villain's attack was revealed, where the heroes did nothing because they didn't have the staff with the right quirk to stop him. The victim was a middle-aged green-haired man, whose condition was deceased. He only had his sister, and a baby less than a year old. His murderer go to Amitsuji, also known as Muscular. The screen turns off. Seeing what happened to the Midoriya brothers, Izuku worried for his father and second mother, but was relieved and amazed by his father's prowess. Ida, he's vigilantism. He should be arrested, he would say, moving his arms like a robot, and he also killed someone. He should be arrested as a villain. Tensei, shut up, he would say, hitting him. They don't play by our rules, and I doubt that a dog that big can be stopped by heroes. Tsuyu. It was scary Karo. Everyone looked surprised at the story of the meeting of the goddess and the demigod. While Hermes smiled at seeing his children together, he still could not explain why Inko the twin had come out with so little of her essence, given that night she did it with the mother of both and it was not in a threesome. David's, you're a rare case, Inko-san. Inko, if that's right, Hisashi took most of the inheritance. Izuku, Maya would say, to try out her new sneakers. Artemis, where did you get that, son? Izuku, Grandpa Hermes. What things no, he would say, hiding some Hestia cookies. Travis and Connor, our nephew makes us proud, they would say upon seeing the green-haired man's shark-like mentality when exchanging cookies. The love story of the goddess and the demigod made many women sigh like schoolgirls, while Stain found this strange. But when he heard the ancient law, he felt sorry for the green-haired man. Hestia, Zeus, she would say in a sweet tone that made many in the room tense. Then we will talk. Zeus, yes, sister, he would say nervously. Apollo, when Aunt Hestia gets like this, it means danger. Hunting, that's our adorable little brother. Bianca, only Zoe spent more time with him. Talia, yes. Many hunters looked at their employer in offense. Seeing what happened next, Inko held back a scream, and the little green-haired boy had a deadly silver glow in his eyes. He wanted Muscular's body, while Koda approached and hugged him to the surprise of many. Koda, I'm not alone. Muscular also killed my parents, he would say, crying, while Izuku comforted him. Maybe the tragedy united them, and Artemis maybe saw that her son could have his own hunting squad. Chiron, how stupid, just for not having the right quirk they caused a death in their history. I hope their aspirants learn that with the right quirk, or not, they should face it anyway, he would say calmly and seriously, causing many to nod. Hades, if that guy dies, I'll have a very nice special cell waiting for him, he would say in a sinister tone that made many people's blood run cold. Izuku, Lord Hades, will you let me torture him when you have him? Hades, yes. Apollo, he is just as vengeful as Artemis. Stain, how a true hero could be driven by revenge, he would say out loud. Hestia, and how could he not, he would say, to get everyone's attention given that he is still human, and because of his divine progeny. We gods are even more vengeful than human beings. It is the nature that we all have. Even true heroes once wanted revenge. Stain, you're lying. Almight isn't. Almight, yes, I did it, he would say, cutting off his speech when the villain all for one killed my teacher. I wanted to get revenge. I still see the image of that bastard and I want to have him in my hands and kill him. But for my morals I would only take him to jail, and that's it. Although if I fight, don't doubt that I won't unload some hate on him. You should know that we all have hate, Stain, but it's not bad, it's normal and necessary. If you had me as a true hero, then now your doctrine ends with that, right? Stain remained silent. With that argument of life, he never expected that the man he admired so much had been a false hero of those who kill. His very doctrine collapsed. Recess, Unraveling History 1. Inko, Izuku, get down from there right now, she would say seriously, seeing the green-haired boy fluttering with the winged slippers. All Might, Izuku, if I were you I'd go down. We both know how angry she is. Izuku, I'm going, he would say, going down to his seat again. Maya, he would say, deactivating the slippers. Shoto, I want some. Izuku, I'll see Grandpa later and get you a pair. Stain, I still don't believe you did it. All Might, it was when I was just starting out. My teacher died in front of me and I wanted to jump in to avenge her since the bastard who killed her was laughing. Stain, who was it? He said, not believing anything. All Might, All for one, he said, making Stain know it was true. Mirko, isn't he the son of any of you? Athena is a legacy of Eris, goddess of discord, and Athea, goddess of fate, two goddesses who are not very well received on Olympus. Everyone nodded, since AFO was evil, but it seemed to be in his blood to be so. Nizu, I'm curious what we'll see. Aizawa, there's a note on the table over there, it would say in his sleeping bag. Poseidon, Morpheus went too far in giving gifts to his legacies this time. Present Mike, I see, now it makes sense why you like cats and sleeping so much. Midnight, if you allow me, I will read it, she would say, moving as she is able. Zeus, your dynamite babe. Hera, Zeus. Midnight, well, I would say uncomfortably, she says that we will see some of your songs so your story can be explained for those who do not understand it. Demeter, I hope they don't show anything bad. Hades, maybe they will. No one is that holy here. Cereal brain. Demeter, shut up. Breath of the dead. At that the screen lights up, playing a pleasant melody. On screen, hello, little creatures of the Peloponnese. Yeah, welcome to Unraveling History with Pascu and Rodri. Today we bring you the one and only, the purest, Hestia. Off screen, Artemis and Athena. It was obviously the purest, they would say, smiling. Apollo, there is no. Izuku, now what did you do, uncle? He would say mockingly. Talia, what things didn't she do, ha 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 ha. Momo, wow, that's interesting, I would say, animated. Tsuyu, sounds like a good person. Denicio, and she is. Girls, he would say, trembling with fear, just don't make her angry. The gods, we confirm. Hestia, but I didn't do anything to them. Hermes, Ares after Troy was 600 years with traumas, he would say, trembling. Ares, how to forget him. Ibera, 4 gods, they are entertaining, he would think, but realized, there is only one god. Ibera, concentrate, he mentally scolded himself. Kendo, go. Monoma, interesting. Bakugo, TSK, he would say, growling divine extras without anyone hearing him. Shoto, your cookies are great, I would say, eating one. Kaminari, give me one. Thus starting a fight until Shoto, Nico, Percy and Izuku ate them all by sticking out their tongues. Kaminari, they are evil, he would say, crying. Hestia, oh poor thing, she would say, giving him one. Izuku doesn't do that. Izuku, but if Grandpa Zeus does it, he said in an innocent tone. Hestia simply looked at the Sparky who hid behind his throne. Zeus, traitor, he would say comically. Kyoka, her melody is interesting. Present Mike, this is how you talk, little listener. On screen, she was the first to be born, the first to be devoured by Cronus, and the last to be vomited. They call her the youngest and the oldest. She usually wanders around the corners. She is the goddess of the bonfire and the home. And although she doesn't like to do evil, she will break your face in the name of peace. You will see her flame burn in every city, your city. Without hesitation you must pray to her. Hestia, at your party, in your kitchen. Hestia, she is the goddess who spies on you. Hestia, she makes you fall in love and fascinates you, but you can get burned. Hestia, she has a divine mansion. Hestia, the goddesses are dominated by. Hestia, she always charges a tip. She extorts others. Off screen, the brothers of Olympus. You had to remind us of that. Zeus, and thanks to whom did they come out, he would say with arrogance and mockery towards Hades and Poseidon. Kirishima, they're always like that. Leo, meh, you get used to it. Hestia, like the oldest. I'm not old at all. Midnight, it's true, no woman should be told that. Recovery girl, it's true. The hussy cats, it's true. Kota, hee, they are funny. I wish I were a demigod. Izuku, he would say, looking at his mother, maybe there is a way if you want. Kota, yes. Izuku, okay, we'll talk about it later, he would say, ruffling her hair. Percy, dad? He would say, noticing it. Annabeth, what was Loki doing there? Hestia, Loki, she would say, annoyed, that cookie thief. The gods, what the what? They would say angrily, nobody stole their cookies. Hades, of course, in every corner, even in the underworld, he spies on me while I do my paperwork. Shoto, that's not it. Dabi, the old man in the bathroom. Natsu, yes it is. The 3. Fuyumi, guys, she would say, looking at them reproachfully. Mirko, nothing. Ryukyu, maybe he prays to her. Bubble Girl, no doubt about it. Tiger, I'll light a bonfire in the forest. Chiron, and well, at least he'll get attention. Apollo, his sons, Hermes, his sons, and some immature ones sang or hummed the chorus, making Hestia blush with shame. Izuku, isn't that Lord Poseidon and Uncle Apollo? Apollo, oh no. Artemis, Ha 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 ha, such a cool guy, and now your image will fall, bro, he would say, laughing. On screen, they were Apollo and Poseidon. To ask her to marry him, what a cutie. He grabbed Zeus by the head, to swear that not even God would touch her. With her gang you will find her. Artemis and Athena, they are the purest and untainted goddesses. And not like Aphrodite. How disgusting that is. And Hermes, his faithful nephew, comes to tell him unparalleled adventures. Hestia. Rhea invited her to a party. Hestia. And they drank like beasts. Hestia. Then they took a nap. Someone is lurking. Hestia. Priapus is a very dirty god. Hestia approaches him brazenly, but a donkey brays and she manages to escape. Off screen. Izuku, dude. Apollo. I blame Dionysus. He was drunk, he excused himself. Dionysus. I wasn't an animal god yet. You couldn't even wear sandals yet. Percy. Seriously, Dad. Almight. It's funny to see them react like that. Inko, yes. Mitsuki, you're right. Uraraka. It's weird, but aren't they supposed to be good, brother and nephew? Hera. You see it from the mortal side. On the pious side, the gods don't have DNA, so as long as it's not with your son or legacy looking surreptitiously at Zeus, it can be done. Mina. That's what it means. Hera. No, girl, I may be a goddess, but I am married, and I do know what fidelity is, she would say, launching the direct. Zeus. Cough, cough, sorry I choked, he would say, making a scene. Kyoka. It's ugly that they are unfaithful to you. Hagakure, yes. Ibara. I support you on that. Setsuna. Yes, but being tied down with marriage sounds boring. Aphrodite. Well, Arte-chan is not pure, she would say sarcastically. Artemis. And I don't regret it. Even so, with each new moon I recover my virginity. And since Izuku was born, several have passed. Izuku, Mom, he would say with a green tone on his face. Talia, my lady, that was a strange fact. Ray, I'm glad you're having fun. NG. TSK, they're just hindrances to Shoto. Jason, if you're going to hurt my wards, I'm not responsible, he would say, annoyed, looking at the fire subject. Shoto, thank you, Jason, and I. Izuku, thanks, senpai. Jason, I can't get used to your phrases from your native language. Queen, neither do I. Mineta, how Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty, would be disgusting, she would say, smiling pervertedly. Lacey, you're the worst. Silena, dies pervert. Drew, disgust. Mitchell, that's sick. Valentina, hang it as an offering to Lady Artemis. Ciro, old man, you are sick. Sato, I won't give you cakes. Apollo, oh, that party, he would say, remembering certain events. Melissa, oh, I see. Kinoko, drink like beasts. Denicio, oh, what a great party. We were up to sandals that day. Hera, speaking of which, Mom is coming and we haven't had a party when she comes. Dionysus, I could do it, but someone I won't mention, he would say, looking at Zeus, forbade me to drink alcohol. Present Mike, he looks like Aizawa boy when we stole his coffee. Cements, yes. Power loader, without a doubt. May Hatsum, when will we make babies in the workshop? I would say desperately. Leo, soon, my little grasshopper. The camps, no, not another crazy person like him. Izuku, that pig, he would say, looking daggers at Priapus while Koda imitated him. Artemis, ah, how tender, she would think with tenderness, given that her son will open his hunt and had a candidate, she even imitates him. Ares, escape? I remember that Priapus that day was a mass of flesh that let out moans when someone breathed next to him. Ida, he's a rapist, I would say, surprised. Momo, Ida, if you only knew, she would say in whispers. On screen, he went to save a girl and their babies some time later, founded a great city, Rome. Hestia, the food has burned you. Hestia, she is very virgin and very fine. Hestia, she has a bunch of nieces. She has ideal hair. Hestia, 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 lo lo lo, la lara lara. Screen turns off. Nizu, so that's how Rome was founded. Athena, yes, she would say, annoyed aunt, I can't say that you did wrong, but thanks to you those barbarians were born. Ida, but yes. Izuku, hey Ida, right? Ida Tenya from Semi Academy. Izuku, it's a bit complicated for them with the Rome issue, so silence. Zeus, do you know grandson? Izuku, yes, since I arrived at the camp, I say it is very obvious that the names change and the domains remain slightly with the exception of Aunt Athena. I just added 2 plus 2 and that's it, although in some cases it was difficult. Athena, and that's why you're my champion nephew. Izuku, hee hee. Nizu, oh wow, young Midoriya, would you be interested in playing a game of chess or shogi? Izuku, both. Nizu, sure. Aizawa, something you're up to, director, he would say thoughtfully. Demigoddesses present, and so are we. Hestia. Hey my girls, she would say, giving them a couple of cookies. Hermes. Wasn't that Loki thing about the hair? Apollo. How many things does that wretch get? Hestia. But he steals my cookies. Olympics. And that makes it unforgivable. Hananuki. Dude, your family is weird. Izuku. Yes, but you learn to love her as she is. Images of the demigods. Everyone was talking about how weird the Olympian family was, while Hestia went to the kitchen because she heard the noise of someone opening her forbidden jars. That is, the places where she stores cookies. Hera. Has anyone seen Hestia? Denicio. I think he went to the kitchen. At that a scream was heard, making heroes and staying go pale. Endeavor. And that scream? Hermes. I know who it is. Hawks. And that would be it? Apollo. Loki. Norse god of trickery, taking a beating from Hestia. Izuku. Nobody steals the cookies. Percy. Let's go. Nico. Yes. Shoto said nothing and joined his friends to go to where Hestia's kitchen was. But the aforementioned appeared there with a sweet smile, scaring the gods, who began to pray to chaos for Loki. She only smiled like that once, and that was when Priapus wanted to grape her. Ryukyu. Are you okay, Lady Hestia? Hestia. That's right, my dear. Just a thief was stealing my cookies. In the kitchen, you can see a mass of flesh completely bloody, burned, and with tears coming out of it. Loki. Odin. I don't like you and you don't like me, but help me. In the Olympus room. Artemis. That guy will never learn. Well, what do you think we'll see now? Clarice. The screen has a note. Screen. Now you will see some images of several of you who have great relevance in the future. Demigods, aspiring heroes or heroes themselves. Sincerely, the Fates. Off screen. Drew. I hope the broccoli stays beautiful. Izuku. Get lost, foam hairs. Drew. Annoyed at having played with you. Izuku. You just proved to me that mom is right about your mother. You're just a bitch. Phoebe. Leave her alone, she would say, calming her lady's son. Soon the hunt will take revenge. Little brother. Silena. Wow, not even I'm that cold. Piper. There's a reason I changed that cabin law. On screen. Off screen. Kaminari. Oh old man. Kirishima. They do team races. Izuku. Yes, it's fun. Ida. But it's dangerous. Kendo. Support the robot boy. Percy and Annabeth. That makes it super fun. Almight. Oh, I remember. Inko, and I saw it through the Iris portal. Inko. It was funny how Annabeth fell given that the group was Izuku and Percy. Izuku. Yes, but Nei-san wanted to go with her boyfriend. Annabeth. Yes, it was the custom of being with the seaweed brain. Clarice. I remember that day. They humiliated me. Mina. Excuse me, what do you have besides horses? Percy. Hippocamps. Piper. Pegasus. Chiron. Satyrs and harpies. Nico. Besides Mrs. O'Leary. Izuku. And my pets, he would say, remembering a certain giant wolf capable of killing gods. A griffin and a striped feline. Leo. Dude, you literally have a god-killing wolf. Shoto. How do you have that? Izuku. I'll tell you later. Nizu. God-killing wolf? He would say, having a suspicion. Annabeth. If he has Fenrir, it's weird. Lee. That's how Zeus let him have it. At that, Percy and Izuku were having the face of a scolded baby seal, causing many girls to feel tenderness. Zeus. Ah, here's my grandson, he would say, giving him a blue orb, a little of my lightning handling. Artemis. Dad. She would say, annoyed. Her son is a first-class trickster. As Hermes' grandson, although she loves him, she knows that Izuku uses that adorable little angel facet to have several things. Zeus. Look at him. He's adorable. With that little face, he's a heartbreaker like me. Poseidon. Fine, he would say, giving in. I'll give you a trident. Percy. A pleasure doing business with you, Dad, and that he sees Izuku. That's my student, he whispered proudly. Izuku. He, I learned from the best. On screen. Off screen. Clarice. Oh, I remember that. Izuku. Capture the flag against the new ones? Percy. How could I forget? There are 2 sons of Heracles there. Annabeth. A daughter of Nike. Another of Iris, and a son of Hebe. Jason. Not to mention there's a son of Hecate. Momo. How much does capture the flag do? Demigods. Every Friday. It's the event we look forward to the most. Monoma. Isn't it childish to play that game? Rin. Same question. Chiron. It's a reward to prove that the week's training is paying off, so what better way to test it than in real combat? Coda. Looks fun. Huntress. And don't even talk about when they face the hunt, she would say arrogantly. Phoebe. Even if they have my lady's son, we have more victories. Malcolm. It's 54-16 in his favor. Huntress. Losers. Aizawa. Maybe we should implement that method. Vlad, I think the same. On screen, off screen. Percy, what memories? Izuku, when was that? Annabeth, a few days ago, and since you're from somewhere else and Inko was sick at the time, we told you to go get your second mom. Izuku, but I could have helped. Percy, we know, but that doesn't mean you don't lose a loved one. Will, nobody blames you. Leo, he doesn't even judge you. Travis, that's right, nephew. Connor, so in the next battles you'll be by our side. Castor, that's right. Pollux, without a doubt. Kirishima, what a manly family. On screen, off screen. The girls, KYA. How adorable. Izuku, take that away, he would say blushing. Midnight, he's so adorable I'd kiss him. Mount Lady, and I would desecrate it, I would say without shame. Phoebe, hunting. Talia, Killer Circle, I would say, so all the hunters surround Izuku to protect him. Aphrodite, that's my legacy. Stain, and those are heroines? On screen, off screen. Shoto, what memories? Izuku, yes. Ray, they know each other from there. Both would nod. Endeavor, I don't like it. Mirko, so they are friends. Shoto and Izuku, my best friend. Bakugo felt jealous of it. He was the best friend, not a half and half bastard. Mitsuki, I hope they got along like that, I would say, looking at the screen and giving Bakugo a sniff. Why were you so mean to him? Useless. Bakugo, don't yell at me, you old witch. Mitsuki, respect me, brat, he would say, giving him another one. I'm your mother. Hera, maybe I should deal with Ares, she would say out loud. Ares, oh come on, I'm not that explosive. Nizu, you can tell they are mother and son, he would say, expressing everyone's opinion. Stain, and still can't seem to get on the right path to becoming a true hero, he would think, seeing the Muslim. On screen, off screen. Everyone was surprised to see that. Nizu, young man, do you know that's a tiger? Izuku, yes. Ida, but it's a wild animal. Izuku, I still don't see the problem. Momo, but it's illegal to have tigers. Izuku, Mom, they want to take my friend away from me. Artemis, stay away from my son and his pets, she would say, filtering murderous intent. Nizu, well played, but I laugh at the end. After all, you are threats that must be controlled. You will not be killed, but your actions must be controlled with laws, he thought seriously. Shoto, didn't you have a rock? Izuku, Grandpa said I should let him go, that they are free animals. On screen, off screen. Nizu, so those giant birds, he would say, surprised. Athena, they are majestic. Ahoyama, how do you do that? Nico, he is the son of the goddess of wild animals. It is obvious that he could do it. Shoto, it's more than obvious. Momo, and you knew that? Shoto, he's my best friend, so I knew it. Almight, Izuku, did you train well? Aizawa, do you know how to fight, kid? Izuku, I know karate, judo, boxing, mixed martial arts, and Muay Thai. Why? Aizawa, for nothing, I would say seriously, and think, not only his powers, but also defends himself without them. He will be a great hero, but on the other hand he will be a headache. On screen, off screen. Annabeth, oh what memories. Percy, yes, when you used him as a doll to train him. Izuku, but who did he fight there? Clarice, maybe it's the future. Kyoka, other than that, his toned body makes him look good, she would say blushing. Hagakure, yes. Setsuna, are you free? Izuku free? He would say, tilting his head. Talia, no, my friend, he'll go out with someone who does love him. Mirko, wow, the Gaki doesn't shy away from fights. Will, he brought out the suicidal in his teacher. Nico, if Percy isn't the best influence. Jason, I'm guilty of that too for not covering that aspect. Percy, thanks, he would say sarcastically. On screen, off screen. Mirko, oh now I remember, you were the brat who gave me a fight, he would say, realizing. Izuku, if you're referring to that underground fighting ring you participate in outside of Japan, well, yes, loser. Mirko, you were just lucky, brat. Athena, it seems that being a brawny brain carries over to your Ares legacies. Clarice, but it seems that it didn't end well, she would say, seeing the wounds. Inko, who was by your side that time? Almight, and where did the money for it come from? Shoto, the old man, I would say, calm, also with Will, Nico and Percy, we were by his side. Endeavor, that explains the numbers on my card, he would say, frowning. Dabi, how could I forget it? It was when I was discovered there. Natsuo, ha 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 ha, that day was good. Kirishima, that must be manly. On screen, off screen. Mandalay, that's Koda. Koda, me? But what am I doing there? Talia, isn't that the hunter training forest? Phoebe, yes. Artemis, so your first hunter, she would say with a smile. Koda, I'll be with Izuku and he would say happily. On screen, off screen. Izuku, great, he would say, hugging Koda's shoulder. Stain, hunters? So Artemis would explain what her hunt is and what they do, surprising everyone and making Mandalay worry. It was something difficult to accept, but she felt happy that Koda has someone to admire. The life of a demigod in Japan. Olympus was full of words and some aggression by some heroes and the demigods or stain against them, something that the latter respected since from what he saw in their scar marks. Unlike the heroes, they would not have to hold back and fight to kill. They were warriors, something that he could respect, and well with Percy. Saving the world without being recognized, well, a true hero, but that's where his convictions that heroes do not kill like All Might remained. On the other hand, Mandalay and Artemis were talking about Koda, since the little one did not separate from the green-haired boy and the goddess was going to give him his own hunt, so he was finalizing details with Mandalay, since she was his tutor. Nizu, for his part, spoke with Hawks, Endeavor, and several teachers who would be willing to help him if the situation got out of hand with the demigods, given that they were more dangerous than the villains. On the other hand, several girls looked like predators at the green-haired boy who was fighting with Koda as a way of teaching him how to defend himself, even Bakugo, who attacked him out of jealousy, while the green-haired boy would simply grab him and hit him until he left him on the ground. Koda, Sug, he would say with little stars in his eyes. Bakugo, damn Deku. Izuku, get lost, he would say with a silver glow in his eyes. Chinese firecracker. Aizawa, not bad. The green-haired demigod would be a good potential hero, while the ash-haired one would be a potential villain or a second Endeavor. Knowing the director will want him to enter for his power and not want to lose him, he thought, analyzing things. All Might, those were good hits. Izuku, thanks uncle. Sir, how long have you known Toshi? Izuku, 4 eyes, he would say with some venom. He didn't like sir. Sir, jealous, he would say, showing him his limited edition poster. Stain, wretched, he would say, remembering that the poster was auctioned on eBay. Izuku, I know your username, sir, and you were Almight_assassin? You won me 3 limited edition figures, he would say with a frown. Stain, jealous child. All Might, why are you fighting with them? If they are things that I got for you, he would say with a drop of sweat. Stain, damn brat. All Might, Jr. You win this time, he would say with a frown. Izuku just stuck his tongue out at them. Nijire, what will we see next? What life does a demigod have? What powers do they have? Athena, I don't think you want to know. Malcolm, that, and we're like the Big Mac at any McDonald's to the monsters who see us, want to kill us, rip out our guts, and then eat us. Percy, you should have been more discreet. Annabeth, Seaweed Cisos is right. Kirishima, dude, I'm really sorry about that, he would say uncomfortably. Travis, you'd get used to it. Ida, but what are the authorities doing? I mean for their safety. Will, do you know that we live in darkness for common mortals? Lee, they said it less than 1 hour ago. Kyoka, it's true, Kaminari. And I thought I had misunderstood. Ciro, hey, has anyone seen the hairy guy? With Mineta. The hairy man was gagged in the temple of Aphrodite while, strangely enough, several nymphs, thanks to the bewitchment of the demigods, children of love, were having a moment of pleasure, and since Mineta wanted to act, he couldn't. He was tied hand and foot, and was cursed by the goddess that he wouldn't get excited seeing those things, with the rest. Monoma, that dwarf will surely be fine. At that moment the screen started to make a sound as it turned on, drawing everyone's attention, except for Denisio, who took out a magazine about wines and other alcoholic beverages. On screen, life can be beautiful, but almost always when you see the realities of many people, you realize that it's truly a bucking mess. This has always been the case, and even more so since in Asia, 80% of human beings began to awaken a power, which over time they called Kasei or Quirk, while to a lesser extent in the rest of the world, it happened in very few cases. Awakening a quirk in human beings gave them great power, a power that most decided to use to create the utopia they lived in the countless comics. They created the profession of hero in order to use their powers for good. One would think that would be a good thing, but it isn't. Every time a child awakens their Kozai, they are classified as a member of a large group, something imposed by the hero academies and the hero public safety commissions, with the goal of being able to see the quirks and determine their uses. Children up to the age of 4 can awaken their quirks, but it is the doctors who examine and end up classifying them, often shattering the dreams and hopes of those children. If they are powerful quirks, they immediately classify those children as potential future heroes. If their quirks are average but functional, they give them a chance to be heroes. But if their quirks are somewhat mediocre or related to intelligence or other uses such as X-rays, etc., they are classified as without potential and placed as future employees in the various areas that those with outstanding powers would never occupy. The last group is made up of 4 segments, 3 of them being where many quirks, given their forms or their abilities, are classified as mutations or useless or villain quirks, where the last one stands out, where they force said members to become truly villains, as long as they can keep the system functioning, sadly all the heroes and society being guilty of them. Sadly, the last group is occupied by those without a gift, the 20%, where, thanks to governments and schools of heroes, they are seen as outcasts, while racism is encouraged towards them, leading to high rates of child and youth suicide. Off-screen, upon hearing the first words, many didn't know what to say. The gods enjoyed eternal life, relatively speaking, for as long as the spirit of the West remains, wherever it may be, they will live on. The heroes shifted uncomfortably, and Niza didn't know what to do. Every word was true, and given that there were civilians there, he was more than determined to silence those voices. It's a shame that doesn't happen. Hawks, I see, so that's encouraged. Ryukyu, I'll be frank, I have no problems with anyone for their quirk or lack thereof. I think it's stupid that this is a reason to select heroes. Then many of them end up in the hands of the hero killer. If they survive, they are forgotten. And Stain can prove me right. Stain, indeed, I would say seriously, maybe she is the true heroine. It didn't sound bad. One true hero of each gender, there is no point in denying it. In fact, those words are the truth. Edge shot. It's true, my case is not a strong quirk, but still, I graduated as such, and I think that if I read the Stain doctrine, I am too far from being called that. Stain saw it and thought for a bit. Maybe he should investigate his victims before attacking them. Mirko, although I don't like it, my quirk was classified as useless since I am a human rabbit, but I trained and I know how to fight without depending on my quirk. Aizawa, Mike and Midnight and I graduated from general classes and are heroes in the eyes of the law. Athena, that's true, Asia uses strong or powerful powers, like the ash-haired boy's quirk, as good future hero candidates. Nizu, it's true, that's why we give them that possibility. Apollo, and the psychological exams? Nizu, excuse me? Apollo, you already know tests to see if they have the psychological capacity to be heroes, or if they have no problems in that area. Nizu, why his powerful quirks make him viable to be a hero, he said simply. Artemis, so you prefer them to be heroes rather than villains, right? She said rhetorically, since it was true, if you have a powerful quirk, they will do everything possible to make you a hero. Almight, yes, I would say bluntly. Niza only saw Almight. He didn't like him having that vision, although if he wanted he could destroy the symbol of peace, make people turn against him. But he shouldn't ignore the commotion that would arise given the work done by Almight. On screen. Now, what about the demigods? The answer is often the most detrimental to them. They are naturally indistinguishable from normal humans, but they are at greater risk than normal humans. The blood of a demigod has a special scent for monsters, which is why they are constantly attacked by them. Being the child of a greater god, the scent is stronger, and they are more at risk. This is compounded by the fact that, in social terms, they are classified as quirkless, given the existence of a metatarsal on the index toe, which, unlike those with a quirk, is non-existent, exists in demigods. Fortunately, in Asia, monster attacks are rare, given that being quirkless, the demigods, who are mostly few, end up committing suicide due to social pressure. Regardless of their divine parent, that's their end, although in rare cases, monsters devour them due to their scent. That scent, in the case of major gods or some other special cases, is much stronger, putting them at greater risk. That is the problem of little Izuku Midoriya, a 5-year-old green-haired boy, who no more than 1 year ago was diagnosed with quirklessness, which cemented a small hell for his life. The students, mostly boys, bothered him, physically and verbally assaulted him, all encouraged by his educators, his parents, and even the directors of that institution. Izuku himself was baptized as Deku by Katsuki Bakugo, who was considered the green-haired boy's best friend. Outside of what is a quirk, Izuku suffers from attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, ADHD, which being a demigod translates into his natural battle instincts and makes it difficult for him to stay still, something amplified by his godly mother. Furthermore, Izuku does not have dyslexia, something rare to see in demigods, since their minds are developed for Greek and Latin, something that Izuku could read along with the kanji, without the slightest problem. Off-screen, Denki, guys, that's a shitty life. Demigods, thank you, they would say sarcastically. Kyoka, hey, you could be more tactful, she would say, sticking her jacks in his. Mitsuki, so that's why you can't stay still, isn't it, Aizu-chan? Izuku, yes, and Mitsuki, he would say, embarrassed, since he liked that nickname but it made him look like a little boy. Travis, oh sorry Aizu-chan, but the guy protects you, he would say mockingly. Izuku, stop it, he would say, elbowing Stole in the stomach. Seeing what was happening in Uraraka, many frowned. Almight clenched his fists tightly. If only he had started dating Inko at that time, he could have protected him. Katsuki, HA, you deserve that. Deku, Artemis, that school, they should turn them all into jackalopes. Izuku, no, don't bother, mother. Percy, wretches. Aizawa, they don't deserve to be teachers. Stain, and that Muslim seems to me more and more like a villain, not a hero. But why doesn't he change with his heavy hand? Mitsuki, what can you do when in that place they inflate your head with the ego and the amazingness of your quirk? I have wanted him to change for years. Connor, I'm jealous of you, nephew. Izuku, because of dyslexia? Leo's elf doesn't have it. Annabeth, but he makes up for it with his excessive ADHD. Power loader, so you made this automaton, I would say, without paying attention to the rest. Leo, yes, his name is Festus. May, it's a great baby. Jason, forget it. Lee, don't let it be noticeable that it's not him. Michael, it's true, brother. Annabeth, that still surprises me. You have the brain to read Greek and Latin, but you read kanji without any problems. Chiron, it's a bit weird. Izuku, I know I'm amazing, Wani-chan, he would say proudly. Talia, behave yourself, she would say, giving him a sniff. Izuku, the tea. That hurt, and thals. Talia, then behave yourself. Aizawa, those are necessary skills for a hero. Chiron, I agree with that. On screen, perhaps it is a stroke of luck, but given the birth of Izuku, and a demigod son of Artemis, at the very least, the aforementioned sent her hunters to Japan, under the command of her most loyal follower and lieutenant, Zoe Nightshade, daughter of Atlas and exiled from the Garden of the Hesperides. She, in charge of the hunt, was in charge of eliminating all the monsters that were after her lady's son, hellhounds, minotaurs, a pair of harpies, cyclops. All of them fell while being attracted to the green-haired man due to his strong smell. She was the commander of the huntresses. She had to take care of her lady's son, and of course at first she felt upset, but she understood her patron's feelings, so she decided to give the boy a chance. Her surprise was great when she saw him. At only 5 years old, he seemed to be a son of Hestia, given his kindness to many people, particularly his group of bullies, since he forgave them despite them hitting him and abusing his quirks. So in an attack and wanting to protect her lady's son, she scared the children and scared them away. She wanted to hunt them, but she chose to do first aid on the wounded green-haired boy. After bandaging him up and accompanying him home, where she was able to learn a little about his life and see what the demigod was, she learned that in itself, he was not like the others. He was very kind, happy, innocent, where the latter made him very desecrated by the goddess of love, Aphrodite. Upon arriving home and meeting Inko, she was able to talk to her about the green-haired boy. Inko knew about her, so she was able to tell her everything she knew. Needless to say, she was surprised that she did not know about the abuse her nephew/son received, but that was because Izuku hid it from her. He did not want to worry her, but sometimes hiding the damage only makes one suffer. Zoe decided to stay and help him, so using the iris portal, she threw a drachma into a source of water and light, communicating with her lady, whom she informed of her situation, and the goddess decided to leave him as her tutor and teacher in fields that would help him defend himself. Off-screen, Izuku, nice and I would say nostalgic. Ida Zoe Nightshade? She's not the one who helped Heracles in his 11th labor. Hera, yes, I would say, annoyed upon hearing that name. Huntresses and Izuku, don't mention that bastard. Shoto, calm down friend, we are here for you. Percy, yeah, Heracles is a jerk, so calm down. Izuku, thank you. Stain, He is loved, I would say sarcastically. Talia, because of Heracles, Zoe was exiled from the Garden of the Hesperides, and the bastard betrayed and abandoned her despite this. Bakugo, damn, he would say furiously, remembering the scare she gave him. Izuku, Zoe is a great older sister. Artemis, I believe it, my boy, she would say with nostalgia when remembering the death of her lieutenant at the hands of Atlas. Aizawa, so trained by a hunter, he will say in his mind. Nizu, I'll have to be careful, the hunters enter Japan and no one notices, he thought seriously. Hawks, let's see what you learn, kid. On screen, Zoe's entrance into the little green-haired boy's life was a complete 360-degree turn. Zoe introduced herself as his new training teacher, wanting to help him progress and defend himself, even though she knew it would end badly for him, given that those who suffer bullying are the ones who are punished when they react. Still, she was more than happy to help him train and progress, given that he wasn't supposed to go to Camp Half-Blood in New York yet since he was still a child. Zoe started by helping him train his small body. He had to be agile. Being the son of the goddess of the hunt, he had to be dexterous and know how to move, so she didn't skimp on physical exercises, resorting to the use of CrossFit classes, since Artemis used to make them watch the Mama Fitness class, a hobby that the goddess Demeter had and was used to train new hunters. Although she had to adapt the exercises for a child's age, they were worth it, but it wasn't enough. During her time in the United States, Zoe took CrossFit classes, especially in beach areas, and noticed that many kids, mainly teenagers, were doing an activity called calisthenics. So, also using what she saw and researched about it, she introduced it to the green-haired boy as an exercise to improve his body. This was Zoe's routine for a year, complementing it with combat training. She taught him a couple of martial arts she knew very well, boxing and pancration, or mixed martial arts, all appropriate for his age and what he could do given his body, without forcing anything given the child's development. She added to this by modifying his diet, nothing out of the ordinary, except that she reduced or prohibited the intake of many sweets and junk food. It was after that year that she grew fond of the boy, who considered her his older sister. Also, when the green-haired boy was 6 years old, something happened, the awakening of his powers, something that in normal demigods only occurs when they reach adolescence. Normally, demigods have a connection to what their pious parents represent, but in a son of Artemis, a demigod of whom there are not even records, since until that moment, the goddess of the moon was classified as a virgin goddess, and although Athena has them by immaculate means, there was no data to know what powers he could develop. In Izuku's case, the first thing he developed was the ability to understand animals, mainly wild ones. He could understand them and they him, in addition to the fact that they obeyed the Prince of Hunting and Nature, given the 2 additional domains to Artemis, among many others. However, Zoe also noticed that the little green-haired boy was, naturally, stronger and faster than a normal mortal, or other nature spirits or demigods, something similar to them as hunters. Additionally, Zoe recommended to Inko that Izuku enroll in a dojo and learn some martial art, so choosing karate, he enrolled in a dojo, where he met his first true friend, his best friend in fact, since he had cut ties with Katsuki, seeing each other only because of Mitsuki, his mother, whom the green-haired man is very fond of. This child was Todoroki Shoto, son of the number 2 hero Endeavor. That day, the two began a friendship that became more like a brotherhood. They treated each other accordingly, regardless of their parents. They just got along as they were friends. The screen turns off. Bakugo was furious. If it weren't for that extra, as he told him, he could have continued bothering Deku. He wanted to jump so much that he did, and the green-haired boy just took him and knocked him down to the ground. Izuku, you're still an idiot. Katsuki, you're worthless since you're just a mass of ego and pride. Aizawa, not bad, he thought. Chiron, normally you would train your 12 at camp, but she did well. No one should suffer what you suffered, Izuku. Izuku, thanks Chiron. Kirishima, that's some manly training, Mito bro. Izuku, he thanks Kiri bro, he would say, returning the righteous. Tetsu, how manly, he would say with comical tears. Nizu, interesting, he would say, thinking, what other abilities do you have? Boy, he commented under his breath, licking his lips. If he managed to control the demigods, to hell with the system. Koda, you talk to animals, he would sign. Izuku, Yeah, maybe you do it. He would answer with signs. Koda, yes, I would agree. Izuku, shall we talk later? He would answer, receiving a nod. Shoto, my best friend. Izuku, that's right, but more than a friend, you're my brother. They both smiled at seeing each other as children. Endeavor. Maybe that will favor me and I can hunt for Yumi, he would say in a low voice. USA. The Olympus room was talking about what had happened. Many of those present could not let their moment of discomfort with what they had seen pass, especially the demigods. Because of the unfair treatment of one of their own, they did not realize it. It was too much. Bakugo, for his part, was furious while being held back by Nico's shadows and Shoto's eyes, since he wanted to launch himself at the green-haired boy for humiliating him. He was just a Deku at his feet, a stone in his way to being number one. On the other hand, Almight and Niza were at odds. Both wanted to make changes and they opposed each other, since Niza was considering the idea of carrying out a genocide to avoid problems with the existence of the demigods. They knew they couldn't handle the gods, but the demigods? It was something else. Fatgum, Ryukyu, the Hussycats, Edgeshot, Aizawa, Midnight, Present Mike, Mirko, Crust, Ingenium, were on All Might's side, while a group like Endeavor, Hawks, Yoromusha, and Niza himself were on the other side against All Might, while an even larger group was neutral towards it. Before the fights broke out, the screen began to flash and play audio and images. Screen, off screen. Apollo. I don't know what that video was, but the music isn't bad, he would say calmly. Izuku, you would always say that. Man, he would say with a poker face. Apollo, oh come on Sobri, admit that was great. Artemis. Apollo, I would say seriously, don't teach my son bad tastes. Hermes, what a nice relationship you have, brother. Momo, your family is a bit strange, I would say nervously. Izuku, weird, incestuous, vengeful, scandalous, but family nonetheless, I would say happily. Athena, we are unique among pantheons, she would say somewhat proudly. Ibera, are there more gods? Dionisio, yes, but someone whose name I will not mention made us the least loved pantheon. Zeus, I wonder who it is, he would say shamelessly. Hera, you damn unfaithful, you wanted to sleep with Amaterasu, Parvati, Freya, Hater, Quetzalcoatl. Do you want me to continue? Zeus, no, I've already made that clear, he would say, shrinking in his seat. Mount Lady, I think we should keep looking, she would say somewhat nervously. On screen. For 2 years attending a karate dojo, which was named Miyagi-Do, an extension of the school of the same name, founded in the pre-Quirk era by Daniel LaRusso, a disciple of Narioshi Miyagi, and extended in many parts of the world, Izuku understood a lot about self-defense, in addition to meeting his best friend Shoto Todoroki, where there in the dojo, he could be without being pressured by his father, Endeavor, a bastard who wants his son to surpass All Might. Both at first exchanged a few words, but as time passed they became friends, but real friends. Shoto did not care that Izuku was quirkless. His mother, Rei Todoroki, instilled in him many values, which his father thought were garbage, but he kept them. Likewise, the training paid off, and made him one of the best fighters in the dojo, gaining some respect in Uraraka, but the discrimination for being quirkless remained intact. At that time, Zoe began his instruction in what she considered sacred for a hunter, and no less a son of her lady, archery, something that along with hunting were the alma mater of the green-haired boy's mother. Zoe thought the boy should learn to use a bow, but the green-haired boy, along with the bicolor, since Zoe had to accept that the bicolor was with them, she couldn't separate two friends, even if he had his disagreement with the male gender in general. The green-haired boy, simply after taking the bow and testing it, began to shoot arrows as if it were something natural for him. Without wasting time and with quite a bit of pride, the hunter decided to show him how to use hunting knives. But again the green-haired boy, upon taking the weapons, moved them as if they were an extension of himself. So without further ado, Zoe decided to give him the gift that Artemis sent for him. Zoe Izuku. Izuku, tell me Nei-san. Zoe, your mother told me to give you this gift. She said to give you your gift when you can defend yourself, she would say, seeing how the 8-year-old boy tilted his head in confusion, since he knew that Inko was not his mother. But still, she raised him being his aunt, so she would not change her vision of telling him that. Izuku, what is it? Zoe, this she would say to take out an ivory-colored bow with various carvings of daughters and forest animals on it. Izuku, Suk, Zoe, you're very good, so you have to train to use it, even if you're good. Izuku, Yes, Nei-san. Zoe. Also, these are a gift too, she would say, taking out another box with 2 pairs of long daggers, similar to hunting knives, with a silver-colored blade and a deer antler handle. Izuku, I like it. I would say to hug, thanks for giving them to me, Nei-san. Off-screen. Shoto, my best friend. Izuku, that's right, friend. Nico. At least we're a group, he would say happily. Shoto, to annoy Percy. Nico, yes. Izuku, hee hee hee. Percy, I love all 3 of them. They're like my little brothers, he would say smiling. Stain, false hero, he muttered under his breath upon learning what Endeavor was doing. Many heroes didn't care, especially Nizu. It was a necessary evil so that the weak wouldn't dream absurd things and so that those born with power would understand their duty to society. Jason, what hypocrites, he would say, seeing the green-haired man's minimal respect. Annabeth, without a doubt. Leo, that sounds very ugly. Seeing the green-haired boy's skills, using the bow and hunting knives so naturally, made Stain show interest, while Aizawa analyzed that potential, while Nizu thought about using it as the commission did with Kana Tsutsumi, and would have it one way or another. The weapons that Artemis gave to her son, on the other hand, were somewhat more striking. Stain, wow, beautiful leaves. Ida, but isn't it dangerous? I mean, they're weapons, and you can hurt yourself or someone else with them, he would say with his robot-like gestures. Momo, I have to agree with Ida-san. Kendo, me too. Lee, that's the least of it. Michael, we have all received weapons from our godly parents. Clarice, yes, that's true. Drew, even though we are not hairdressers, since we are children of the goddess of love. Paolo, it's true. The future hero aspirants didn't know what to say because their lives were different, but that didn't mean they liked it. On screen, after receiving those gifts, 6 months would pass, where Izuku became interested in learning judo, which led him to enter a dojo of said martial art, at the same time that Zoe returned to America. Also in front of Shoto, Izuku discovered that he could transform into a pair of animals, the first being a fawn, one of the animals being sacred to his mother. This was a discovery, although thanks to Shoto, who was formulating theories about who his best friend's father was so that his Quirk could be that, he was able to understand several things, although he preferred to hide that power from the rest. Only those closest to him knew about it. Also during these years, her mother began dating a scrawny, blonde man. She liked him, although the beginning was somewhat stormy, given that Izuku unknowingly stole her wallet and hid it as a prank. The man was the #1 hero, Almight, or his civilian form, Tashinori Yagi. But all joy and happiness must be paused, since due to problems with Uraraka, Izuku ended up involved in a fight against Bakugo where the green-haired boy knocked out a tooth, being punished him and not his aggressor. That is why Inko received help from Artemis, an exchange of the green-haired boy with the Meriwether School and Preparatory, located in New York, in the middle of Manhattan Island. For Inko and Shoto it was somewhat difficult, although Tashinori, being a voice of reason and annoyed with Uraraka, decided to convince Inko that Izuku would be better off there, so with some arrangements with Kathleen Bate, the #1 heroine in the United States, Star and Stripe, former student of All Might and a figure of affection for the green-haired boy, he had to leave Japan, promising his best friend that he would return to go to UA and both be heroes. Off-screen, seeing the green-haired boy's new powers and seeing the fawn. The women, kawaii. Mina, it's cute. Tsuyu, it's very sweet. Karo. Artemis, did you do it in front of Shoto? Izuku, it was unintentional and new so I didn't know who to turn to. Dabi, you had it well kept, dwarf. Talia, let's see your current form? Izuku, no way, he would say to become a bigger deer and surprisingly giving off lightning. Kirishima, bro, you look very manly. Connor, oh, can we ride it? Izuku, don't you dare, he would say showing his antlers. Travis, he don't worry, sobriety. Chris Rodriguez, I'll keep them at bay. Aizawa, it's a good gold mine, he thought, denoting the great potential of the green-haired man. Artemis, not bad, son. Izuku, thanks, mom. Izuku would return to his human form, while many frowned at the unfairness that was Uraraka. Izuku, hey Percy, that's the school where we met. Percy, that's how it appears, he would say, ruffling her hair. Sir, they shouldn't reveal it. Bakugo, damn bastard, he would say, touching his jaw. Ryukyu, do you know Star and Stripe? Izuku, yes, it's where I stay if I go to the United States, and the one who knows about camp and takes me there every summer. On screen. 1 week later, Meriwether High School is characterized by its progressive nature. Students sit on beanbag chairs instead of standard desks, teachers don't write notes, and they dress casually in jeans and t-shirts. In keeping with the school style, the way classes are taught and tests are administered is also very innovative, so much so that teachers evaluate students through their own experimentation. Izuku, since arriving a week ago and acclimating to the time change after living with Kathleen, was nervous about entering the academy. Although he wasn't wearing a uniform, his natural green hair was striking. His guide was a very handsome boy. His hair was jet black and his eyes were green like the sea, with a gray streak given something the green-haired boy didn't know. Izuku didn't know who he was, but time had something in store for him, given that before long, Percy Jackson, son of Poseidon, would become the figure he admired most and the closest thing he'd ever had to an older brother. Percy was the first to interact with him, guiding him around the school, showing him around, and inviting him to sit with him, since he was his only contact and the only person he managed to connect with at that school. And that was just the beginning. The screen turns off. Ida, that's wrong, he would say, waving his arms. Schools should teach righteousness and discipline. Annabeth, we're not like the Asian Four Eyes schools, we're Westerners. Izuku, I just hope UA is similar. Aizawa, not a bad method, he thought seeing the model of that school. Izuku, and that's how he knew Percy and I. Percy, are you going to stop calling me that? Izuku, nope. Percy just laughed a little. It was true, Izuku was like his little brother, since Tyson doesn't usually go with him much. Mount Lady, the sea boy is Hexy. Pixie Bob, I ask for it. Mandalay, good and not bad, I would say without thinking. Coda, can I go to that school? He would ask, making the face of a scolded baby seal. Mandalay, no, besides, you won't fall for that Coda face, you've used it so much that it doesn't work. Sally/Inko, same for you. Izuku/Percy. The above mentioned demons, new confinement. Artemis was somewhat smiling at seeing her son being scolded for having the same fetish as his uncle's son. The baby seal face was something those two used, and a deadly weapon. Since they used it for quite a few things, there were few who didn't fall for it. Annabeth, she knew them and wouldn't give in. Chiron, it's been done to her so much in her life that she's immune. Herself, well, what mother would fall for her children's tricks? Inko. Same case. Almight, she knows him well enough not to fall for it. Percy wouldn't fall for something he taught. Shoto knows his best friend more than his father, and he only makes that face when they want to do something stupid but fun. Aizawa, I would like to sleep, he would say, seeing the interactions. Sir, I'm surprised you don't fall for it. Almight, I know him well enough not to be affected. David, that's true, although Melissa only does it when she wants a book on a subject that interests her. Naomesa, did you fall for that? He would say, surprised. Almight, since when are you here? Naomesa, I arrived after finishing my paperwork at the office, and Mr. Hades explained everything to me. Hades, it's the least of it. I can't let anyone who suffers a curse worse than death not understand. Sir, why do you say that? Hades, paperwork, he would say darkly. Every guy who comes in, every guy who goes out, everything generates paperwork for me. Present Mike, well, we heroes must fill up every now and then. Ida, excuse me, but what will we see? The four-eyed man would ask. Bakugo, I don't care, he would say, growling like the Tasmanian devil. Talia, seriously, can't we kill him? She would say bluntly, he's the least liked person in the camp. Ares' cabin, death, 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 I would say, with spears, swords, and some tridents. Izuku, no. Ares' cabin, all would, they would say, saving everything, party pooper. Before anyone could say anything, the screen would light up. On screen, the days at Meriwether were relatively peaceful, and truth be told, a great place, given that Asians are generally more methodical, or very disciplined, while by Western standards, that method wasn't necessary. Izuku adapted very well, although many tended to laugh at what he called Percy, especially at lunchtime. Others were envious, as everyone saw that Star and Stripe were the one bringing and taking it. Kathleen Bate, Star and Stripe, is the #1 heroine of the United States, a country where cases of quirks are relatively moderate, with almost racial segregation not occurring to those who do not possess them. She is like Izuku's older sister given their relationship, and who also knows about the situation of a group of children and adolescents in her country, given that she is a clairvoyant mortal, which allows her to see through the fog and is one of those who has helped demigods the most, in case the authorities, thanks to the fog, see something else. With Percy, well, their relationship was quite close, given that the time that Izuku had to get used to the new school, he was as his peer tutor, which led to Izuku calling him senpai, something very Japanese towards the upper classes, which confused Percy a little, but he let it go, until little by little the son of the sea noticed that numerous monsters were approaching the school. Of course he killed them without leaving room. But he wondered why. It was the arrival of Grover Undergood, a satyr who was assigned to protect Percy, who revealed something that surprised him. Izuku was a demigod, although Grover, every time he was around, he noticed that the boy gave off an aura of a nature similar to Artemis, which used to make him nervous, since she couldn't have children, or could she? Izuku could smell Grover and always said he smelled like a goat, and although he didn't know he was a satyr, it didn't bother him to know he had goat legs and horns since he related it to a quirk. Off-screen, my netta, it's not fair, he would say, crying while tied to a kind of cross. Silena, the prisoner does not speak. Mirko, why do you have it like that? Drew, he wanted to attack some nymphs with his lust. Ryukyu, seriously, he's going to get into Yue? Uwabami, that would be weird, a pervert being a hero. Stain, what punishment did he receive? Aphrodite, he will never be aroused again by seeing the female image, I would say, to the terror of men, with the exception of Ahoyama. Kaminari, God, I don't know if you're real, but it's too much to ask for me to take away my perverted nature. He thought to ask for something, he really didn't want to be gay. Niza frowned. He had the support of a heroine of global standing, so his plans could fall apart. But he had to abandon his thoughts when the aforementioned woman appeared in the room, positioning herself behind Izuku. Percy, how could I forget? You drove me crazy calling me senpai. Jason, like me, only you get used to it. Mina, good. Hagakure, they are her senpais in that way. Annabeth, it's true, I don't know the Japanese honorifics, but I think they use san, sama, chan, senpai a lot. Tamaki, that's true. Nijire, what do you use? Would you use ours? Where do you train? Mirio, sorry, I would say to use a sack and put Nijire in there. Athena, she is somewhat enthusiastic. Apollo, meh, she's like all the daughters of Eris. Paulo, I'm not like that, am I? Upon hearing the increase in monsters, the campers knew that Izuku emanated a strong smell, since there was never a son of the goddess of the hunt, so they suspected that his smell was stronger than a son of the big three. Star, so you didn't tell me? Izuku, if you don't turn around, it won't hit you. If you don't turn around, it won't hit you, he would say nervously. Star just gave him a sape. Star, don't hide things from me, she would say to rub his bump. Annabeth, really, Gro? Travis, hey G-man, don't get nervous. Grover, they don't help, do they? Izuku, Grover senpai, calm down. My mom won't do anything to you, I think. Artemis, you did your job, satyr, that's all I'll say, he would say calmly. Grover would simply faint with a smile. It was the most heartfelt thank you she would ever give him. Kurishima, it's something unique. Shoto, yes, although how do you smell? Izuku, my sense of smell. My ears are more prepared for hunting, so. Aizawa, tracking and combat, it's a gold mine, he thought, wanting the green-haired boy in his class. On screen. At the same time that this was happening at school, the green-haired boy used to go to Central Park to exercise a little. It wasn't unusual for them to say something to him. After all, he didn't go out so late, and he asked Star for permission, so with a couple of exercises that he asked her for, he went out to train, running into Grover and Percy, who pretended to do the same. They knew little about Japan and Quirks, but they joined in the green-haired boy's exercises or helped him. For being almost 10 years old, Izuku always stood out in physical condition among those his age. After all, 2 years in the United States helped him a lot, in addition to returning to Japan, only on vacation, where he spent time with his family. Of course, doing a couple of things that, given his ADHD, he used to go to Naomasa Tsukachi's office, since leaving him at home alone was not possible, which led him to learn the fighting styles of the police. It was not much, but he never said no to a hand-to-hand fighting style. In addition to being very good at parkour, since he took up the hobby in America, so he decided to practice it, always in the police department, as long as Naomasa watched him or put his assistant, since Inko warned them of what a bored demigod was capable of. Naomasa at first didn't believe what the green-haired man was. But when Inko and Almight talked, since he knew when someone was lying and when they weren't, he listened and kept an eye on him. Off-screen, Hagakure, not bad for a 10-year-old. Kendo, if you're right. Setsuna, without a doubt. Star, he's a great guy. And how are you doing? Izuku, well, Chiron said it was a good routine, so he left it for me. Chiron, it's a great routine, Miss Star, so I apply it to all my campers. Star, I'm glad to know that. Naomasa, what you make me suffer if I take care of you. Izuku, I'm not that restless. Everyone who knows him, yes you are. Izuku, good. Aizawa, do you know how to fight like that? Izuku, yes, it's easy and it didn't cost me much to learn it. Naomasa, he's a sponge with what he wants. If he doesn't care about something, then forget about him learning it. Izuku, I'll study at UA. It's obvious that I'm going to eat whatever I don't like in the classrooms anyway. Naomasa, do I have to remind you that you ran away from me? Izuku, but no one got hurt. Naomasa, you made my officers look ridiculous, he would say, complaining. Izuku, it's not my fault that they can't catch me, he would say apologetically. Uraraka, how did you do it? At that the screen plays a video. Star, it was the same with a couple of heroes from my agency, he would say, palming his face, although he didn't do it with bad intentions. He only did it when we left him inside something. Izuku, I am the son of the goddess of hunting, forests, and wild animals. I am not someone who stays inside locked up and bored. Athena, she's like a mother whenever there are meetings on Olympus, she would say mockingly. Artemis only had the decency to look away in embarrassment. Present Mike, I'm worried about what would happen if he goes to UA. Nizu, by chance boy, where? Izuku, and I'll take the common exam, so I won't accept a recommendation. Nizu, well, he would say, unconvinced, and thought, well, it will serve to control it. On screen, Central Park, 7 p.m. The trees in Central Park bristled in the wind as a set of heavy footsteps echoed along the grassy paths, the footprints leaving small indentations as giants walked the earth. The heroine's day-off picnic joy, along with Percy Jackson, Izuku, and Grover, was ruined by a roar. Use the roar. Izuku, and that F was a villain, he would say without believing that and getting nervous. Star, Percy, Grover, take him to camp now. Percy would take Izuku, and they started running while Izuku was bewildered. Izuku, what's wrong? Grover, we have to go. You're in danger. Izuku, but why? Percy, remember the stories about how the gods used to come down and have some fun with mortals? Izuku, yes, but what does it have to do with it? Percy, these children are a food source for beings we generically call monsters. You and I are children of a god. Grover, therefore. Izuku, but why? Where is Kathleen Nay? Grover, they're not looking for her. They're looking for us, he would say, running. She knows what you are and she lets us go to protect you. Percy, is the van close? Grover, fortunately, yes. Izuku, but what are we running from? At that moment, numerous enormous figures, about 3 meters tall, corpulent, with muscular arms, hairy, and covered in terrifying tattoos. They had pointy teeth and were completely yellow. They were wearing white t-shirts, gray jeans, barefoot, and wearing iron chains. They were Lestragonian giants. Grover, run! I'll keep them busy, he would say, taking out a dagger. I'll see them at camp. Percy, taking advantage of the fact that he was stronger than the green-haired boy, carried him on his back as if he were a horse and took him to the truck, which started without problems and left, while the green-haired boy, given the situation, was in a state of shock. Off-screen, seeing what was happening, Star, Izuku, Percy and Grover remembered that day. It was a nice afternoon in the countryside. Too bad about the damn demigod eaters. Inko, thank goodness they escaped. Almight, what ugly bugs. Mirko, I would kick them and break their bones, but Stain, I would even say that they intimidate me. Shoto, so that's your life. Izuku, believe me, the first time you see them you'll be like that. After all, like Kathleen Nay, you are a clairvoyant mortal. Rachel, wait, you can see through the fog, she would say, sticking to the biocolor. Shoto, he would say, blushing, yes. Natsuo, you see it, he would say, looking at Tuya. Dabi, yes. Both. The baby will have a girlfriend, they would say, making Shoto turn red. Ray, you two shut up, she would say seriously and lifting a teapot. Dabi, I'll shut up. Natsuo, your wishes are my orders, mother. For Yumi, you didn't traumatize them when you threw that at them. When Shoto showed up with his hair dyed black. Ray, no, I don't want rebellious children in my home. Artemis, So, less Dragonian giants damn father's laws. Zeus, what things know. Dionisio, oh, so it's that day, he would say, reading his wine catalogue. On screen, they crossed the route as night fell as they traveled along the dark country roads, heading toward Long Island. Izuku, Percy and I, where are we going? Percy, to a safe place, the almost 17-year-old teenager would say, while driving. The problem was that numerous hellhounds, known as Telchines, didn't consume demigods. They murdered them with the weapons they'd created for the Titans, in revenge for the rise of the Olympians. Numerous skeleton warriors with scythe insignia blocked their path, but Percy, given his experience on near-suicide missions, managed to get past them. Percy, that was close. Izuku, yes, but what were those things? Percy, I promise you everything will be okay, okay? I would say to reassure him, when this is all over I will tell you everything I know and can tell you, and I will help train you so you can defend yourself. Izuku, okay, he would say, calming down a little, but something would fall. Careful. Percy, shit, he would say while flitting, is it my imagination or did a cow fall from the sky? Izuku, no, I saw it too. At that, other cows would fall, forcing Percy to maneuver more difficultly. At the same time, they spotted a sign with the inscription, "Pick your own strawberries." Percy, we're almost there. Izuku, where to? Percy, safe place. Izuku, what is that? He would say, seeing a tall figure. Percy would break quickly, given that a grotesque figure, with the head of a bull and the body of a man, who only growled, is over 2 meters tall and very corpulent, endowed with superhuman strength and very sharp horns. His muscles are stuffed into a skin crisscrossed with swollen veins and a tangled head of hair that starts from the navel and thickens until reaching the neck. Izuku, he would say to talk, but Percy covered his mouth. Percy, names give power. Izuku, don't say it. Izuku, yeah, he would say, nodding. Percy, and yes, you're right, that's it. Indeed, the monster that stood before them was a minotaur, the son of Pasiphae who inhabited the labyrinth. The subject growled and mooed loudly, but the son of the sea would take a new path, going deeper into the forest, being pursued. Izuku, where are we going? Percy, do you see that giant tree at the top of the hill? He would say, earning a nod from the green-haired man. When I break, head straight for it, and don't stop. Go over that hill, and you'll see a large farm in the valley. Run and don't look back. Yell for help. Izuku, but, Percy, he won't be able to chase both of them, and since it's you have no experience in fighting, I'll survive and you'll have your explanations, okay? Izuku, yes. Percy would slow down, and Izuku would start running through the forest to where the request was, while Percy faced the monsters and skeletons that approached them with a sword that he took from his pen. Izuku, looking back a little, shedding a few tears for who earned to be his older brother figure, arrived at some doors, some Greek-style posts and written in Greek, "Camp Half-Blood," which surprised the green-haired boy because he could read it as if it were normal. Off-screen, everyone was attentive and worried, while the gods glared at that insignia, given that in those days they were at war against the Titan's army, and at that time, Artemis had recently been freed, but at the cost of her most loyal lieutenant. Shinzo, shit. Kirishima, run. Ida, they must flee. Uraraka, how scary. Tsuyu, I'm scared. Mineta, we're going to die. Monoma, damn, that guy should run away, not play the hero, he would say, looking at Percy. Stain, it's a good move, but very suicidal. Demigods, how much is he like that? All demigods, too suicidal. Percy, I'm flattered, he would say, smiling. Clarice, and you made the broccoli hair just as suicidal as you. Inko, thank goodness. Naomasa, you didn't tell us anything. Izuku, I didn't want to worry, but Inko Ka-san does know. Almight, and me too, and believe me, Star told me before I got worried. Star, I called after they attacked. Izuku, I see. Vlad, Camp Half-Blood. Nizu, so there was a camp. Chiron, too, but it will surely be seen on screen. Just as Percy told him, Izuku yelled for help, which alerted several teenagers inside, with the gray-eyed blonde being the first to come out. Girl, are you okay? Izuku, yes, but Percy and I doesn't. Some monsters attacked us and he told me to come. Girl 2, Annabeth, what do we do? Annabeth, Clarice, go with your brothers and help the algae case. Clarice, right away. Several demigods, including most of the children of Ares, came out to reinforce Percy, who was fighting with a considerable advantage given that he was slaughtering only those monsters. But as soon as the demigods entered the fray, the monsters were reduced to gold dust, except for one. Percy, where is it? The Minotaur was showing no signs of presence, but a green-haired man, out of curiosity, came out of the place, alerting a blonde-haired woman and the son of the sea who saw him, but were about to arrive too late. Percy, Izuku! Izuku just looked at Percy when he heard the roar. He expected the monster to attack him, but given its size, it made his body react on its own. His ADHD was what kept him alive and safe. He passed under the monster's legs. The Minotaur turned, but it was too late. Its horns stuck in a tree, and when it managed to get free, it broke from the force. To his surprise, Izuku felt something begin to glow, some pens that when he took them, revealed themselves to be his hunting knives, since by pressing the button on the tip they activated, revealing a blue glow in tune with the moon. Izuku didn't know what to do, but as if someone was guiding him, when the Minotaur approached, he buried his knife in its body, doing great damage while the monster crashed into a tree, losing its other horn. Izuku, I would say in shock. Percy, Izuku? He would say, approaching. Are you okay? Izuku, Percy and I, he would say, fainting in his arms. The screen turns off. Clarice, HA. Ares always in battle. Ares, those are my children. Mirko, can I go there? Killing monsters sounds great. Denicio, oh no, I don't want crazy and conflictive rabbits in my camp. Nizu watched as simple teenagers threw themselves into battle against monsters. The aspirants vomited when they saw them kill those guys. They were warned that it was to survive and not to be eaten, but the reality of not having that custom was different. Inko, seeing that the largest monster attacked Izuku, fainted, but Mirio would take her before she fell. Percy, you almost gave me a heart attack that day. Izuku, sorry? Seeing that the blades of the hunting knives shone with the moon, they were surprised, and even more so when they saw that the green-haired man instinctively moved and buried them in the monster. They were relieved. Artemis, not bad, son. Izuku, thanks, Mom. Shoto, 2 horns? Izuku, yeah. Shoto, damn, I want one. Kirishima and Tetsu, that was manly. Aizawa, not bad, he would say in his tone. And if I think about it, he already comes prepared for being there. He thought, analyzing everything. He knew immediately that that place was not for camping. There was something behind it. Sir, I didn't know about that life. Almight, thank goodness Japan only has a little. Ryukyu, that would be a disaster. Midnight, at least it turned out well. Poseidon, not bad, son, he would say proudly. Percy, thanks Pa. Apollo, a haiku comes to mind for that. Olympus, and Oo, making the sun god depressed, and Artemis give him a snitch. Mitsuki, that goddess fills me with pride, she would say, raising a thumb. Camp Half-Blood. Apollo, why, he would say, all bandaged. Artemis, for being an idiot. Hermes, sorry bro, but your haikus are terrible. Hephaestus, well, he would say, putting a muzzle on Apollo, this hurts us more than it hurts you. Apollo looked at him with a serious face. Ares, yes, he would say, being attended by Aphrodite, because while they kept quiet about Apollo, she buried arrows in his rear. It hurts us more than it hurts you. Kyoka, well, I would say very uncomfortable. Stain, they look like children, he whispered seriously. Ibera, yes. Kirishima, what will we see now? He would ask randomly. Tetsu, let's see something manly. They both looked at each other and greeted each other. Bro. Hera, well, what's next? Demeter, I hope it's one of those raps. Hades, I don't think he's cereal brain anymore. Demeter, shut up, daughter thief. Persephone, Mom, please. Momo, why do they talk as if something bad happened? Annabeth, well, in the past they almost went to war. Poseidon, we were all preparing for a war between the dead and the cereals, I would say seriously, because of how ridiculous it sounded. Almight, cereal? He would ask incredulously, like the other heroes. Demeter would nod seriously, although she looked a little angrily at the symbol of the Ibera cross. If the biblical god did not intervene this time, while calling for peace like the other pantheons, which in those days were beginning to have a somewhat negative image of the Greeks. Kaminari, and like you were going to give the oats little swords? Demeter, bows were not for oats, we used the sword. Kamui Woods, really? He would say with a poker face, not knowing what to say. Katie, they underestimate the gods' control over their domains, so if she gave them life, they would be interesting creatures. Miranda, That's right, sister. Besides, at that time you didn't have children to help you fight. Demeter, that's right, my girls. Before the strange conversation continued, the screen lit up. On screen, a green-haired man could be seen sleeping in what appeared to be a large blue and light blue house that serves as the main administrative building. It's a multi-purpose cabin within the larger Camp Half-Blood, as it's not only the main building but also the camp's infirmary, along with a couple of additional mysteries. The events of the previous night began to return to his memory. Percy, falling behind some sort of army of monsters or villains, he couldn't identify them, entered a sort of camp asking for help. The help he asked for without thinking, with spears, swords, bows, and arrows, rushed into the fight without hesitation, while he defeated a man. It felt very strange. The light from an open window shone brightly into Izuku's face, causing his eyes to blink before they groggily and slowly opened. Izuku, damn son, I wish an arrow would fit up your ass, he would say, covering himself and noticing some bandages on his head. Before he could continue complaining, a hand stopped him, while a blonde boy stopped his action. Rubio, hey, calm down, you're having a strong emotional shock, so I advise you to stay in bed. Izuku, who are you? Rubio, I'm Will Solace, I'm your caregiver while you were unconscious. Izuku, I see, he would say, smiling, I am Izuku Midoriya, a pleasure. Will, so you're Japanese, he would say, seeing the green-haired man's curls. I've never seen natural green hair. Izuku, I've been called moss hair, broccoli hair, mutant vegetable, and broccolito. I hate the last nickname. Will, I see, he would say between laughs. At that the sound of hooves filled the room, as a man with a hoarse-ass Quirk approached the green-haired man, which surprised him. Man, I'm glad you're okay and arrived safely, he would say with kindness and relief. Izuku, well, I appreciate the concern. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Man, my name is Chiron. Izuku, eh? That's not the name of Chiron, the centaur trainer of heroes, because he himself. Izuku, but it's a myth, or so it's supposed to be. Chiron just sighed. How close was he to Percy to have a similar reaction? Chiron, okay. Come with me, he would say, seeing that Will was finishing checking everything. We should go to one side and we should turn around. Off screen. Recovery girl. It's a good and spacious place. They give me little space and they have strong training sessions. Nizu, there is no budget. Apollo and Hermes. Lie detected. Hephaestus, your muzzle? Apollo, I am the god of the sun and light. You can't contain me. It's like Uncle P is being contained. Poseidon, that's right. Nephew, he would say, high-fiving. Nizu, it's a good duet. Almight, Izuku would say, listening to the swear words. Apollo, HA, you wish. Nephew, he would say mockingly. Artemis, ha 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 ha, I did it, son. Izuku, that sounds fun, I'd say, annoyed if I wasn't. Phoebe, don't worry. When he tries to seduce a hunter, you'll test your aim. Izuku just gave an angelic smile, while in the back there was a demon. Hermes, not bad, grandson. Zeus, well, he reacted like everyone else. Denicio, we can continue. I'm running out of catalog. Seeing Will, several girls squealed. He was really cute. Pixie Bob, I asked for it, he would say, to try to throw himself. Will, I'm sorry, but I'm gay. Many girls were disappointed as Nico hugged him and stuck his tongue out at them. He was her boyfriend. Mina, son of Apollo with Percy, son of Hades. Hagakure, opposites attract, that's the power of love. Aphrodite, phew, I like them. Travis, oh what memories. Connor, we only called him that once. Read why they say it. Izuku, I was once called broccoli. Uraraka, what did you do to them? Travis, he put an arrow in our ass, screaming 1,000 years of death. Connor, yes, that made him look like an otaku. Although being the first Japanese demigod, it was something that was coming. Paulo, I'm Brazilian and I don't dance samba all the time. Talia, wow. Jason, I can't find fault with that logic. Seeing Chiron, the future hero aspirants wanted to say something, because if someone like that was still training heroes and without retiring, it would be great, except for a certain Muslim who thought he deserved all of that, and not that stupid Deku. Percy, of course, it's not like it's a carbon copy of me. Annabeth, algae events, if it weren't for his godly mother and the skills he acquired, Izuku would be a son of Poseidon, because he is identical to you in being suicidal, loyal, friendly, hasty, and you both tend to take the blame for many things. Talia, accept it. Barnacle hair is your little brother in everything except blood. Percy, yes, you're right. Wise girl and pine face. On screen, as the two stepped outside, Izuku looked around, feeling a little puzzled. His mouth dropped slightly as he scanned the area. From what he saw, the landscape was dotted with buildings that resembled ancient Greek architecture. There was an open-air pavilion, a large amphitheater, and a circular arena with many training dummies scattered about, with a few children and teenagers attacking them with swords. White marble columns glistened in the sun. In a nearby sandpit, a dozen tall schoolchildren and satyrs played volleyball. Canoes glided across a small lake. Children wearing bright orange t-shirts like Grovers chased each other around a cluster of cabins nestled in the woods. Some shot targets at an archery range. Others rode horses along a wooded trail, while still others flew on winged horses. Izuku, it's an amazing place, I would say, fascinated. Chiron nodded and accepted the answer for now before heading to a large building larger than the rest that had an open porch and a small table, while a board of some kind waited for a second player. Chiron would walk past Izuku as he stood in front of him, while a fat-looking man wearing a purple leopard Hawaiian shirt had a Coke in his hand. He had messy black hair and was a little chubby and had a bearded look. Added to this was a surprising grape musk smell, and Izuku didn't know why he felt that aroma, although it was intoxicating and pleasant. Chiron, Izuku would say, taking a seat at the game table, I would like to introduce you to the camp director, Mr. D. Mr. D, well, welcome to camp, I guess he would say with no small amount of care in his voice. Izuku, it's a pleasure, Mr. D, he would say, bowing in Japanese greeting. Mr. D, we don't do that here, he would say with a smile. At least compared to the others, he was more respectful. Off-screen, the heroes, aspirants and family members were amazed to see Camp Half-Blood from the inside. It was a unique experience. For his part, Aizawa was analyzing everything. It really was a great place to train. Almight, it's different than seeing it through the iris portal. Neo Mesa, you're right. Sir, you too saw it. Almight, yes, certain events. Star, in addition to that we have sent support to Izuku's team. Connor, how to forget it. Travis, T-shirts with All Might's logo and face saying, thank you for your effort. Or Plus Ultra. Inko, how do you know that? She would say smiling. Connor, they arrived at Hermes' cabin, and we used them, I would say, with fear. Travis, sister, we must not resort to violence. Inko, despite the smile on her face, conveyed a great aura of death while holding a sandal in her hand. Mirio, that's theft. Chris, we are children of the god of thieves and Izuku is his grandson. Stain, why do you say that? Izuku, wow, what an incredible sword, he would say with one of Stain's swords. Stain, when? He would say surprised. Hawks stole from Stain? That's funny, he'd say with his shit-eating grin. Izuku, here, I'll give it back to you. Stain just took her by surprise. He was good, very good at stealing from her. Aizawa, theft. He is a good candidate for infiltration in case of espionage on the heroes. Added to that ability, he could do probing. He thought it was necessary for the green-haired man to be on the side of the heroes without hesitation. Seeing Mr. D, many girls got angry because he was very unpresentable. Izuku, Lord D, he would say happily, was one of the gods that he liked the most, of course without counting his mother and grandfather. Dionysus, along with my children, the demigod I like the most, he would say smiling, and although he didn't dislike Percy, he would never admit that he was one of his best demigods. Mineta, wasn't that a reference? He would say, seeing that we don't do that here. Monoma, it seems so. On screen. Izuku, well, I want to summarize something. Until now I'm in a camp that is God knows where. Yesterday afternoon and evening, I discovered that monsters exist and that I don't know where my friend is. Or well, older brother. And we were attacked by those guys, where my friend stayed behind so I can ask for help here. Is that correct? Those present nodded, while Mr. D tried to burp, but nothing came out. Izuku, okay, just give it to me straight. Don't give me any watered-down versions. I live in a part of a country where there are superpowers. Just tell me what I need to know. I can take it, he'd say bluntly. Chiron, very well. To begin with, Izuku, you are no ordinary person. You have come to believe that you are immortal, just a normal person like everyone else. However, that is false and far from the truth. You are what is known as a half-breed, or, how can you put it now, of the Latin class, like a demigod. The Greek gods of old stories and what are believed to be myths are very real and still exist to this day. Over the years they moved from country to country, continent to continent until they finally ended up in America. Every now and then they come down to Earth and hang out with mortals. This camp is a place where many demigods like yourself come to train, meet other demigods, and form close friendships. Every now and then, a mission is even issued, though one hasn't been issued for some time. For many, Camp Half-Blood is a place many have come to call home because they can't live in the mortal worlds because of its smell that attracts monsters like the one they encountered last night, or they simply have no one to return to. Izuku sat looking at both of them thoughtfully. Surely if they had told him in Japan, he would have run to tell his then best friend, Katsuki Bakugo, and rub it in his face, since he was always flattered for his quirk, Explosion, while he, a demigod, was more interesting than a stupid quirk. Fortunately, now that he had matured, he simply nodded and kept his surprise and shock aside. Izuku, whoa. That's a lot to take in, Chiron. I know this is a big change and it will be a little strange at first, but you'll get used to it and adapt. Many here were like you, and over time they settled in and got used to it. I'm sure you will too, Izuku. So, basically you're saying that the ancient Greek gods of antiquity actually exist and live here in America and I'm the son of one of them? I would say understanding everything. Chiron, that's right. Izuku, in that case, since one of my parents is a god or a goddess. Do you know which one? He asked with doubt. He knew that his father was dead and that Inko told him she was his aunt, but for Izuku, Inko will be just another mother. Chiron, I'm afraid not. We won't know until your Olympian father claims you, which could honestly be any moment. However, I must admit you're taking this quite well. Izuku, my older sister Zoe trained me for these things, so I must keep a cool head. Mr. D, big sister, fabulous. I would say knowing that name, the father's rules prohibit all of us from interacting with the gods, with our children, and she sends direct help. Izuku, wait, gods? He would say, surprised. That would explain why you smell like recently fermented grape must. Mr. D just summoned a glass of wine to the table and was about to drink it. Chiron, lord of your restrictions. Mr. D, right, forgotten. My father really likes to punish me. Izuku, smell of must, a wine. You are Dionysus, god of wine. I would say, surprised. You are one of the gods that I read and I am fascinated by. I would say almost like a fanboy. Mr. D, that's right. It's good to see that not all the first demigods who arrive here are idiots. He would say, smiling. Boy, I'm going to say something, and that is that I like you. Izuku, thanks, he would say without knowing. Chiron, I think you must know the place. He would say to go outside. Off screen. Momo, that's a lot of information. Kaminari, I feel like my brain is burning. Siro, yes, friend. Bondo, it's too much. Kendo, but I don't understand why in America, how Olympus moved, and without affecting the other pantheons. Zeus, other pantheons? I would say doubtfully, not that I hide it, just that at the turn of the millennium, various leaders divided up areas of influence. Nimuri, if it's true, if you are real, what about Odin, Shiva or Buddha? Ibra, and the biblical god? I would say it no longer made sense to say it any other way. Athena, first of all, don't call Elohim God. Ibra, why? She would say, bewildered. Athena, Elohim is a primordial. Christianity and the Abrahamic religions don't start from a god, but from a primordial, a survivor of the fall of the Sumerian pantheon. If you call a primordial god, you lower its status and it can end in something wrong. I would say calmly. Ibera, I see, sorry. Annabeth, don't worry, few people knew that. Malcolm, and as for how they ended up in America, it's simple. It's connected to the advancement of Western civilization. Nizu, Western civilization? Sir, same question. Athena, Western civilization is a living force, that is, a collective consciousness that has continued to burn brightly for thousands of years. We gods are part of it, so they cannot fade away, not unless Western civilization ends. The fire began in Greece, and then the heart of the fire moved to Rome, she would say, frowning, and Ares beating his chest. And so did the gods, with different names, but they were still the same forces and the same gods. We gods moved to different places along with Olympus, such as Germany, France, Spain, Great Britain, that is, wherever the flame burned brightest. Several centuries passed in England, where we considerably influenced its culture and architecture. Now, the heart of the flame is in the United States, the great power of the West. Nizu, fascinating, I would say, surprised. May, that's great, she would say, showing some plans to Hephaestus without both of them looking or listening to the conversation. Hephaestus, maybe, he would say. Leo, but if you make changes in these places, I would say, marking points on the map and leaving indications, perhaps you will improve their autonomy. May, let's make babies, she would say excitedly. Leo, but I have you. I have a girlfriend. May, no hex, baby, she would say, taking several shots. Leo, ah, well then, yes. On screen, Chiron would return with a blonde-haired boy. While Izuku looked at him surprised, he was something similar to Will, but he decided to dismiss it. Chiron, okay Izuku, I want you to meet Lee Fletcher, son of Apollo. Lee, it's a pleasure, he would say, smiling as if his smile shone with its whiteness. Izuku, it's a pleasure, I would say, surprised and uncomfortable. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Lee, okay Izuku, Chiron said to show you the camp, so that's what I'll do, he would say, smiling. Izuku, okay, he would say, smiling. Chiron, oh, by the way, he would say, extending a box with 2 horns, this is yours. When he killed the Minotaur, he left his 2 horns. It is your spoils of war for killing a monster. Izuku, wow, what are they for? Lee, it's simply to show that you beat a monster. A trophy for your achievements. Izuku, great, he would say with a sparkle in his eyes. It was as if you graduated as a hero and already acted like one. Chiron, fine, if you want, I'll take care of them until you return. Izuku, yes, please. So Izuku would return the box to Chiron, while he left the house with Lee. Lee, well, first, the building we were in was known as the Big House. That's basically the camp headquarters and where you're most likely to find Chiron or Mr. D. Izuku, I understand. As Lee showed Izuku around, the green-haired boy saw many children his age and some older and younger ones running around, all dressed in their bright orange shirts. Some were running with swords, bows, or other assorted weapons in their hands. Others had maps or books, while others carried tools. Many of the other campers looked at Izuku as he passed, mainly to see what the new camper looked like. They'd already heard about how Izuku arrived and how Percy fought an army, and while they joined in, the green-haired man killed the Minotaur. While some were impressed, others were a little jealous that he got the chance and didn't get killed by fighting other monsters. Lee then led him through the giant strawberry field. Izuku took a long breath at the area and found himself sighing happily. The place smelled like wildlife. With the freshly cut grass and the scent of strawberries in the air, Izuku wanted to fall to the ground and take a nap. He felt free, as if he could run anywhere he wanted. Around them were satyrs and other children tending the strawberry fields. Lee explained that the children of Demeter took on the task of keeping the strawberry field in good condition, along with the satyrs playing their magical songs to help them grow. Not only that, but the strawberries also helped pay for some of the camp's funding. It may have been a secret camp for demigods, but it still needed money from the mortal world. Once they left the strawberry field, they passed an archery range with a large group of children of varying ages wielding bows and arrows and shooting at targets. They looked pretty good, as most were hitting right around the center. Lee, there's the canoeing lake. We have canoe races there every now and then, he said, pointing toward a giant lake with a small dock at the edge and a flock of canoes and smaller boats surrounding it. Izuku, what is that? He asked, looking at an area. Lee, oh, and there are the stables, he would say, pointing to a large stable right next to the hill. There are the horses and the Pegasi, making Izuku feel the need to go get one. They continued looking around the camp, with Lee next pointing out the amphitheater, and then a giant wooden arena. Lee explained that the arena was where they practiced fighting and special games, while the amphitheater was where they sang and told stories. Izuku thought it was something he could enjoy, something very different from Japan. Lee, here we are, he said as they left the strawberry field again, and Izuku found himself looking at a variety of cabins that were in a U shape. They were cabins of all shapes and sizes, and they all looked very different from each other. Right in the center of the U shape was a stone-lined fire pit. Sitting next to it was a girl, who looked to be around 8 years old. She had brown hair covered by a small scarf and was wearing a brown dress that reached her knees. She turned and looked at him with a pair of warm chocolate brown eyes before giving him a warm smile. Lee, these are the cabins where you'll be staying. Each cabin represents one of the 14 Olympians, and when your parents claim you, you'll stay in their cabin. But for now, you'll be staying in cabin 11, the Hermes cabin, since you haven't been claimed yet. That's where everyone else hasn't been claimed," he said, pointing to a cabin. Screen turns off. Seeing Lee, several girls, especially those from the Hussycats, would blush. Nemuri, it's cute. Mount Lady, bucket if it's minor. Aphrodite, that's my granddaughter, she would say, smiling. Ryukyu, please calm down, he's minor. Bubble Girl, he's a cute boy. Apollo, and of course he's cute. He's my son, he would say, smiling. Lee, it was good that time being the second to meet you, cousin. Izuku, he thanks Lee and Will for healing me. Will, it's nothing. Percy, I don't know why, but I feel like I'm going to get raped later. Seeing the route, the heroes and aspirants felt slightly envious. Niza analyzed everything. It was an interesting place to hide. He smiled internally because if the green-haired man escaped from Japan, no matter how much international help he had, he would find him there. Although the problem was the number of demigods who were willing to fight. Mina, it's a beautiful place. Setsuna, yes. Pony, but how come they need mortal money? Hermes, why would that be, since of all the gods I am the one who contributes the most money, added to the fact that my cabin needs to be expanded. Apollo, with Hephaestus we put our own money into it. Denisio, I work there and I put money towards my children's cabin. Momo, 14 Olympians? Weren't there 12? Annabeth, I'll just say that things happened and Hestia and Hades won their thrones there at the council. Kendo, I understand. The questions weren't long in coming, and although they were answered, everything generated more interest, more doubts, and a bit of jealousy, especially from Class 1B and those from 1A who didn't relate to the green-haired boy. Shoto, 14 cabins? As far as I remember, there are around 25. Annabeth, it's true, you're from cabin 25 since you spent a summer with us. Uraraka, cabin 25. Rachel, clairvoyant mortals, to prevent them from being in cabin 11. Dobby, and who stays? Rachel, so far Shoto and I. Why? Natsuo, nothing, just precautions, he would say to give condoms to Shoto under his breath, blushing the bicolor. Kirishima, man, I envy you for being there. Shoto, Artemis-san took me with her fighter and Izuku, and when I entered they revealed everything to me. Izuku, you're my best friend, he would say, looking sideways at Bakugo, who simply growled so I wouldn't leave you out. Recess, unraveling history too. Bakugo was glaring at Izuku and Shoto. He was Deku's useless best friend, him. But he was also jealous that the green-haired boy, a simple miserable Quirkless, someone worth less than shit, is a demigod, and from the looks of it, a very powerful one. The heroes were paying attention. They already knew that the boy was going to be at UA as a student, so except for Hawks and Nizu, they were looking at his abilities to see who could be his teacher during internships. Snipe, Edge Shot, Mirko, Gran Torino and Sir watched closely, the last one thinking of a plan, somewhat far-fetched, having Mirio as an option to the OFA and trying to incite the green-haired boy as his little version. Generating a duo like he and Almight were before his vision. Only Endeavor remained oblivious to it, while his gaze burned with fury to corrupt his supreme weapon. Two brothers, however, were betting and taking photos, the latter of which was about Enji Todoroki's most furious face, and the former of which was about Shoto and Rachel becoming a couple and having hex. Unbeknownst to them, Rei was standing behind them wearing a sandal studded with colorful gems. Before the Sandal of Infinity performed, everyone was interrupted by a beautiful melody on the screen, gaining everyone's attention. From what they saw would be another song by an Olympian, so bets began to be made, even among the demigods, although those related to Zeus and Poseidon only asked that it not be them, given a small record of their divine parents. On screen, hello vegans and herb eaters, welcome to Unraveling History, with Pascu and Rodri. Today we bring you the goddess of agriculture, Demeter. Off screen, Demeter, it's my turn, master, how exciting! I hope they don't expose me like Hestia. The sons and daughters of Demeter smiled since their mother, unlike the others, was not so vengeful. Hestia, sister, when have I offended you? Kaminari, are they vegan? Kyoka, really Denki? Kaminari, sorry but I don't know. Izuku, don't worry, friend or future partner, it is understood, vegans are those who do not consume anything related to animals, be it food or clothing and accessories. Kaminari, thanks friend, he would say smiling, which surprisingly made a daughter of Demeter blush. Hades, okay, we'll see the crazy serial girl, he would say without enthusiasm. Demeter, we'll see what you do, daughter thief. Shoto, it's weird to see them like this all the time, but you get used to it. Izuku, Every solstice is like this, he would say, shrugging his shoulders. Momo, but it's relatively uncomfortable. Ibara, it's rare to see the god of the underworld so relaxed. Izuku, just let the paperwork pile up, he would say, laughing a little. Nico, yes, it's too much. Percy, you say that because he uses you as an assistant to fix that. Annabeth, curiously, of all the pantheons, it is the one with the most paperwork. Ibara, what about Satan? Malcolm, as far as I know, dead along with the other 3 original mouse and the biblical god. Ibara, what? Malcolm, don't worry, he didn't die for something bad or for fighting, he sacrificed himself for a reason. Ibara, and now I see. Izuku, don't worry, okay? You know, you don't have to stop believing, since what matters is his teaching. Midoriya giving him a smile. Ibara, that's right, she would say with a blush. Aphrodite, take the bait, she would say, looking sideways. How much drama she could create, even if only so that Artemis makes scenes of being an overprotective mother. Artemis, hump, she would say, frowning. On screen, her dad ate her, her little brother saved her. He fought against fierce titans, defeating them all. They share the whole earth, but not with it. Goddess of the harvest and bread, Demeter. She will not tell you her mysteries, Demeter. They went to a wedding, oh. She falls in love with her nephew Jason. Zeus doesn't like it, oh, and throws a destructive ray at him. He sleeps with her, and then impregnates her. She gave birth to a beautiful girl. Per Demeter, oh, my Persephone. Off screen. Midnight. Always that type, I would say, annoying. Mount Lady. I'm surprised they held out there. Hera. Without Hestia to take care of us and help us, I don't know what would have happened. Hestia, thank you, sister. Apollo, hey, don't you think that Demeter is more, well, a little more fit than ours? Demeter, what are you trying to say? Mandalay, they shouldn't talk about her like that. Pixie Bob, if no woman likes it. Demeter just smiled and Koda sided with Izuku, while surprisingly Apollo saw the female trio of the Hussycats and possibly takes action. Izuku, uncle, whatever you're going to say it carefully. Hermes, well, less old. Izuku, if you know grandpa that you lived changing forms, he would say with a straight face expressing the thought of the demigods. Demeter stood up and snapped her fingers, changing into black leggings and a sports bra. Her body looked pretty toned, with defined muscles in her arms, calves, and legs, not to mention her glutes, which looked pretty good. This made several men drool over her. Demeter, in case you didn't know, Mama Fitness was started by me. Midnight Idol, Uwabami, show elegance. These and more compliments were heard from the female side of the room. Seeing Asian's case, many people turned green. Monoma, what a turbine, I would say uncomfortably. Always, that's sick. Momo, but he would say to shut up after seeing what Zeus said. Hawks, if I weren't a god I'd be arrested, he'd say nonchalantly. Demeter, I admit I didn't like that, but without it I wouldn't have my little daughter. Persephone, Mom, she would say embarrassed. Nico, she was one of the few that Lady Hera didn't pursue. Everyone said, it's true, Hera. I don't know why. Kendo, something doesn't fit. On screen. But Zeus gave it away. Zeus, looking for a wife? Keep my daughter. Hades, really? Zeus, of course. Hades went and kidnapped her. Demeter, daughter. He went looking for her everywhere, but he couldn't find her. Helios, I saw your brother, he was taking her away. Zeus consented. Angry, she leaves her home, Demeter, and the earth begins to dry. Demeter, off screen. The women saving Hera were angry since that was objectifying one of them, while Hera finally understood that she did not chase her because her husband was faster than her. Hades, see, you heard, I didn't kidnap her if I had her father's consent. Demeter, you kidnapped her, corrupter of daughters. Ibara, how much can you stand that? Izuku, a lot. Kirishima, seriously, that's too much, bro. Lee, you get used to it. Will, no doubt. Talia, too used to it. Annabeth, that plus my mother's fights with my father-in-law are the most typical. Nico, without counting. Clarice, the fact that Poseidon, Zeus and Hades fight over Lady Rhea. Aphrodite, that Helios snitched, she would say angrily. Mirko, at least he mentioned that he took her, he would say, lightening the atmosphere in a terrible way. Aizawa, what happened to him now that I see him? Athena, Rome's fault for assigning the title of solar god to Apollo. She vanished, she would say angrily. Kyoka, and there begins the story of the seasons. Saburaba, who is that who looks like a Ms. Magius? Kamakiri, speaking of which, there are several references to Western anime and comics. Artemis, I think it's Hecate. Nizu, the goddess of magic, he would say interestedly. Ida, but people? he would say, moving his robot arms. Uraraka, why didn't you talk? Ida simply pointed at a tranquilizer dart as Talia whistled discreetly. On screen, it is put to the service of a famous king who challenged her. Take care of your children, He becomes very fond of both of them. One bakes him in the fireplace to turn him into a god. Per Demeter, ugh. What are you doing with my son? Zeus. What's going on here? People die. Demeter, come back to me. People are dying. Someone get her out. People are dying. I don't know what to do without you. People are dying. Off screen, Izuku and Nico, that damn guy. Demeter, what did he do to them? She would say, trying to defend her first champion. Nico, he put the broccoli in a harvest bag, he wanted to turn it into broccoli, and he wanted to turn me into an ear of wheat. Izuku, if it weren't for him calling me broccoli, we wouldn't have been saved. Demeter, what did they do to him? She asked in surprise. Izuku, I gave it as a toy to Mom's hunting dogs, he would say without flinching while Kota took notes at his side. Ibera, is that possible? She asked, bewildered. Demeter, if that silly queen hadn't interrupted me, I would have made it. Mandalay, well, anyone could misinterpret it, he would say, trying to sound convincing. Mount Lady, if that woman kept quiet, her son would be a god. Stain, well, so far I don't see anything wrong. Leo, and what were you trying to do to me? He would say, looking at Hera. Hera, find out if the fire was damaging you, she would say, making excuses for that while even the heroes looked at her. Leo, so if I hadn't had my powers it would have been like, oops, I killed Leo, he would say with his funny personality, which made the heroes look at him in disbelief. Hephaestus, the grandmother of the century, I would say with great sarcasm. Dionysius, that would be a euphemism. Kirishima, people die, he would say, surprised. Momo, the earth dries up. Hades, what? That wasn't how it was. Zeus, she was much more violent. Hera, he blamed me for getting revenge. Poseidon, he destroyed my temples because he thought it was me. Artemis, the big three could have kept it, but how could they not? Poseidon, he was with Susanoo and other sea gods, seeing why a third of the sea disappeared along with Triton. Zeus, why lie? I was seeing some nymphs, he would say shamelessly. Hera, to top it all off, he did it in front of me without shame. Inko, you should separate, Miss Hera, that way you'll avoid getting into trouble. Athena, that would be difficult, she would say, trying not to explain why. Hermes, how can we forget that with Iris we were exhausted trying to find her. Travis, they are the hardest working Olympians. Connor, they need a vacation. On screen, Demeter, let go of my little one, let her come back and it's over. Hades, freeze her, with one slight condition. She will return to my kingdom every winter. And her mother finally calmed down. He left his car, to one of the children she cared for. He filled it with grain, and teaches him to be a farmer. And with great effort, he teaches his mysteries. And all over Greece he rode. Festivals to Demeter, Screen turns off. The mothers nodded at those words, so Rei, Mitsuki and Inko approached her to comfort her. Demeter, that damn grenade, she would say, looking at Hades with fury. Hades, I don't care what you think, cereal brain. Demeter, corpse breath. Nizu, the good thing is that the seasons were created, I would say, without much importance in the subject. Almight, it's funny that for a crime. Sir, without a doubt. Kaminari, well, I like that. Joka, her music is pleasant. Present Mike, and very beautiful, which makes me want to be a farmer. Hades, I don't see her very calm, she throws a tantrum every now and then. Izuku and Nico growled at the boy who gave him his car. Frank, how to forget it. Jason, he turned you into a tomato, and he wanted to make me a farmer. Mineta, Steve from Minecraft? Ciro, while the references in those images are good. Katie, I like the mom theme. Miranda, me too. Kaminari, that was entertaining and informative, as well as easy to understand, he said, smiling. Katie, the boy is cute, she thought, blushing. Kayla, melodious music is good. Austin, yes. Present Mike, why do they say that? Apollo Cabin, children of the god of music. Present Mike, I don't want them, I need them on my radio, he would say, interested. Bakugo, TSK, I want to see what else happens with that useless Deku. Mitsuki would simply stick a sape in him. Camp Half-Blood 2. The room was shifting uncomfortably as Mitsuki and Bakugo were arguing, throwing their typical insults at each other, and the mother was hitting the Muslim man, but to no effect. Stain, I'm still surprised that even that doesn't fix it, I'd say surprised. Inko, Both are like that since Katsuki awakened his gift, she would say seriously and sadly. She and Natsuki were friends, but their children were not. They maintained a friendship, but in gatherings they both had to go alone without the two brats they have as children, since if Izuku were in Japan, he would not be tempted and would try to kill Katsuki. Hera, let's see if you learn Ares, she would say seriously and following Mitsuki's example. Ares, and now what did I do, Hephaestus? The question would be, what didn't you do, Apollo? Ha 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 ha, they screwed you, he would say amusedly, earning a look from his twin. And Izuku, why are you looking at me like that? It's very scary that both of you have exactly the same look, besides being cool. Nizu, how intriguing, what will we see now? I want to know how prepared the demigods are, he would think while drinking his cup of tea. Aizawa, well, I want to see how they train and implement those methods in my classes. I would think attentively and causing chills in the future Class 1A. At that the screen turns on. Previously, Lee, these are the cabins where you'll be staying. Each cabin represents one of the 14 Olympians, and when your parents claim you, you'll stay in their cabin. But for now, you'll be staying in cabin 11, the Hermes cabin, since you haven't been claimed yet. That's where everyone else hasn't been claimed, he said, pointing to a cabin. At the moment, Izuku looked at all the cabins. There was one that had tomato vines growing up the side and a grass roof. Another was bright pink with pink frilly curtains that peeked through the windows. Then there was one that looked like it was made of solid gold. It hurt the green-haired man just looking at it because of the sunlight bouncing off it. Izuku, why are there so many voids? He asked, pointing to a few that looked great, but he could see they were bare and empty inside. Lee, oh well, Hera is the goddess of marriage, so she has no business with mortals. Therefore, she doesn't have demigod children. She's just there as an honorary thing, he would say, pointing to cabin 2. Izuku, what about the others? Lee, Zeus's cabin only has one inhabitant, but he usually goes out on missions from time to time, and it's rare that he's there, he would say, pointing to cabin 1. Izuku, what's that? He would say, pointing to a low building constructed with walls made of some sort of gray-looking rock material and with seashells glued around it. Lee, that's cabin 3, Poseidon. Currently only 2 people live there, and I think you already know one of them. Izuku, okay, he would say, surprised. After that introduction, the two walked slowly through the cabins, examining them closely, but they came across the cabin recognized as cabin 8. The cabin was silver in color, and had silver curtains visible through the windows. The exterior featured an intricate vine design, as well as animals such as deer and wolves decorated on them. On the main door was a symbol of a bow and a crescent moon. Izuku approached the cabin. He reached out and was about to touch it before Lee's hand stopped his wrist. Lee, seriously, I wouldn't do that if I were you. That's Lady Artemis's cabin. She hates all men and is one of the 3 virgin goddesses, so I wouldn't touch or go near this cabin unless you have a death wish. Lady Artemis has a habit of turning males into jackalopes. Izuku, so the cabin sits here like the other empty cabins? Lee, actually, when the hunters, Lady Artemis's group of all the warriors, visit camp, they stay at her cabin. Since she doesn't have any children, it would make sense for them to stay here. Though they aren't too friendly with the campers here and prefer to stay within their group. However, they rarely come here. But when they do, it usually ends up being some sort of fight or disagreement between them and the campers. Izuku, remind me not to get on your bad side, he would say with Lee laughing. Off-screen, Mirko, so the second part of the camp. Midnight, some cabins are beautiful. Katie, Miranda, cabin 4 is always the best. Drew, Lacey, Silena, Mitchell, I wish I had my heaven. Cabin 10, the love cabin rules. Izuku, I had forgotten that Uncle Apollo's cabin is bad for your eyesight. Shoto, I think the same. Apollo, he has the degree of extravagance that a son of the sun requires, he would say smiling. Artemis, it's too much. Talia, yes, too much, I would say uncomfortably, since I thought the same about cabin 8. Momo, well, as the goddess of marriage, there's no denying that her house is beautiful. Hera, thank you, dear. Inko, even if you think about it, you could accommodate the demigods you like the most and have problems. Hera, it's a good idea, she would say thoughtfully. Chiron, fortunately, there are no problems in the cabins. Silena, saving Drew from the shameful shoes he makes those he dislikes wear behind everyone's backs. Mount Lady, shoes of shame. Lacey, they are horrible, they don't match anything, I would say seriously. Kyoka, I don't think they're that bad. Paolo, As far as I know, until Selena took over the captaincy of the cabin, Drew used bewitchment, the ability of the children of love, and if no one obeyed her, she forced them to wear those horrible white shoes that, according to them, didn't match anything. Drew, jealous that you and Broccoli were my prey. Izuku, that's why Selena took away your role as captain, since you were a Drew witch. Mina, ex-fights? Izuku, yes, she's my ex-girlfriend. Ida, but aren't you too young to have a girlfriend? He would say, moving his arms like a robot. Percy, aren't you too methodical and religious to the laws to be a hero? Ida, eh? He would say, thinking about the answer. Ida EXE has stopped working. Hagakure, you already broke it. Zeus, HA, my cabin is better, he would say proudly. Jason, well, I'm the only one who lives there. For now, I would say, since Zeus, well, is Zeus, and he might be a plumber who visits a house. Monoma, I admit it, the hut of God Zeus is good. Zeus, see? Even he understands. Percy and Tyson, home sweet home, they would say, seeing the cabin. Izuku, big guy, he would say, smiling. Tyson, green friend, he would say happily. Kendo, what is it? She would ask, surprised. Nizu, a cyclops, son of Poseidon, interesting. Kaminari, how do they come about? He would say with doubt. Rin, I think was sea nymph or nymph at generic levels and a god. Chiron, I couldn't have described him better, young. Huntresses and Izuku, Lady Artemis's cabin/mom. Izuku, seriously, why so scared? I live in cabin 8. Chris, you see, until you, no one knew that Lady Artemis didn't have children. Aphrodite, virgin goddess, I don't think so. Artemis, I get my virginity back on the new moon. And Izuku, I think, will do the same. Aways, what a disturbing fact. Mineta, abduct. Mirio, turning someone into a jackalope? Isn't that too extreme? Izuku, something. Unless they deserve it, he would say, bowing his shoulders. On screen. Lee, well, that's it, man, that's the essence of camp. I should get back to my areas, and I think you should wander around a little further. When something happens, someone will come looking for you, okay? Izuku, yeah, I think I could keep looking around if that's okay. You know how to get a lay of the land? Lee, of course, no problem. I'll see you later. Find me if you have any questions or anything. As Lee ran towards the shooting range, Izuku looked around the area, wrapping his head around everything he'd heard today. Gods, monsters, he may have come from a world full of heroes and villains, who could do too many things, but even this was a bit of a shock to him. He never thought those old myths had any truth to them. It was definitely going to take the green-haired man some time to adjust. He pushed his thoughts aside and decided to head towards the lake area, wanting to get some water on his face. Before leaving, he found himself looking at cabin 8 once more. There was something about that cabin that also drew him in. It was like what he'd felt at the museum with the statue of Artemis, when Kathleen had taken him there in her spare time, given that she was like a distant aunt or older sister. This surprised the heroine, given that she knew about demigods, and they were usually drawn to the power figures of their godly parents. He went down to the beach only to be flirted with by a group of elfin women, something unusual for him, given that he was somewhat adept at watching adventure movies and other sagas like The Lord of the Rings, of course, excluding superhero-oriented series and films. It made him feel quite uncomfortable, and even more so when he washed his face and decided to practice his combat stances, taking off his shirt. When the discomfort became unbearable, he decided to stop, putting his shirt back on and trying to continue exploring, leaving the girls a little disappointed. When he put his shirt back on, his perhaps more developed hearing heard an "oh-you-h-h-h-h," a cry of disappointment, and when he turned around he saw several girls with quite fine features, being the stereotype of pretty girls, some well endowed in bust and rear, which unsettled the green-haired boy, although he felt slightly attracted to one girl in particular, since he heard her whisper, "Girl, come with me." Izuku never understood that, but he felt interested, and although he tried to force his body to obey that directive, his mind didn't respond or issue the order to move, as if it were a safety lock placed by nature. Izuku simply looked at the girl and smiled at her. She was tall, Asian, dark hair and ringlets, a lot of jewelry and perfect makeup, although with the latter he felt a bit strange, since he didn't like them, but internally he felt lost, because he was sure that the girl was calling him. "You seem to be having fun." A familiar voice would say to the green-haired boy, bringing him out of his trance. Izuku, Percy and I, he would say surprised. Percy, in the flesh, he would say, emerging from the water in his swimming shorts. Izuku hugged him without thinking. The time he spent with Percy made him consider him an older brother. Izuku, I'm glad you're okay. Percy, hey, calm down, okay? Nothing happened. The good thing is that you're safe. So both were talking a little. Izuku was able to know that Percy was the son of Poseidon, since Lee told him that he knew an inhabitant, and his first choice was him. It was surprising, and well, Percy, knowing what was explained to him, was able to tell him something more than he needed to know, and since he didn't know who his father or godly mother was, he could only sigh, hoping that there wouldn't be a commotion like when he arrived. Being a son of the Big Three, when between them, there was a pact of no more demigods. Off-screen, Kirishima, hey Lee bro, what do you do? Lee, archery, I'm the one who usually takes those classes if Chiron can't. Aizawa, I see, it's a good place although they have many distractions, I would say, seeing the women of the place. Izuku, those nymphs never leave me alone. Artemis, well, that's my fault, you give off a scent of nature that drives them crazy. Grover, it's like you're Pan's son too, only you're the son of the goddess of the moon and the hunt. Uraraka, that's amazing, it sounds like a very nice place. Seeing an Izuku under 14 years old without a shirt, with the muscles of a 16-year-old boy, was surprising and made many older girls and women blush. To Artemis's surprise, the goddesses didn't, or well, the one she was expecting didn't. Artemis, it's strange that you don't say anything. Aphrodite, after what my daughter did to you. No, thank you. I'll just give you the love you couldn't have. Drew, but Aphrodite, I would say in whispers, I liked what you did, but it could have resulted in my children, your brothers, becoming something worse than Medusa. So you're lucky that Izuku got along with Piper and Mitchell. Uraraka, she has a good body for her age, I would say, with a pink tint on her cheeks. Kendo, yes, and he moves very well, she would say, blushing. Pony, that's amazing, he would say animatedly. Yui, it's cute. Setsuna, staying with the hunter sounds good, she would say bluntly. Ibara, poor thing, they see him as a piece of meat, I would say, sad for the green-haired guy, although I wouldn't deny that he looks bad. Izuku, that's why I'm sure I'll thank you, Mom. Artemis, thanks, it's insurance so you don't get bewitched by that thing. Nizu, what is that thing about bewitching? Aphrodite, it's an ability my daughters and I have. It allows us to influence others with the power of our voices. Shinzo, it's a very good skill. Stain, I see that with so much makeup you don't know how to fight. Aphrodite, my children are not warriors, except for Mitchell, who chose to fight instead of dedicating himself to beauty. Mitchell, I appreciate that, buddy. Izuku, whenever you want. The good conversations in the room soon turned into bricklayers' compliments from many needy girls towards the son of the sea, where Poseidon smiled proudly for his son, while Annabeth possessively hugged her boyfriend, earning Izuku's laughter. Mount Lady, what time are you going to get the bread? Uwabami, Daddy, I'll bring it to you. Pixie Bob, I wish I were a hamburger, and you poured a lot of mayonnaise on me. Mirko, with those arms I would like to be a rabbit. Oh no, wait, I'm a rabbit, he would say smiling. Ryukyu, pull yourself together, Rumi. Nijire, I'm sorry Ryuko-san, but we played mechanic so you can get your hands on my machine. Artemis, demons. Kota, for his part, despite knowing what his aunt was like, was blushing at the bricklayer's compliments, given that not even Izuku, who covered his ears so he wouldn't hear them, heard them the same. Percy, I have a girlfriend, he would say, hugging Annabeth, who was looking daggers at the spinsters. Stain, many of them urgently need a partner, and quickly, I would say, surprised. Present Mike, I'm surprised Midnight didn't speak up. Aizawa, what do you think? He would say, having her tied up, letting out numerous compliments that were barely understood. Midnight, if the rabbit is like this, how will the carrot be? To warm up my candy, all I need is your wand. I wish you were called Hunger so you could hit me all the time. Watch out for the bees, young man, you're a candy. I wish I were a firefighter to grab that hose from you. She would say, lost in her fantasies while Aizawa held her back with his bandages. On screen, as the sun began to set among the camp, Percy climbed the hill and sat beneath the giant tree, which Izuku mimicked, and watched alongside the son of the sea as the sun began to set. The orange-yellow colors of the illuminated sunset showed the camp in a beautiful light, and reflected and shone off the ocean and rivers. At that moment, they both heard a horn. Izuku, and that? He would ask confused. Percy, the horn that sounded was to let people know dinner was ready. We're heading to the dining pavilion. That's where Mr. D will introduce everyone. Izuku, I understand, he would say, smiling. Without further ado, both would head out to the dining pavilion, where all the demigods were sitting. It was gigantic, and the green-haired man heard people talking, laughing, burping, and even some playful arguments. Before entering, both would be received by Chiron, who would greet them. Chiron, Izuku boy, I'm glad you were in good hands. Lee has already finished his tour, and I suppose Percy clarified your doubts. Izuku, yes, Lee told me I'd be staying in cabin 11. Hermes, right? Chiron, that's correct. It's where all the unclaimed demigods go, since Lord Hermes is happy to care for the unclaimed, making him a favored and respected member of the 12 Olympians. Off-screen, Snipe, so they have a shared pavilion, huh? Leo, shared and divided by cabins. May, is your workshop your home? Charles, something like that. Leo, meh, I use Bunker 9 and I don't even stop at the cabin. Nissa, we told you had to sleep. May, so you're one of those who don't sleep. Leo, no, who needs that, ha ha ha. Calypso, Leo the first would say seriously. Leo, well, my girlfriend rules. May, hey girl, can I borrow it to put together these babies? She would say, pointing at her plans. Calypso, I'll think about it. Hearing the burps, many immature people stifled a laugh but fell silent when they saw that Clarice was the one who said it. Ares, that's my daughter. Kendo, that's disgusting. Artemis, knowing who the father is, I'm not surprised. Nico, what memories. Upon hearing about cabin 11, many gods looked the other way. It was true that they had children, and since the recent events things had changed and they all had to be claimed, but of all of them there was one who did not obey, and that was Athena. Given her mark, all the gods knew it, and among themselves they had already left her relatively aside for disobeying that decision of the council. Hermes, happy my balls, it wasn't until recently that the others were built, and that Annabeth made the plans to expand cabin 11. Shoto, your grandfather usually has his moments. Izuku, yes, although he neglected his watch, I would say, with a watch in hand. Stain, seriously, when this brat steals, I would say surprised. Hermes, when was that? Izuku, hee, I beat you, grandpa. Hestia, the good thing is that in case they don't want to claim, my cabin will shelter them, she would say very seriously, given the last children of Athena that she has had to rescue, thanks to Izuku, and protect due to the mark, which has caused her to have to be harsh with the goddess of wisdom. The heroes didn't say anything. Yes, from what they heard they knew that saying something that offended those guys was a sign of punishment. On screen, the first thing Izuku noticed when he walked in was how many campers there were. There must have been around 400 of them, all of different ages. They all sat at specific stone picnic tables. One was a flagpole with a large crowd that was starting to overflow. At another, everyone sitting at the table was incredibly pretty. They all had perfect skin and wore makeup, some more than others. The girls were the definition of girly girls, even the guys. At another table, he saw a group where everyone had similar features, blonde hair and tan skin with gray eyes. Chiron, Connor, Travis, could you please come here, he would say, calling two members of cabin 11. The aforementioned stood up and approached where the centaur had called them, for Izuku, seeing them, was calling them twins in his mind, although one was slightly taller than the other. Both boys were tall and thin, with wavy brown hair and blue eyes. They wore the orange camp t-shirt with a pair of shorts. They have elf-like features, arched eyebrows, pointy noses and ears, a sarcastic smile and a sparkle in their eyes, as if ready to throw a firework at your shirt. Izuku, wow. Chiron, let me introduce you to both of them. They are Travis and Connor Stoll, captains of cabin 11. Both, and sons of Hermes, by the way. Don't you have a watch? They would say, smiling. Izuku, I am Izuku Midoriya, son of Undetermined. Travis, I see. Connor, come sit with us. Travis, make way, guys. They would say to make room at the table for one more person, something that always happened at that table. Connor, welcome to Camp Half-Blood. We have to admit we're all very impressed by your action. Bringing a large group of monsters after you and charging the largest one in front of the entire camp is quite an achievement, especially for those who haven't received any training. Izuku, well, it's not that I don't have training, My older sister taught me many things, and my family and friends too, he would say, remembering numerous talks with Almight, Neomesa, even one with Sir when he went to visit them at their house to see about a topic. Travis, I see, he would say, smiling. Well, it seems that Mr. D is about to speak. Mr. D reluctantly rose from his seat, if his expression was any indication. He cracked his knuckles before standing in front of everyone as the entire ward fell silent to hear what he was about to say. Mr. D, okay, brats, listen up, because I'm only going to say this once. As you all know, we had a new arrival last night. I'm sure you've all been wondering if the rumor about him possessing a scent that attracts monsters like the number yesterday was true. Well, I am here to clarify that it is true. That caused many to begin to dialogue among themselves, while many children of Ares looked at the green-haired man with some respect, although jealous that he had taken the jackpot. The one who joined us tonight is Izuku Midoriya, he would say, so that with the indications of Connor and Travis, he would stand up. Before you speak, I want to clarify that young Midoriya, unlike you, comes from the part of Asia where humans awaken that power called Quirk, where many of you were hunted for altering their status quo, and as far as I know there are no longer cases of those hunts. I hope that this is not a reason to harass you with questions, even knowing the case that the profession of hero exists. Therefore, please welcome him with open arms, he would say, winking at the green-haired man, and sit down. Travis, are you really Asian? Izuku HAI. Connor, dude, I thought you were dyed, he would say, touching the green-haired man's green locks. You look like a vegetable, ha ha ha. Several people at Hermes' table laughed at that, including the green-haired one. It was a very good day, Chiron. Well, now that the introduction is done, we can all eat, he would say, gaining everyone's attention. The gods, he would say, tapping his hooves on the ground. The entire pavilion joined in with one voice, so the green-haired man joined in the shout, to the gods. The wood nymphs came out with more plates of food that were filled with grapes, apples, strawberries, cheese, fresh bread, a wide variety of foods. Izuku simply took what was served, and although he wanted to eat katsudon, he knew that only Inko made the one he would eat, so he would not be a traitor to his palate and heart by helping himself to what the nymphs handed him. He was about to eat before the siblings stood up and gestured for him to follow them. Travis, before we start eating, we take a portion of our food and scrape it into the pot over the fire as an offering to them. The gods love the smell of burning food, so we offer them a bit of each of ours. Izuku, oh, it's okay. A little weird, but I won't judge. The green-haired boy waited patiently as everyone scraped a portion of their food into the pot, saying a short prayer before returning to their seats. Connor, who was right in front of him, had finished his offering by slipping a few apple pieces into the pot, showing him how to do it before Izuku approached for his turn. Izuku, well, I've never done anything like this before, so here goes. If you can hear me, Mom or Dad, this offering is for you. I know it's not homemade food like Inko Kazan's, but it's good, he would say, smiling and imitating what everyone else was doing. But unlike the others, this one would repeat the gesture. This is to thank you, Lord Hermes, for allowing me to stay in your cabin, and for you, Goddess Hestia, since you don't have a cabin or someone who remembers you. The fire under the pot suddenly increased and flickered as if to say thank you, to which the surprised green-haired man would return to his table, where for the next hour he talked and chatted distractedly with the Stoll brothers about things in Japan, letting out his geeky side to the laughter of many, especially one of the Stoll brothers, Chris Rodriguez, since he was a great observer, detailing everything about what he got by seeing the Quirks, something that Sir Night-Eye discovered, and that would undoubtedly make him a great hero or support in cases where he failed to enter an academy. Finally, dinner was over, and everyone headed down to the amphitheater where the Apollo children were singing a cappella versions of a variety of songs. He looked around and saw everyone laughing and smiling with marshmallows on the end of a stick in front of a large fire, while others joked around or told stories. It was only the first day, and Izuku was already starting to feel at home here. The screen turns off. Everyone was surprised by their layouts and conversations, although many of the future aspirants found it funny that Ares' cabin was jealous of the green-haired man. Many blushed at the sight of Aphrodite's table, and it wouldn't contradict the obvious. They were very pretty. Melissa smiled at her table, and her half-siblings, while everyone observed the customs, didn't judge it was something new to them. Hermes simply smiled at his grandson, while Hestia smiled for her champion, Her heart was too big to care not only for her godly father, but for the others as well. Only Bakugo looked at that with fury. He wished he was in that place, to be him, the demigod, not a stupid Deku. Shoto, a unique place that makes you feel at home, he would say smiling. Izuku, you already said friend. Images of demigods and allies too. Ray, I had forgotten that you wrote to me from there, he would say, seeing his son. Shoto, it's an amazing place, as we see. Chiron, it might help a bit, but young Todoroki and young Rachel are some of the best mortals to have entered, given that they both try hard. Mitsuki, what are you there? Or rather, what role do you play? Rachel, I am the new Oracle of Delphos, and since Sho is from Izuku's closest group, and if my memory serves me right, I would say looking at Artemis. Artemis, yes, he is her first hunter, and just as Zoe was for me for a long time, I would say sadly Shoto has shown loyalty until now, being her hunting lieutenant. Endeavor, Shoto, Nico. Oh, shut up already, he would say, covering the Flamita's mouth with his shadow. It's nothing, he would say, looking at the rest. Endeavor, Dabi. Well, he would say, giving money to Natsuo, since they bet that his father would be the center of attention again. Natsuo, a pleasure betting with you. Almight, what abilities do hunters have? Nizu, how intriguing, please tell us. Artemis, it won't hurt, after all, they can't stop them. Unlike my girls, the group my son has will be unihex. I won't take away their right to fall in love, but as a condition they can't fall in love with someone who causes them harm, I would say, looking at Drew, since that rule was created when her son, after asking her to create his hunt after breaking up with her, wanted her to take away the feeling of love to the abilities they have naturally, for example Shoto's quirk, or the demigod abilities they possess. If they join, they will enjoy partial immortality, I would say, to tempt several, since they will remain with a young appearance between 18 to 25 years old, so if they join like Shoto at 13, they will grow to that age and stop doing it. This does not mean that they will be immortal, since if someone kills them they will die, only that time will not affect them. Kaminari, like the elves in Lord of the Rings. He would ask in surprise. Artemis, you can see it this way. Among other skills, not to mention that my most veteran hunters will have the right to train the rookies, I would say, making several shiver and the hunters smile. They were going to break them so much that they would eliminate what they hate most in men. If their tutelages were male, they will be provided with a hunting animal companion, the one that best suits them. In addition to a skill that my hunters possess, which is to materialize their weapons and vanish them, the rest that they obtain will be given through training and experience. Hawks, it's a good skill, I would think seriously. Nizu, I must have several students gain the young man's trust to have a hunt, since I could use them as personal executors, he thought, drawing up his plans. Before the talk continued, the screen lit up. Screen, images of demigods. Off screen, Mina, it's not fair, I wanted to see more of the camp, I would say in a childish way. Hagakure, although she sees the positive side, we will be able to see more ships or cute boys of the demigods. Mirko, I want to see the barnacle hair, he would say with a predatory face. She was undoubtedly Clarice's niece. Annabeth, he's my bunny boyfriend. Grover, what will we see? Will, I don't know. Travis, whatever we see will be interesting. On screen, off screen. Mineta, what the hell is that thing? He would say in fear. Star, it looks like a raccoon with wolf features and badger claws, she would say thoughtfully. Zeus, did any of you believe it? Izuku, no, Grandpa, he would say, earning Zeus's gaze. It is a creation of human beings, he would say, surprising. Hestia, tell me more, dear, I would say, wanting to know more. Artemis, I see, it's where you asked me to create a forest where humans who are not your closest ones, your friends or me, cannot enter. Izuku, yes, it has its origin in a project called Genesis. They had the name of Professor Shield, since it was a way to hide evidence of monster creation from the Titan's army, I would say, so that Zeus opens his eyes. Poseidon continued. Izuku, yes, with Melissa, we found him, and Mr. Shield ended up being expelled when he saw things. He was literally tricked, but luckily for us, the result was not satisfactory, and he ended up creating those creatures and bringing back another group that does not share our time. Hermes, Luke, what have you done? He would say, surprised. Athena, how did you miss it? David, do you remember a project I started when we met? Athena, how could I forget the Quirk amplifier? Why do you say that? David, I became so obsessed with it that when they arrived they offered me to continue my tests on animals they created. They said they would use Minotaur DNA, something I know from experience doesn't have DNA, but I was so immersed in my work that I accepted. When I realized it was too late, but on the other hand, I'm grateful that you didn't kill those poor innocent people. Melissa, he's the son of the goddess of wild animals, Dad, she would say, pointing out something obvious. Shoto, and for that reason you are our wise girl. Melissa, don't use my sister's nicknames on me, she would say, blushing with embarrassment. Almight, ha 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 ha, that's the heart of my nephew, always being a hero. Naomasa, that reminds me of the cat liberation. Aizawa, so it was you, he would say, looking at the green-haired boy. Izuku, it's not my fault you're obsessed with them. On screen, off screen. Shoto, wasn't that before you left for camp without telling me? Izuku, yes, it was our last Shoto camp. Beast Genist, it's one of the forests near Kyoto. It's a nice place. Edge shot, without a doubt. Mitsuki, it's beautiful. Kirishima, and what do they do in their camps? Shoto, practicing our hunting skills. Izuku, training our movement to enter UA. Shoto, practicing fighting, with our skills, with weapons, and without them, bare knuckle. Kirishima, dude, that's too manly. Do you think I can join you? I'm Kirishima Ijiro, he would say, smiling. Izuku, of course, he would say, smiling, only that in a few days, my sisters will join, and since you will be the rookie. Kirishima, it wouldn't be manly to take back my word, so if they test me and everything, I'll be more than willing. Talia, then there's no turning back, she would say in a sweet and slightly sadistic tone. They were really getting a taste for training potential candidates to hunt for the green-haired man. On screen, off screen. Silena, the hunter looks good. Drew, damn, he would say, biting his lips. Jason, that wasn't it. Percy, yes, the peace celebration of the camps. Reina, it's something many of us are grateful for. Nico, tell that to Octavian, he would say, smiling. Clarice, how can we forget? Izuku killed him because he tried to kill Chiron and cause a half-blood camp war. Malcolm, and he did it smiling while shouting pig at him. Ida, but killing is wrong, he would say while moving his arms. Ryukyu, why did he want to start a war? I would ask in surprise. Hawks, it's a matter for demigods. Tokoemi, everyone has their own darkness. Kaminari, dude, that guy was dangerous from how they tell it, so. Ojiro, don't be afraid to join us. We won't judge that, since it belongs to your world. Shoji, yes. Kendo, I would like to know her personality, she would say nervously. Ibara, I hope he deserved it. Momo, Ida, Kyoka, Mina, Hagakure, and several of the future Class 1B looked at the green-haired boy as a villain. Killing is killing, no matter how you look at it. Stain, sounds like he was a man. Leo, Octavian was a legacy of Apollo, Roman version, baptized by Percy as the teddy bear killer. He was augur of Camp Jupiter and centurion of the first cohort. Jason, I'm still counting myself. Whether he had, or was said to have, the gift of prophecy, Octavian was extremely ambitious and power-hungry. He was willing to use any means possible to achieve his goals, and was a potential threat to anyone who was his enemy. Reina, he considered the Greek demigods his enemies, due to the ancient rivalry between our camps, and almost thanks to that he created a war of demigods, which thanks to the fact that he showed himself in front of Izuku and Percy, he was stripped of everything he owned, leaving me as camp leader. That filled him with fury, so with his cohort he launched himself against me in the middle of the celebration, eager to kill me and create war. Izuku, in the end, he and his followers died, being him my prey. Stain, well, he deserved to die. Nagant, I think the same. Ida, but they should have judged him. Tsuyu, they acted like villains. Monoma, what to expect from villains. Queen, her judgment would have dictated the execution of children, she would say seriously, the daughter of Bellona, so for her fanciful thinking of what heroes should be like, it would be bad. Frank, so we shouldn't be treated like villains just for doing things differently. We're not guided by what a government says, but by how we govern ourselves. Within the borders of Camp Jupiter and Camp Half-Blood, all government laws are nullified and the judgment of the demigods and gods reigns, so betrayals and insurrections like this. Hazel, they punish themselves like this. Clarice, so shut up. On screen, off screen. Nizu, oh wow. Ryukyu, they are. Sir, mammoths, he would say surprised. Mandalay, how to. David, Project Genesis, I thought they didn't survive, I would say surprised. Izuku, it is a population of 15 specimens, located far from the reach of the greedy. Momo, give me one. Izuku, reason? Momo, Well, I'll pay you money, whatever you asked me for. Izuku, no. Momo, excuse me? Izuku, what you hear? No. Momo, but don't you know who I am? Izuku, no, and I'm not interested. Let me guess. Do you think that by using your last name you'll be able to have what you want? Momo, well no, she would say, embarrassed. Izuku, what do you want to be? Let me guess, heroine, right? I would say so. Stain would pay attention. You want to be a heroine to show that you can be worth something for yourself, and not for your family name. Momo, how? Izuku, you just gave yourself away, and Shoto told me a little about UA's future recommended students. Stain, it's something respectable, but her spoiled girl attitude leaves something to be desired. I'll have to see more to make sure. There are several true potential heroes, but the gold must be polished. The current generation of heroes are fake, except for Almight. The new ones are still larvae, he thought, analyzing the situation. On screen, off screen. Ibara, do you have a connection with wolves and foxes? Izuku, wolves, foxes, deer, eagles, horses, bears, sea animals, and surprisingly rams and goats. Kendo, that's quite a lot. Kyoka, is that for your mother? Percy, mother and bosses, he would say, remembering his classes with his father. It really wasn't nice for the green-haired boy. On screen, off screen. Pixie Bob, looks like little Kitty has his first fan. Kota, he would say, embarrassed. Mandalay, well, he looks happy. Talia, my lady, who would have thought that your son would be a good older brother from the looks of it? Artemis, yes, I would say, interested. Maybe you should investigate other men more and find someone worthy of giving your child the little brother or sister he deserves. Natsuo, if someone I know shows up, you'll pay me. Dabi, no one will appear, not even the Christmas candy. Natsuo, sure? Dabi, yes, I would say, betting. Hermes, good bets, he would say, smiling. Apollo, I don't know, but my nephew's hunt will be blessed, and he will inherit my charms. Artemis, you'll stay away from them. Apollo. On screen, off screen. Natsuo, pay. Dabi, damn, I'd say paying. Rachel, damn, she would say, blushing, he's very handsome, she would whisper to herself. Several demigoddesses were blushing, especially two twin demigoddesses, daughters of the goddess of victory. Laurel, goddess. Holly, she's incredibly hexy. Izuku, that fire is, he would say, recognizing the blue fire. So he looked at his mother and great-aunt. Moonfire, a blue fire capable of freezing, a combination that Izuku generated by miracle, when he was blessed by Hestia as his first patron, given that despite the fact that in fights he is very similar to Ares, in his normal life, he is someone who loves family, friends and loved ones very much, something that Hestia rewarded with her blessing, which with Artemis's inheritance, generates that fire. It can only be carried by someone who receives the blessing of both and who as a requirement is very loyal to Izuku, something that both goddesses noticed and knew of their friendship. Shoto was the best friend, the true best friend of the green-haired man, the almost brother, someone who would never turn his back. Bakugo, why the half-half bastard appears. Percy, because he knows about loyalty. You don't believe him, Chinese firecracker. Kota, that's good, he would say, moving his hands. Ray, my son looks very handsome, she would say, surprised and happy. On screen, off screen. Izuku, don't make things up. Shoto, that trip was going to be. Percy, next week. Nico, yes. Annabeth, well, it looks like two are going to join us. Kirishima, I was traveling to Hawaii that week, it seems we'll become friends. Kaminari, I say the same, he would say nervously. His father treated him as useless because of his quirk and the issue of falling short. It will be a good vacation. Jason, from what I see, we're going to have fun. Piper, no doubt about it. Leo, do you doubt it? He would say, smiling. Everyone was talking, especially the parents, especially Inko, Ray, and Sally Jackson, since what was coming was a nice group of friends and classmates. The others simply talked about what they had seen, but remained attentive. Fitting into a new place, the chatter in the room kept echoing. Many, especially the demigods and future students, were trying to socialize, or well, in Ida's case, try to recover his things since a couple of Hermes' children stole them, until he caught up with them and got it, but was somewhat ridiculed for the joke. Izuku, for his part, was next to Shoto, talking about everything that was coming, as well as planning who would join the hunt, starting with Kaminari Denki and Eijiro Kirishima, since they seemed trustworthy. Artemis looked at them, and they were really like her and Calypso until what happened with Hera, who turned her into a bear for being raped by her promiscuous father. She just sighed remembering those days and the good times. Nizu and Hawks were very interested in seeing more of the abilities and the story that happened so far, and since they assumed it was coming, they wanted to see the future. And although few felt it, they felt a hand pass through their necks. So with nerves and a bad feeling, they decided to keep looking and plan accordingly. Kirishima, I hope we see something more. Izuku, you think so? Kirishima, yes, and from what we see, this will be interesting, Izubro. Izuku, sure. Koda, Izuku and I, what do you think we'll see? Shoto, it will definitely be the camp. Shinzo, that intrigues me. The group, KYAAA. Izuku, don't do that, he would say, clutching his heart. Shinzo, sorry, I just like being mysterious. Shoto, brainwashing? Shinzo, it's my quirk. How do you know? Shoto, recommended for you, and I saw several of the ones applying. You have a good gift. Someone like you would be great. Shinzo, thank you. Percy, do you know how to fight? Shinzo, no, why? Percy, you don't know how to manage without your gift, huh? If what we see happens, possibly several will enter the camp so you can improve. Star, that's true, haha. Sally, they get along well. Inko, it's true. Ray, I haven't seen him smile in a long time. Artemis, they are good friends. Ray-san. Almight, well, I'd like to see more of the camp, ha ha ha. Before anyone answered, the screen would light up. On screen, after the campfire songs and stories ended, Connor and Travis took the green-haired boy by the shoulders. He was very excited about the place, and even more so when Percy narrated one of his missions, causing the green-haired boy to be amazed. Connor, come on Izuku, let us go back. We don't want to be here when those harpies are around, he said as he began to take him and his brother out along with the others from the Hermes cabin. It only took a few minutes before he found himself standing outside the Hermes cabin. Travis, it's not much, but it's a house, he would say before leading Izuku inside. When the green-haired man entered, the first thing he noticed was how cramped it was. All the beds and bunk beds had been taken, and there were sleeping bags scattered all over the room. Connor, here, he would say, holding out a sleeping backrest, and some toiletries. Take this spot. No one is using it yet, so you're welcome, he would say, a spot next to his bed and his brother's. Travis, oh, we forgot to give you this, he would say, holding out a bright orange t-shirt with the words Camp Half-Blood written in black along with a bare leather collar. Don't forget this. Since you're part of this camp, you're now obligated to have them. Chris, hey Izuku, right? One of Hermes' children would say, calling out with whom he was able to exchange a few words. Izuku, yes Chris, he would say, smiling. Chris, we all have the necklace, showing off his own with several beads. Each bead represents a summer we've been at camp. The little mark or picture on the bead shows what all the head counselors have agreed was the biggest event of that summer. Izuku, I see, you've been here for 4 years? Chris, something like that, I'd say, not wanting to talk about it. But don't worry about the number of years, many of them have been here. Some stay here all year because the scent is strong enough to attract monsters, or they simply have nowhere else to go. Izuku, I understand. Connor, well, it's time, otherwise we'll attract too much attention, he would say, smiling. If you need anything, call us. Izuku, sure, he would say, smiling. Travis, lights out. After that, the lights in the cabin went out and night fell while the harpies in the camp devoured the leftover food. It was definitely the best place to sleep, but he took it before quickly succumbing or being stolen. Off screen, Connor, oh, what memories. Izuku, yes, what memories. Shoto, curiously, they did or said the same thing to me. Kirishima, dude, I'm getting more and more excited to go. Kaminari, X2 brothers. Inko, it's hard not having a place to go back to. Annabeth, yes, I would say something sad remembering those times. Nico, I would say the same. But for a few months now I've been staying with Mrs. Midoriya. Naomasa, that's true, since you helped me with the office paperwork. Hades, it's the curse of being my son, he would say with regret, the paperwork. Hagakure, that shirt isn't really my style, but Mina, they look good, you look like a pumpkin, no offense. Izuku, at least they don't call me mutant broccoli, he would say, looking at Clarice and his brothers. Mark, annoying walking lettuce? Hermes, I'm grateful that there are more cabins. At that time, my cabin didn't have enough space. Hephaestus, if someone whose name I will not say were to claim his children, there would be no problem. Athena surprisingly sneezes at that comment. Malcolm, Mom, are you okay? Athena, yes, it's just the dust from an old book, she would say, not being very convinced. Annabeth, If you say so. Hera, I forgot how voracious they were. Grover, thank goodness Juniper is fine. Mina, smells like. Setsuna, ship? Silena, she is one of the camp's nymphs and his girlfriend, she would say, showing a photo. Hagakure, they look good together. Ibera, yes. Uraraka, the goat boy looks loving, she would say, smiling. Midnight, young love, he would say, sighing. Stain, make me a note to stay away from crazy lovers of romance novels. Aizawa Aries Shinzo present Mike. Annotated. On screen, Izuku had woken up pretty early since everyone else in the cabin was still asleep, so he went to the bathroom, washed up, and changed into his new t-shirt along with a gray jacket and a quiver that appeared next to him in the night, before leaving the cabin. The sun had barely risen, so the morning mist around the camp was still there. He saw some of the wood nymphs heading toward the mess hall pavilion, no doubt preparing for morning breakfast. Some of them looked a little surprised to see him already, but he gave them a friendly smile and a wave, which they happily returned. Seeing the scene, he took off his orange jacket and t-shirt, leaving him in a black tank top, blew his neck, and did some warm-up stretches before going for a run around camp in the morning and putting his iPod in his ears. As he ran through the camp, he looked around and marveled at how beautiful it looked in the first rays of the sun. Everything seemed to sparkle and shine, especially the large golden cabin. He quickly looked away when he feared he would go blind from staring at it for too long. Izuku, I wish someone would put an arrow up the butt of the owner of that cabin, he would say with a silver tint in his eyes. The race through the camp wasn't long before she ended up in front of the large house. She doubted anyone else was awake, but she was surprised when she saw Chiron trot toward the large house with a surprised expression on his face. Chiron, is it a little early for you to be up, Izuku? Couldn't you sleep well? He would ask with surprise and concern. Izuku, no, I slept well, Chiron. Believe it or not, this is a normal time for me to wake up. I got used to training with Zoe and getting up at this time, so I thought I'd train early in the morning before breakfast. Chiron nodded in pleasure at how quickly Izuku was adapting to the camp, although he was surprised by the name of one of Artemis's hunters, who had recently died on a mission. He wondered why he knew her, suspecting something about a certain goddess, but dismissed the idea when he thought about it. She wouldn't have children, she had an oath. Chiron, well then I'll leave you there. Remember, when the horn blows, it means breakfast is ready. Izuku watched the centaur leave before turning around the camp and entering the large arena he'd been told he could train in. The training ground was a large oval shape with wooden dummies planted all over it. There was a wooden stand wrapped around it where people could probably look. He guessed it was used for other events because of how many people could sit in the stands. He sighed and stood in front of one of the stands where he would start to throw punches and kicks in his hand-to-hand fighting styles, in order to get stronger. Cross, jabs, uppercut, crochet, swing, hook, overhand, front kick, roundhouse kick, knee, rising kuge, penetrating kikomi, percussive kabunashi, cutting fumikiri, crushing or stomping fumikomi, all of his martial arts techniques that he had learned, with the exception of judo, saving the Atami waza, quick blows to the body. When he felt the heat of the sun hitting him, he decided to take off his tank top to be able to continue practicing. He wanted to know how to fight and enter UA as such. He wanted to be a hero taking advantage of his demigod abilities and help people. Off screen, Almight, always so prepared, right? He would say smiling. Bakugo, PFF please, who does he think he is? Let him stay with his own, we don't want that extra loser. Artemis, Aries, could you make it so I can't attack? Aries, since he would say looking at Bakugo hereby, every time you want to attack or fight your quirk will not be able to activate, so you will remain like this until we leave this place or fate dictates. Bakugo felt a burning sensation in his body. Bakugo, what? Shine. He would say to try to exploit someone, but nothing happened. Naomasa, he deserved it. Sir, UA needs to change the approach to its exams, but now, it seems that it doesn't have what it takes to be a hero. Nizu, why do you say that? He thinks his quirk is powerful. If he leaves it in the hands of villains, he'd be a potentially powerful enemy. Sir, that's all that matters, right? A powerful quirk and preventing them from becoming villains, right? From what I see, he's a mentally unstable boy, and UA won't provide any psychological help or conduct background checks. So, I shouldn't be saying any more obvious things, right? Tokoemi, He's too aggressive. Clarice, I'm not like that either, and my father is the god of war. Inko, you're left with orange. Izuku, it was the change of life. Star, I wish I could take more of you, she would say, smiling but melancholic. It was a great adventure to take the green-haired boy and his friend every summer to that place. Izuku, don't worry, Kathleen, nay. Silena, no one will deny that with that physique he is a good match. Lacey, yes, she would say, blushing, they should also stop watching him because of his physique. Drew, shut up, Lacey, unless. Izuku, unless what? I remind you that Lacey has been under my protection for several days, along with Piper and Mitchell, so you better step aside, bitch. Mina, I won't lie, Midoriya, you look good. Hagakure, very handsome, but you're not my type. Izuku, same here, girls. Uraraka, it's a good workout. Ida, besides taking your goals seriously, you deserve to follow that path. Chiron, I wish I had realized it sooner. Aphrodite, virgin goddess? Hestia, I support you on that, niece. Artemis, I don't care, I would do it again if I found someone like Hisashi. Kendo, you are a good fighter. Ojiro, not to mention that you know several martial arts, that's a great support. Izuku, thank you. Momo, well, he doesn't have a bad physique. Kyoka, well, considering her mother, I doubt she will let her have any size. Artemis, if that's true, my son shouldn't have any fat on his body, so it's okay for him to diet and exercise. Apollo, you had to be like her, didn't you? Izuku, she's my mother, uncle, and I didn't say something that most people think. On screen, Percy headed to the arena where Chiron had sent him to find Izuku, as the horn was about to sound at any moment. The Son of the Sea was surprised to see that Izuku had already woken up and gone out to train a little in the morning, which left him a little impressed by his dedication, and although he knew his ambitions, given that he was one of the few who knew his dreams, especially the one Izuku has of entering the UA Hero Academy. Izuku, Percy and I, good morning, he would say animatedly. Percy, good morning, he would say, smiling. Chiron says the horn will sound in a moment, so go clean up. Izuku, sure, he would say, putting on his muscle shirt and taking his orange shirt. See you later. After Izuku left, Percy just gave a nostalgic smile. The green-haired boy reminded him a lot of Nico D'Angelo. Even what happened with Artemis and the Titan Atlas a few months ago. Bianca, his sister, was in a coma because of it, and Nico disappeared. If there is something that Percy will not leave behind is the guilt for something not stopping her when she accidentally took a piece of mythomagic and activated a trap. Izuku ended up returning to the Hermes cabin, taking a quick shower to get rid of the sweat and smell he'd gotten from training. He put his orange shirt back on, since despite everything, he was starting to like the place. Breakfast was quiet, where Izuku was invited by Percy to sit with him at his table. After all, the captains had agreed to do so a few hours ago to help lighten the table in Cabin 11. After breakfast, Percy led the way to Athena's cabin, Cabin 6, since he was starting his activities there. The goddess of wisdom's cabin is painted gray, with a carved owl above the door and white curtains. Inside, it has a workshop and a library, with all the bunk beds crammed against the wall, something that surprised and bothered the green-haired boy a little due to his lack of space. The library is filled with bookshelves and thousands of ancient books and scrolls, as well as tables and chairs for studying and reading. The workshop is also filled with tables and workbenches, with cabinets full of materials for building things. Hanging on the walls are all sorts of blueprints, maps of ancient wars, suits of armor, and various 3D models of buildings. Percy, welcome to Cabin 6. Izuku, it looks like a brainiac workshop. They both looked at each other for a moment, and started laughing, since Percy thought that too, so that day Percy began to grow even more fond of the green-haired boy. Izuku, what will we have? Percy, you will have to, since I have another class, so, here you will have Greek, and your teacher will be, he would say, looking for something until he heard a female voice. Girl, it seems that you have algae problems. Both of them turning around would see a blonde-haired girl, gray eyes, light skin and quite tall. Percy, Izuku, meet Annabeth Chase. Annabeth, daughter of Athena, captain of Cabin 6, Greek teacher, and from what I see, she's your new class. Izuku, yes, he would say, smiling. Annabeth, okay, come in, we'll start. Percy, lucky for you, she's the best and smartest at speaking and writing Greek and English. Izuku would go to the cabin while sweeping his gaze around the place, it really was not very spacious. When the lesson began, Izuku was amazed that he could understand everything in the Greek textbook and marveled at finally being able to read properly, which caused many in the room to laugh. Inko had told him since he was little that Izuku had a mild case of dyslexia, something very common in demigods, given that his brain is focused on Greek and Latin. He could read other languages. After all, his native Japanese didn't have many problems, much less with kanji, since with English or other languages, there were already problems. The screen turns off. Travis, wow, what an interesting day. Izuku, without a doubt. Nico, don't blame yourself for it, Percy, he would say, lowering his head. It was true, she wanted to bring him something. Practically his childhood ambition was what left Bianca in a coma. Percy, no, it's my fault for not stopping her and letting her take it. Nico, I'm sorry. Percy, forgive me too. Izuku, well, that leaves you no longer being some resentful emo, right? Nico, yes, he would say, looking away. He got angry and wanted revenge for nothing, since the fault in the end was both of them, his for his obsession with mythomagic and Percy's for not stopping her. Denki, it looks like a good place. Jason, how do you have no idea? Piper, it's also a nice place. May, I hope to see many babies. Leo, and wait until I show you Bunker 9. Calypso, I'm not taking it out of there anymore. Charles, I'm sorry. Minetta, wow, I didn't think she had children. Momo, brain babies had said moments ago, I think. Athena, combination of essences, but yes, I would say calm, and in that way I create life without experiencing pregnancy. Aphrodite and Artemis, boring, that caused a great silence to be called stop imitating me, vixen/virgin. Children of Aphrodite and Izuku. Mom, Nizu, so dyslexia. Inko, it's mild, but hey, she learned to overcome it. Naomesa, that, and he's extremely restless. Sir, how can we forget him? He escaped too many times to avoid being locked up. Shoto, Annabeth's classes are never missed, he would say, smiling. Rachel, damn that smile, I would think interested. Clarice, wait, we didn't welcome him, she would say, realizing. Izuku, nor will you, since when I arrived there were monsters, and I will say what you told me. You are saved by bringing monsters, broccoli boy. So I won fair and square. Mark, it was a fair price. Sherman, too fair. Ellis, yes. Hermes, oh, my grandson is great, he would say happily. Izuku, I am the grandson of the god of thieves and business, so he expected nothing less from me. Artemis, Izuku, she would say, scolding him. Talia, ha 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 ha, they caught you, broccoli. Izuku, mommy, Talia is bothering me. Artemis, Talia, you're not going to train Izuku's hunt. Talia, you are, she would say, annoyed seeing that Izuku was being hugged by Artemis, and he was sticking his tongue out at her. Hera, well, that sounded fun, she would say, seeing her stepdaughter being mocked by one of the youngest of the demigods. Camp activities. Percy, you got caught pine-headed. Annabeth, I'm sorry, Thals, but Izuku did well. Talia, Yora, she would say, seeing her nephew and hunting partner sticking his tongue out at her. Shoto, the most fun and unique place. Kurishima, she can't be that bad a teacher, can she? Kaminari, I don't think so. Talia, my lady, please. Artemis, I said no, although I may reconsider. Izuku, well, he would say, shrugging his shoulders, there's no point in arguing with someone like his mother, since they are both stubborn. Hawks, interesting place. I wonder if hero schools could do something similar. Aizawa, no thanks, they don't pay me enough as a teacher and they want me to teach at a boarding school for brats. Midnight, come on Shota, don't be so negative. Present Mike, I'm sure you'd like them, Aizawa boy. Stain, I don't know whether to laugh or pity him, since putting up with brats is the worst, he thought. Ida, now what activities do you have? I say, since I never went camping. All those who did go, no wonder you're a snob. Zeus, well, I hope we continue since I already have too many headaches, I would say seriously. Hera, you'll probably want to escape to Japan and see several heroines, especially the Playboy Bunny. Mirko, what about me? Ares, mother, she is my granddaughter, a warrior, she may have her body developed, but it is not because of diets and looking pretty, it is because of exercises and my genetics. Mirko, thanks, Grandpa, he would say, eating a carrot. Nico, now I've seen everything. Travis, and he missed the old man's new one. Lee, it would be a great reference. Before the talks continued, the screen started playing audio and video. On screen, Greek classes with Annabeth were relatively calm. It was surprising to read something that wasn't written in kanji and be able to read or speak it without having to go to a school properly. After classes, Percy was the one who picked him up, and since for some time now she started teaching some classes like Annabeth's, mostly on Dionysus' orders, because she thought that the boy who can cause the most problems to Olympus, given a prophecy, should be more aware of his surroundings, added to the fact that she wanted to keep him busy and not on Chiron asking for missions, like her blonde classmate. Percy decided to guide the green-haired boy towards the stables, where he would be his horse-riding teacher, a class that was taken by very few. The stables were made of white wood, although some of the wood had clearly begun to fade, while it also had a mix of brick and stone. There was some hay and vegetables about the place, although it seemed cleaner than the most stable he had been to, which wasn't that many, given that with Todoroki they were on a farm in Japan. Of course that was thanks to Toshinori. Since he had to protect his partner and stepson, he never thought that Endeavor's son was with them. When he entered, he looked in amazement when he saw a long row of horse pens that housed a Pegasus that caught his attention. It was one of the most beautiful creatures he had seen so far and had to see, shiny black color, golden eyes that looked like sunbursts, along with a straight, black and long mane. At the same time, he could notice that embers were forming with his footsteps, something rare to see. Percy managed to tell him the story of the Pegasus he was looking at, since he had been born a few years ago, and by accident as a foal he almost fell into Lady Hestia's flame, so the goddess, taking pity on that little animal, saved him and blessed him. When he grew up, the animal became wild that they could barely control him, being more docile with Hestia. Impressed by that story, Izuku decided to test himself, not that he needed to, and although Percy tried to stop him, Izuku was truly stubborn, so the green-haired man approached him, while the horse reciprocated the approach, while numerous campers along with Chiron came closer to see. Izuku felt that the horse was studying him, so, making sure that he was not a threat and that it would not hurt him, he extended his arm towards the Pegasus and spread his fingers. The Pegasus did not move for approximately half a minute as it looked at his fingers before trotting slowly towards him. Izuku held his breath as he approached him till the Pegasus's head now brushed his fingertips. Light and careful, he placed his palm on the Pegasus's head and gently stroked the animal, earning a whinny of acceptance. The camp couldn't believe it. The green-haired man, a newcomer, a rookie, had managed to tame the fiercest Pegasus just by getting close. The Pegasus obviously liked the feeling, as it whinnied a little and had an almost peaceful look on its face and eyes. Izuku was surprised at how comfortable the animal felt around him. It was as if it simply had an automatic trust in him. Percy, wow, I didn't think you'd be up for it. Izuku, why do you say that? Percy, he has even rejected his pack leader Black Jack, who is my Pegasus and friend, but you managed to gain his trust. Izuku, I always liked animals and they always saw me with respect, for some reason that I don't understand. But I think I understand. I can understand them, well, saving them, but with gestures I can do it. Percy, well, what will you call it? Izuku, Khan, like Mulan's horse. Percy, the Disney version? Izuku, yeah, it's not her true story, but the name is good. Percy, Gray Shadow sounded better, but since Chiron looked at this expectantly, he never expected that Pegasus to be tamed, although he began to make conjectures and he only knew one goddess who had that warmth with animals, so he decided to discard those thoughts, to avoid thinking about her. Izuku was very fine and somewhat adorable. He seemed more like a son of Demeter for presenting tastes and plants. Given that in the pavilion and in Greek class he crossed words with several children of Demeter showing interest in plants, he also had a smell of nature according to Grover. So he thought he would be Pan's first demigod son. But he was thinking strange things and he would know when he was claimed. Thank goodness, thanks to Percy, he had pills to calm his nerves and heart attacks from surprises. Off-screen. Nizu, interesting. Do you think you can talk a little, young man? I would say interested. Izuku, Tau Sigma Iota Sigma Epsilon? Alpha Nu Delta Epsilon Nu Chi Epsilon Iota Nu Eta Mu Alpha. Kappa Nu Tau Epsilon Tau Omicron. So that? If it doesn't make sense to do it, I would say to avoid more attention. Percy, Zyro Epsilon Iota Tau Iota Alpha Nu Epsilon Nu Alpha Iota Eta Pyrota Eta Sigma Omicron Upsilon Phi Omicron Rho Sigma Epsilon Sigma Alpha Beta Lambda Omicron Upsilon. Theta alpha epsilon sigma alpha iota alpha kappa mu eta pi epsilon rho iota sigma sigma tau epsilon rho omicron tau omicron epsilon pi kappa epsilon nu tau rho omicron tau eta pi rho omicron sigma omicron I. Do you know that if it is your first time in stables, you are going to be the focus of attention even more? He would say in a mocking tone. Izuku, nu alpha iota, tau omicron zyro omega, alpha lambda lambda nu alpha epsilon kappa pi lambda alpha gamma epsilon tau epsilon. Yes, I know, but be surprised, he would respond nonchalantly. Kaminari. I didn't understand anything, but he would say, seeing Artemis, who looked at him with daggers when she realized, but your uncle just in case. Artemis, well said. Apollo, hey, what have I done to you? He would say, pretending to be a child. Artemis, bother me every 5 minutes. Momo, other than that it's too fluid. Upon seeing the stables, many were amazed by the stables, and even more so when they saw Pegasus inside. The most childish ones had girlish fantasies of riding those animals, and even more so when they saw the black Pegasus with fire. Endeavor, yes, that is a nice steed, he would say, looking at the green-haired boy. Good choice, kid. Hestia. So there he was. It's a shame he became so abrupt. Artemis and Izuku. Wild, he's a free spirit. Izuku, still, thank you Aunt for the horse, for my best animal friend. Connor, I still say he's a wizard. That horse was too wild and he's already tamed it right away. Lee, I have to admit, it was a good move. Izuku, I respect his wildness. After all, he is a wild and majestic animal. By the way, thank you Mr. P for that. Poseidon, you're welcome, and it probably shows why I gave it to you. Percy, well, he would say, making a military pose, you will be a great father. Izuku, yes, since Lady Amphitrite or Sally San don't know, he would say, copying Percy. Poseidon opened his eyes in shock, and prayed that no one would find out about the mission to recover his trident, after losing it in a boat racing competition. Bakugo, I deserve a horse like that, not Deku, he would think, jealous. Kirishima, dude, that was manly. Kyoka, she's wild but loyal, that's weird. Aphrodite, that's the understatement of the Chiron year. Percy, do you really have pills? Chiron, with what always happens, you can't judge me, and I'm sorry for holding on to my beliefs, since no one else but Apollo, Hermes, Lady Artemis and Hestia knew about the green-haired boy. The immature, it's the goddess who spies on you. Hestia, she laughed with some embarrassment. On screen. After that, Izuku and Percy left the stables, as there were more activities to do, but they ran into several members of the Ares cabin. Percy, what's up Clarice, Mark and Ellis? Clarice, nothing Percy, we just came for the boy next to you. Although he is a rookie, I must tell you that you are saved from our initiation. Izuku, initiation? Percy, what Bakugo did to you in a nutshell, according to what you said. Izuku, okay, he would say with a frown, he didn't like those people. Mark, you gave us monsters the day you arrived, and that's something we respect even if you hit the jackpot. Izuku, I'm sorry. Ellis, that's why not only will we not welcome you, but you are invited to our cabin to train with us. Izuku, I appreciate that, he would say, smiling a little. Clarice, okay, see you later. I hope you make him fight Percy, since capture the flag is coming. After that the children of Ares left. Izuku, that was weird. Percy, don't even mention it, at least they didn't welcome you like several others. Izuku, what did they do to you? Percy, they tried to hit me, and since I didn't know my father and my powers depended on my emotions being too altered at that time, I accidentally defended myself by throwing water at them from a bathroom that was accidentally broken. Izuku, man, that's disgusting, ha 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 ha. Percy could only laugh slightly. It was a good anecdote. While he sat for a while next to Izuku, who repeated the gesture. Note, I know it's Luke, but don't trust me, pretend it's Percy. Off screen. Percy, and here we go, he would say, remembering many things. Clarice, I may be a bully, but I don't abuse myself like that short-fused Muslim. Bakugo, what did you say extra? Do you want to fight? Shine. Mark, okay, all enlarged from throwing explosions, but without it you're nothing, crybaby. Ellis, you're just a mass of pride. Frank, someone who, if crushed there, would never recover. Ryukyu, are they really doing that? Ares' cabin, she's the boss, they would say, pointing at Clarice. Clarice, okay, there will be a sandwich of fists, she would say, wanting to throw herself at her brothers. Athena, as always, just as brainless as the father. Ares, what do you mean by that? All head. Annabeth, you look like Luke, she would whisper to Percy. Percy simply growled. Luke betrayed them, although he admits that he was very good to him in the beginning. Izuku, I don't know what he was like, but he was good in the beginning. I find it funny that it's you and not him, Percy and I. Percy just smiled, since the green-haired boy was truly like his younger brother. Tyson was around for a short time and despite everything, he loves him like a brother, Nico, because after Bianca, despite everything, they have a strained relationship even though Izuku helps them get along. On screen, the rest of the day went smoothly from there. Percy had no choice but to get used to Izuku calling him with Japanese honorifics. He already did, but hey, it was getting used to it. After a while of driving, Annabeth joined them as they talked about Izuku's possibly godly father. As far as they knew, thanks to Percy, his father was dead, so he was raised by his aunt, leaving only his mother, or with the exception of Apollo, given his ability to have children by modifying his gender, as happened with his daughter Kayla Knowles. Annabeth, seeing that Percy and Izuku were rambling, decided to cut the subject short and told them about the visits to Olympus by many, which encouraged the green-haired boy a little. Meeting his pious mother at least by sight, given the ancient rules, was something he could accept, as long as he knows that he is loved. Annabeth told him that he would have the opportunity to go to Mount Olympus during the winter solstice, while telling him where it was located, the Empire State Building. Izuku never believed that the access to it was there. It was truly incredible. He passed by several times with Percy or Star and never realized. The rest of the day, Percy decided to spend it at Hermes' cabin, where together with the Stoll brothers, they decided to watch the green-haired boy gambling. Not that Percy is good, but remembering his bastard stepfather, Smelly Gabe, the result was that Izuku was very good, winning a couple of dollars from the Stolls at poker, something rare for Hermes' children, given that they usually always won at camp. After that, night came, where Percy invited Izuku to his table, and after dinner, Izuku returned to cabin 11, where the Stoll brothers' light bulb caught fire and they decided to play a game in there, truth or dare, ending up all in there knowing the green-haired boy's past, seriously gaining a lot of desire to go personally and talk to Katsuki Bakugo, and play a couple of pranks on the Uraraka school. The next day, Izuku continued his daily activities, starting to do some physical training at camp under Chiron's tutelage. The old centaur truly excelled, but he didn't complain. Surprisingly, he managed to adapt quickly to whatever was happening, especially during their fighting practices while they stood on a bridge between two trees a little over 6 meters above the ground. After that, it was Izuku's first archery lesson, in which he participated along with some of those from the Hermes and Apollo cabins, as well as Percy, who was next to Chiron. Many demigods sighed, since they knew Percy was bad with the bow, but the son of the sea didn't want to show that he was, especially not to someone who held him in high regard. Chiron took that lesson to heart, and had the caravan line up in front of the targets. Thankfully, there were enough targets for everyone to have one. Izuku and Percy took the targets side by side as they listened to Chiron explain how to use a bow and how to use them properly and safely without hurting themselves in the process. He used Izuku as an example, who managed to get the quiver correctly positioned next to the bow before throwing it at him, while Percy was a different story, as he managed to catch the bowstring on his necklace around his neck and then broke the bow's edge while trying to pull it away again. Off-screen, upon hearing about Kayla Knowles, many looked to Apollo. Apollo, I'm bisexual, so don't judge. Kendo, I don't do it, but it sounds, Monoma, weird and painful. I can't imagine giving birth. Apollo, it's not as bad as it seems. Hermes, that's what you say. Apollo, hello, says the one who had Cecil Markowitz. Everyone looked strange and the aspiring heroes were green because of that fight, although Mina and Hagakure, accompanied by Setsuna, shouted the word that many men hate. The aforementioned, long live Yoi, Hera. Unfortunately, you did not forgive beautiful men. Zeus, why do you say that? He would ask, pretending to be innocent. Hera, do I have to remind you of Ganymede? Zeus, no, I already remembered. Hearing the game, Hermes' cabin and several more of the demigods looked at the Muslim, transmitting killer instinct, among them Todoroki Shoto. Percy, how to forget Stinky Gabe. Sally, I never asked what happened to him. Everyone, even the heroes, looked at him. Sally, Percy? Percy, I may have left Medusa's head in a refrigerator completely chained up, but the fool opened it. Kendo, and what happened to him? Momo Medusa? The Gorgon? Percy, yep. Many already understood what happened, although the heroes suspected that Percy killed him. But the screen appeared to save the potatoes of the son of the sea. On screen, off screen, Mirko. It already happened to him for being an idiot. Percy and Izuku, sweet. They would say, celebrating. Mitsuki, did he really treat you like that? Sally, yes. Star and Stripe, I'm glad he died for that pride. Sir, he deserved it. Mirio, be well, although it could have been reported, right? Almight, I remember when Percy Shonen mentioned him in Japan on his visit. I really wanted to go and beat him up myself. After that awkwardness, the training sessions were seen, which surprised everyone, especially Aizawa. Kirishima, dude, that's manly. Kaminari, yes, old man, I would like to join. Uraraka, looks fun, can I join in Izuku-san? Since I doubt you'll let me call you Deku like him, she would say, pointing at the Muslim. Izuku, sure, he would say, smiling. Artemis, oh yeah, archery class, she would say, smiling. Apollo, let's see how you do. Aizawa, interesting. On screen, Chiron, pull the string back, but don't force it. Stay calm, maintain a steady breath, and pull back gently. Take aim, then release by exhaling. Izuku followed the instructions but placed his index and middle fingers around the arrow quiver while his thumbs held the arrow together. He kept his breathing light and steady. He could hear the delicate sound of his heartbeat in his ears. It seemed like everything else around him had gone silent, and he was focused solely on the target. Percy was trying to do the same, but he was struggling to focus on the target, and his grip on the arrow kept loosening like his first time, where several people said he should stay away from a bow because of its danger. Then, at the same time, both boys let the arrow rip through the air and hit the target. Chiron trotted over and looked first at Izuku, then back at Percy, and grimaced slightly when he saw that the arrow didn't even hit its target and instead hit one of the trees by the forest, bouncing off, and then surprisingly ending up in Grover's. But who was talking to Annabeth? Percy, sorry G-man. Grover, that hurt me. Percy, whenever you pick up a bow someone gets hurt. Izuku, hejijijijij, I would laugh a little at the funny situation. Percy, I'm sorry Chiron. Chiron, stay by my side and don't touch a bow for the safety of the rest. Percy, okay, he would say, amused. Chiron then turned to Izuku and looked at the target. The centaur was pleasantly surprised to see the arrow embedded right in the center of the bull's eye. Chiron, very well. Izuku, he praised while clapping, a little surprised by the first attempt. It's not often that one focuses on their first attempt. Not even some of the Apollo children manage that. Maybe it was beginner's luck, he said, receiving a small nod from Chiron. But Izuku knew what he had just said was a lie. The green-haired man looked at the target and only saw the arrow. It felt like the world had stopped when he shot the arrow. He didn't understand why, but holding the bow and shooting the arrow had felt so natural, as if he had been born to use a bow, like his first training with Zoe in that regard. It was as if his body had suddenly gone on autopilot, and he was discovering a skill he didn't even know he had, though thanks to Zoe, he did know about it. He thought maybe past target practice with Zoe had helped, but he wasn't so sure. Izuku looked behind him to see 4 more arrows in the pile behind him. He retrieved them and placed them beside him, wanting to test something out. What happened next left the observers quite shocked, and their mouths dropped slightly. As fast as lightning, one after the other, the green-haired man launched the arrows toward the targets, almost seeming like a blur. It happened in the span of 10 seconds, but when everyone looked at the target board, the 4 new arrows were all in the bull's eye, all embedded in each other, and causing the first and second arrows to break at half the strength of the other 3. Chiron whistled while some of the other campers applauded. It wasn't every day you saw something like this, and Izuku continued to surprise them. Percy gave the green-haired man a thumbs up for a job well done, which the Japanese man nodded gratefully. Chiron, my word, Izuku, if I hadn't met you before you came here, I'd say you were a pro at this, praised the centaur, examining the target again. Thinking at the speed Izuku was going, he could be one of the best archers the camp has ever had. Izuku, I can't really explain it, he would say, getting the centaur's attention when the bow was in my hand. It felt right. Like I knew exactly what to do and my body just went on autopilot. Chiron nodded. He had heard that before from some of Apollo's children, but they had never been able to perform something as incredible as Izuku on his first try. Currently, Chiron, along with Grover and Mr. D, were the only ones aware of Izuku's godly parent being his mother. And of all things, the goddess Chiron knew of only one who could do something like that with a bow. However, the thought was quickly erased from the centaur's thoughts, as the thought itself was completely ridiculous, and the chance of her having a child was almost zero. Chiron, well, nonetheless, you did amazing for your first time with a bow, Izuku, he said before trotting off to help other campers. Izuku looked at the bow in his hands before shaking his head and going to get more arrows. After that lesson, they took a break, where Izuku sat on the ground with Percy by his side. As word quickly spread about how great Izuku was with a bow, he received a lot of attention from the Apollo cabin. At the same time, Lee Fletcher, Apollo's son, congratulated Izuku on his great work on the 5-arrow bullseye and told him that he was welcome to train with the Apollo cabin anytime, since the camp doesn't have many archery prodigies outside of Cabin 7. Izuku happily accepted and quickly became a new friend to the son of Apollo. He only had Shoto and Percy, so one more was a great gift. Off-screen, watching the classes, Aizawa took notes on how to train, including archery was another tool. After all, there were too many heroes who lost badly by relying too much on their quirks. Seeing what Percy had done, they didn't know what to say, while the aforementioned just laughed. Although Grover looked at him with a frown, he remembered that arrow. Kyoka, why is it bad? Apollo, it's my fault, something from the past, and that's it, he would say smiling. Poseidon, a son of mine won in the past against a son of yours, and since he lost, he cursed my children with not being able to use the bow, and it is not noted in myths, since he hid arguing the Orion issue, which will surely be mentioned later. Seeing the green-haired man's turn, they were surprised. It was good, very good, and even more so when he achieved such a feat. Stain, it's good. Snipe, getting it on the first try without quirks is a huge achievement. Artemis, it had to be said, and it was said, my son is better than yours. Izuku, I'm sorry cousins, but I still love you. Lee, don't worry. Michelle, you are more than welcome to the cabin. Will, no doubt. Aizawa, I still want you in my class. Izuku, thank you. Nizu, could you accept the recommendation? Izuku, no, I'll take the normal exam. Ida, those are values. Uraraka, yes. Kendo, it's good. Monoma, boastful. On screen. After that, later in the afternoon, everyone was at the beach. Since it was a warm day, Chiron thought it would be a good idea to go canoeing. Since Izuku was well known, he thought they would give it a try. The centaur mainly wanted to see how the boy did, as he displayed different strengths and weaknesses. Izuku sat in the canoe as he stroked the paddle on the right side of the canoe. The limits of his patience were being slightly tested here, as the green-haired man had quickly discovered he wasn't that good at canoeing, yet he began to hear Percy's voices of encouragement and advice from the shore. He was the best in the camp, a natural among the sons of Poseidon. So, noticing the sons of Apollo and Dionysus paddling in circles, he figured it wasn't so bad. It wasn't terrible, but he was struggling to keep the canoe going in a straight line. Fortunately, he was glad he wasn't as bad as the Apollo and Dionysus cabin crew, who were just paddling in circles. On the shore, everyone from the camp was on the beach watching the race, or in the case of the daughters of Aphrodite, resting on the sands sunbathing in bikinis. Losing his patience, he obeyed Percy, stopping being stubborn, but before doing so, Izuku took off his shirt since he was starting to sweat a lot from the heat, and then he raised the oars, and in the position that Percy indicated, he began to row with all his might. Clarice, who was ahead of the other cabins, noticed someone approaching and saw him, a lock of green hair surpassing her, while Percy from the shore sent her a smile. His said for him, pupil won him this time, at the same time that Izuku crossed the finish line. Dionysus, for his part, thanked the green-haired man for the spectacle, since the daughters of Aphrodite and Demeter were throwing blushing comments. Once finished, Percy and the green-haired boy walked towards the beach, and Izuku had to blush slightly when he saw that many of the girls from all the cabins had a predatory look on their faces. It was then that he remembered he wasn't wearing a shirt, and quickly took one off to put one on, causing a groan of disappointment from said girls. Although several noticed many burn wounds on the green-haired boy's body, mainly on his arms, which worried them. Screen turns off. Percy, it was hot that day. Izuku, and you say it. Drew, no doubt he would say, licking his lips. Momo, it's a good place. Kendo, and quite prepared. Ibara, without a doubt. Watching the competition, Percy started to chuckle slightly as he looked at Clarice. The perverts, Minetta, Owaze, Ciro, and Kaminari, blushed slightly as they saw the Aphrodite girls in bikinis and had thoughts not suitable for minors. Although Apollo and Dionysus, along with their children, looked away, a canoe was no big deal. The surprise came when the green-haired boy, listening to the Son of the Sea, took off his shirt, receiving shouts and compliments from the girls and the occasional boy. While following Percy's advice, he surpassed Clarice. Mark, doesn't that count as cheating? Clarice, yes. Annabeth, no, since you were making fun of a rookie to win, so it was with help, but he won. Aizawa, those wounds. Izuku, it's the marks of his abuse, he would say, pointing at Katsuki, added to several teachers who hit me. Camp Half-Blood, let's burn down that school. Camp Jupiter, let's hang the banner of Rome. Recess, Unraveling History 3. The murderous instincts did not stop and the heroes were jumping to arrest the demigods for wanting to attack an innocent school. But there was a problem. All Might and the most rational ones, with the exception of Nizu, were on the side of the demigods. Hawks, All Might, please step aside. All Might, no, this is just stupidity what they do. Nizu, threatening an innocent school that is just doing its duty is not something aspirants would do. All Might, and defending people who are potential villains just because of their quirks isn't either, sir, except a potential villain since that boy doesn't have the aptitude for heroism either. Hawks, his quirk is what counts. Nizu, and what is necessary, mental stability is a reasonable price to pay. Athena, after that, why do people distrust heroes in Asia? Stain, not even mention it. Percy, what do you think is next? Kirishima, no idea Percy bro. Shoto, they'll probably come spoiling the story. Leo, I think I know who's next in order. Annabeth, let's see, say it? Leo, well, Hades. Nico, I don't think he's my dad. Izuku, I'm more for the Queen of Olympus. Kaminari, well, we'll have to wait. Uraraka, yes. At that moment the screen turned on, the music started playing and the image was projected. On screen, hello gossip freaks, welcome to Gutting History, with Pasca and Rodri. Today we are going to tell you the story of Hera. As a little girl, she was eaten, vomited, and then she stood up to her father, straight and arrogant, dazzling beauty, the goddess of outer space. Off screen, Hera, well, I'll continue, she would say arrogantly. Hestia, I hope and show the things you have done and lied about. Artemis, how can I blame myself for my best friend? She would say angrily. Momo, PSS Midoriya. Izuku, yes? Momo, who was your mom's best friend? Izuku, Callisto, he would say with a frown, looking at Hera. Hephaestus's cabin also looked at Hera in a bad way since they were angry about their father. Hera, why are you looking at me like that? Monsters that shouldn't exist. Demigods, grrrrrr. Shoto, calm down friend. Kaminari, yes, old man. Shinzo, we support you. Uraraka, yes. Hestia, I remember, I was little. Demeter, face Kronos? Hades, she didn't do it. Zeus, there's no point in lying, my dear. Poseidon, it was the 5 of us while you were hidden. Hera, but I am the queen, she would say arrogantly. Dionisio, of the cuckolds, he would say in whispers, earning laughter everywhere for being heard. Hera, I heard you. Apollo, it's not like he cares, he would say annoyed. Izuku, Apollo cabin, and the hunters looked at Hera with daggers because of her grandmother Leto. Kyoka, other than that, the pace is good, I would say, to cut the hostile atmosphere. Stain, good rhythm. Present Mike, you already said it, dear listeners. On screen, Zeus drives her crazy. He's a very sensual guy. He's her brother, but they got married. Years of happiness are going to end very badly. Hera, her husband Zeus cheated on her. Hera, that god is out of control. Hera, king of seduction. Whenever Hera caught him, she took revenge. Off screen, Kendo, that sounds sick. Ibara, yes. Kinoko, although good. Setsuna, maybe in his youth it was like that. Yui, no thanks. Mina step. Mount Lady, boring. Mirko, as if messing with my great-grandmother was fun, he would say with a straight face. Ryukyu, you could separate. Hera, I have considered it, but if I do it, as goddess of marriage I would be forgotten. Minetta, there are good references to Dragon Ball and Ciro Jajas. Hebe, as if we were her happiness, she allowed Ganymede to replace me. Ares, he hates me for being a god of war. Hephaestus, not to mention mine. Aizawa, a bit weird but okay. All Might, no wonder Izuku has some resentment about his grandmother. He thought seeing Izuku looking with hatred at the goddess. Inko, All that's left is for her to make Katsuki her champion, she thought worriedly. Hera, that ashen-haired boy isn't a bad choice for a champion, but the green-haired boy was born in my domain. Damn it, she thought, looking for a way to piss off the demigods, but one with whom she should strangely get along well, for being born in her domain, she doesn't get along well, and given that 11 out of 12 Olympians, plus Hades and Hestia protect him, she can't curse him. On screen, she hurls degrading punishments at her lovers. If she had a son, he will haunt her. They are riddled with bullets, they are burned to death. Being a cow will not save you. If you try to woo her, your ass will end up in the fire. This is not a game. Hate infidelity. Hate your happiness. Hera. Zeus fathered Hera to a goddess. Out of envy, he gave birth to Hephaestus. Hera, as ugly as a troll. He pushed him, he fell. Then he took revenge. Off screen, Talia, Mom became an alcoholic because of it. Jason, how strange, he treats me well. Percy, you have the same name as his champion and friend, so that influences some protection. Hagakure, why does Heracles look like Disney's Lee? Reference, I would say nervously. Will, if there's something we hate, even we are Disney with Heracles. Travis, but hey, there was no shortage of laughs with Hades and his flames. Hades, I admit that it was funny the first time, but then it got boring. Connor, not to mention Hera was his mother. Hera, stupid mouse. Izuku, and Callisto, he would say annoyed. Denisio, mom. Apollo and Artemis, mother. Izuku and his Apollo cousins, grandma. Shoto, Lord Zeus, why a cow? Zeus, I'll be honest, that day I was thinking about something else. Hermes, does he think? Ares, with the one below. Hephaestus, without a doubt. Many would laugh at that. Zeus, that damn guy, he would say, seeing Ixion. Hera, with what right do you tell me that, you infidel? Nizu, that's interesting. Endeavor, meh, that guy deserved it. Hawks, well, he wanted to grape a goddess. Mirko, grandma, you should have hit him harder. Hera, I'll keep that in mind, she would say, surprised. Demeter, hates our happiness. Demigods, yes. Hera, it's not hate, it's envy. Athena, oh wow, she would say, seeing herself being born. Malcolm, Annabeth and Melissa turned green. Hephaestus, and so I broke Zeus's head, he would say, watching how with hammer and chisel he made the hole for Athena to exit. Zeus, you screamed for Asgard and broke my head. Hephaestus, I was drunk, you can't blame me for that. Hermes, didn't Loki give you some good weed that time? Apollo, no wonder Loki was so angry. Izuku, that joke was amazing. Shoto, incredibly bad. Both plus Percy plus Nico plus D'Angelo brothers. Ha 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 ha. Apollo mocked in references, that was good. Hephaestus, I'm not that bad. Ares, should I tell you the truth or should I continue with Aphrodite? Leo, you're not that bad. Nissa, same here. Charles, the whole cabin supports you, father. Midnight, it's not that bad, she would say, blushing a bit. On screen, fight the Trojans, because Orlando Bloom has rejected it. Zeus usually punishes her, because she loves to conspire. How much drama, she ended up hanging. With Jason, she has friendship, and helps him navigate. Hera had a fight with Heracles. Hera finally apologized. Hera offered her daughter. She got married. It was over. Hera calmed down. Screen turns off. Nizu, so Troy, huh? Hawks, why Orlando Bloom? Star, ah, I see, so he played Paris. Hera, that damn apple. Izuku, for me, none of the three should receive that apple. Athena, why do you say that? Izuku, Aunt, who is the most beautiful at a wedding? Athena, the bride, she would say, opening her eyes, how could I have let myself be fooled? Poseidon, pride, cough cough. Nico, yes, the bride was the most beautiful there. Percy, if they gave her the apple there would be no war. Shoto, not to mention that Troy might have been part of the battle against Persia. Annabeth, meh, not much changed in that regard, she would say nonchalantly. Apollo, you sent me to take care of cows. Poseidon, and me to build a wall. Hermes, brother, you didn't even take care of them. You fell asleep while giving bad poetry. Athena, you sent them a flood, then barnacle beards. Poseidon, I didn't get paid. Jason, so that's where my name comes from, huh? Mandalay, what happened to it? Hera, no idea. Since I left him alone after he left Medea, he disappointed me that time. Izuku, what the hell? That didn't happen. Hebe, nope. Denisio, never. Apollo, it never happened, but it rhymes and gives it rhythm. Athena, that was because Hebe married by agreement, yes. Artemis, so that he could act like a father later, she would say, annoyed. Izuku, Yes, how many of my older sisters were abused by that bastard? Hera, never. It was a momentary peace. I will never stop bothering that bastard. Endeavor, it's understandable. Kyoka, the pace was good. Stain, it makes me see that Heracles was worse than I imagined. Capture the flag. Everyone was talking about Hera. Many mothers agreed with her, especially Inko, Rei, and surprisingly Natsuki. After all, a scorned woman is very dangerous. Nizu, interesting. But now I have a question. If demigods are not just a thing of today, what demigods, outside of mythology, have been in the world? Athena, many. Annabeth, and many were very famous. Grover, oh yeah, we're talking about the White House. Aizawa, examples if it's not a bother. Athena, George Washington, Frederick Auguste Bartholdi, Sherlock Holmes, to name a few, are my children. Nizu, interesting, he would say smiling. Hawks, the best detective that explains his intelligence. Sir, fascinating, the first American president and the builder of the Statue of Liberty. Zeus, in my case there are several, but the closest are, he would say stroking his beard, to think Franklin Delano Roosevelt, Amelia Earhart. Ryukyu, was that woman your daughter? Incredible. Naomasa, and it seems that an American president too. Star, and World War II. Mirio, by chance. Momo, Churchill is someone's son? Hitler and Stalin? Poseidon, Churchill is mine. Hades, the other two are mine. Nizu, that would make World War II a duel between brothers. Hades, Grigory Rasputin is also my son. Mirko, not to offend or anything, but are several of the dark characters in human history your children? Hades, no, just some, but the rest no. Ares, one of my most famous sons is Blackbeard. Sir Edward Teach? Interesting. Hephaestus, Thomas Fainer, who caused the Great Fire of London in 1666, and Karen Brar today. Aphrodite, mine are Asher Angel, Austin Butler, Selena Gomez, Madison Pettis, among others. Apollo, next up is, well, Leonardo da Vinci, William Shakespeare, Joan of Arc, Ross Lynch, the Sprouse twin brothers, Mitchell Hope, and Tom Holland. Hermes, my best known is Cameron Boyce. Denicio, I guess I'll continue. Well, I don't have any other than my current children. Almight, there are several famous characters, I would say surprised. Before further comments could be made, the screen played audio and sound, so many grabbed some popcorn from a buffet in the back, courtesy of Hestia, and got ready. On screen. The next day, many were asking the green-haired boy about living in Japan. Of course Izuku answered them, although his greatest achievement slipped out, escaping from an entire police station because his affectionate mother, Inko, and the father figure he has, were there during a moment of their couple's outings, so he was left in the care of someone he trusted, a detective. Needless to say, they were very surprised and laughing about it, given that it is not normal for a child under 12 years old to outwit an entire police department. Even so, they began to prepare for the day's event, capture the flag. From what Izuku understood of the game, from Percy's words, it was held every Friday and there were 2 teams each with their own flag, and the objective was to capture the other team's flag and cross it. The game would take place in the forest where everything was allowed. Any weapon, magical objects, abilities, everything was legal, except killing, and if possible, you could not mutilate. This was complemented by the words of the centaur, who was able to clear up further doubts. Chiron told him that the capture he received the flag helps give the campers first-hand experience in combat, and is beneficial because it provides the demigods with the real-life training necessary to survive in the world. At that point, after clearing the air, lunch had just passed and all activations had stopped since Chiron had let the 2 separate teams begin preparing for the night's game and discussing tactics and who would do what job. The blue team was made up of the Poseidon cabin as leader, the Hermes cabin, the Athena cabin, and the Apollo cabin. Apparently, their team had the best archers, brains, and stealth tactics. The Hermes and Apollo cabins were the 2 largest cabins and therefore made up the team's numbers. Izuku decided, despite being undetermined, to be on that team, since he felt much more confident with Percy, so he stayed out of it. Then on the red team were all the other cabins, which were made up of the Aphrodite cabin, Demeter, Hephaestus, Dionysus, and Ares cabin. With those cabins, they definitely had the most physical fighter if the size of most of the Ares and Hephaestus cabin was anything to go by. However, from what Annabeth told her about the cabins, The Aphrodite cabin mostly sat and watched along with a few of the Demeter cabins. There were only 2 in the Dionysus cabin and 4 in the Hephaestus cabin. This mainly meant that the main obstacle would be the Ares children who were led by Clarice. Off-screen, Kirishima, old man how envious. Shoto, that was fun he would say smiling. Izuku, and you say it. Clarice, now that I remember, who's captaining next? Annabeth, Artemis's cabin. Izuku, hey Percy and I, Nico, and the clairvoyant mortal's cabin, plus the Hermes cabin he would say receiving nods from everyone and Annie? He would say looking at the girl. Annabeth, I can't be against it, right? Percy and Izuku, no wise girl / one san. Annabeth, fine. Aizawa. Okay, let's see if that helps. Vlad, this is getting interesting. Inko, oh, is that game? Almight, we were with Neo Mesa watching it. Neo Mesa, it was a good game. Spiner, can't you kill or maim? Ares cabin plus Mirko. Boring. Ryukyu, she will never change. Mandalay, that's what it looks like. Midnight, although it looks fun. On screen, Izuku walked next to Percy, since he was guiding him to an area with the camp map. Izuku, hey Percy and I, do you have a plan? Percy, nope, but wise girl. He would say looking at his girlfriend. Annabeth, of course she would say smiling. Athena always has a plan. Izuku, okay, as long as it's not suicidal. Annabeth, don't worry, I won't use you as bait, like I did with the seaweed case. Percy, hey, Annabeth had the perfect plan, as she gave Percy looks and told him what to do with the flag, despite him being the captain. Travis, hey, do you think we'll win the hunt for Artemis? Annabeth, I wish. Izuku, can you explain to me please? Connor, the hunters are a group of all-female warriors under Artemis's command. They visit from time to time, and when they do, we always have a capture the flag against them. The hunters have one of the last 57 times. Izuku, ouch. Lee, despite having the home field advantage, the hunters struggle and survive in the woods. That, and they know how to work as a team and are trained by Lady Artemis herself. They're all immortal due to being bonded to Lady Artemis, and therefore fight monsters for a living, and many have decades or even a century's worth of experience. Izuku whistled. Fascinating and deadly was all he could think of when it came to describing hunters. The way the boys described them sounded like a well-oiled machine. Besides, being trained by a goddess definitely had its perks. After that, Percy went to Hephaestus's cabin to prepare him for his suit, a suit of armor, something he had forgotten, and the Son of the Sea, since he liked him, had made him make his own armor for the camp. It wasn't much, but it was a sketch of the hero's suit for when he entered UA. Percy, this is yours, he would say, handing over an armor. Izuku, although surprised, took it and went to a fitting room. He looked at it in detail, surprised, although he remembered a piece of paper that Percy had held up, which made him smile, since if Percy were more than a friend, he would undoubtedly be his older brother. So, stopping his ramblings, he put it on and fastened the straps. It felt a little tight around his chest and was a little heavy, but that didn't really bother him much since he supposed that's how it was supposed to be. Percy, we all have one. Chiron made yours under my direction from that sketch you made, since your armor is specially tailored for you and only you. Here's your helmet too, though I doubt you'd want to use it as an archer, he'd say, holding out a quiver and the green-haired man's knives. Well, we have a little time, though, and get ready. After that, Izuku left and returned to the cabins. As he walked, he received greetings from the other cabins, even those not on his team, including one of Demeter's daughters, Katie Gardner, someone the green-haired man considered a friend since he arrived. Katie, Izuku would say, waving. Izuku, hi Katie, now you should be talking to me since we're on opposite teams, he would say jokingly. Katie, okay, I'm not playing. Combat isn't really my thing, so I'm just watching with some of the other Demeter girls and the Aphrodite cabin. I just wanted to wish you luck. I know you'll do great, Izuku. Thanks Katie-chan, he would say smiling. Off-screen, Nizu, fascinating. Annabeth, it's obvious. Melissa, as children of strategy, we always have a plan. Malcolm, it's in the blood. Poseidon, owl brain just like the mother. Athena, at least your son knows who to turn to. Barnacle beard. Talia, losers, she would say looking at the camp. Demigods, traitor sold. Percy, the best older brother. Izuku, of course, he would say smiling. Nico, well, he would say sighing, the best. Midnight, not a bad suit. May, who designs it for you? Does your hero costume have a designer? Leo, stop. The one who designs for broccoli with legs is me. Piper, not to mention I support it. Power loader, less work. Demeter, why not with my hunter daughter? Izuku, Katie is a good friend, she's not my type. Demeter, I see. Kaminari, that doesn't mean she's not pretty. Katie blushed at this. Demeter or not, with a defective Piku? Zeus, he's not my son. Hawks, so they don't fight? Aphrodite, no, my children saving Piper are not fighting. Demeter, and mine are more of plants. On screen. Soon, day turned to night, and the time for the capture the flag game was approaching. After dinner, a loud horn sounded through the camp, and Chiron stood in front of the pavilion, telling everyone that the game would soon begin. Everyone stood around their tables, and the plates magically disappeared. First came the team's blue banner, which featured Percy, followed by Annabeth and 2 of her siblings, running with a 10-foot banner. It was made of silk and was a bright blue, with a painting of a trident atop a winged horse. Overall, it was a very beautiful banner. Next came the team's red flag, carried by Clarice and 2 of her siblings. Their banner was the same length, except it was blood red and painted with a bloody spear and a boar's head. Everyone started cheering when the flags arrived, and much of the jeering started again, just like at the beginning of the day. Chiron, watching with pride and amusement, clapped before the tables filled with equipment. In front of Izuku was the armor he'd tested earlier, the bow he had and the arrows Lee and Michael had given him, along with the pair of hunting knives. He looked at them again and nodded, knowing they were good enough to use. He strapped on his armor and strapped the quiver of arrows to his back along with his bow. He sheathed his hunting knives at his sides. He looked over to see Percy struggling to get attention for himself as captain and not Annabeth as leader. It was then that Chiron struck his hoof on the marble floor, drawing everyone's attention to him. Chiron, heroes. You know the rules. The stream is the boundary line. The entire forest is fair game. All magic items are allowed. The team banner must be prominently displayed and no more than 2 guards must be present. Prisoners may be unarmed, but they may not be bound or gagged. Killing or mutilating is not allowed. That made the green-haired man hear groans from Ares' table. I'll be the field medic. Good luck, everyone. The blue team had the south side of the forest while the red team had the north side. Off-screen. Ida, they are excited. Monoma, I still don't see any reason to be happy. Momo, it looks a bit vulgar because of that table. Demigod's Ares' cabin. Pixie Bob, the banners aren't bad. Travis, haha, the one in charge in that relationship is Annabeth. Connor, you're a dominated Percy. Kirishima, this is going to be manly. The demigods, by inertia upon hearing Chiron's speech, shouted in support, along with Shoto, since he already had a capture the flag on him. Kyoka, they are excited. Kirishima, well, that's how they do it. On screen, Mount Olympus. High above the clouds on Mount Olympus, a certain goddess sat in her temple as she had a window-like object projecting a video of those who were about to begin capturing the flag game at Camp Half-Blood and focused it on Izuku. She was currently wearing a simple white Greek dress that stopped just above her knee and silver sandals with moon symbols on them. She had brown hair that fell to the middle of her back and silver eyes. She appeared to be about 18 years old. Her hands were placed in her lap as she sat on a silver couch. She took a deep breath, having been waiting for this day for a long time. The day she could finally reveal to the world who Izuku was and show everyone that he was hers. While she was excited, she was also nervous. She knew full well that many of the other gods were also watching, like Apollo, Ares, Athena, Hephaestus, and Demeter. She wasn't sure about the rest, but she tried not to think about it. A hand appeared on her shoulder, and she looked up and smiled gratefully at whoever she saw. The newly arrived goddess looked to be the same age as her, but had an aura of wisdom and warmth around her. She had brown hair that had a red tint and doe-like brown eyes. Her skin was slightly tanned compared to the other goddesses' milky white skin, and she wore a simple brown dress. Hestia, it's going to be okay, she would say, getting a smile from the brown-haired goddess, and joined her hands to support them. In that another god would arrive while making deliveries to. Special delivery, he would say, passing. Wow, is it capture the flag? That's not it. Artemis, yes it is Hermes. Hermes, sister, wow, and just wow, you've made me a grandfather, the messenger god would say. So if you'll excuse me, I'll sit down and watch and claim it with you. Artemis, as you wish, brother. Despite knowing that things would be okay, she was also very nervous not only about the gods' reactions, but also about the reaction of another certain group, since she wasn't sure how they were going to take this. Zoe and Phoebe knew about him, from what the hunt knew, so she decided to activate an iris portal with her hunters. Phoebe was the most interested. She wanted to see how well the son of her goddess moved. After all, if he was her son, he should prove it with his actions. He closed his eyes and mentally asked Iris, the goddess of the rainbow, to create a viewing window for said group, although it wasn't just him, but also to open a window in a house in Nicuchio, Japan, so that they could see this game. Yellowstone National Park. In the middle of the Yellowstone Desert, in a forest unseen by mortals, there was a large camp containing several silver tents of varying sizes surrounding the area with a large campfire in the middle. There was a corral with a pack of wolves stationed in it, while in the trees surrounding them were all sorts of different birds of prey that seemed to act as scouts and lookouts. Around the campfire were girls dressed in silver jackets huddled together, eating their food. There were about 20 of them all together, and they ranged in age from 10 to 16. The girls talked quietly as they ate, while the copper-skinned girl watched with a smile on her face before being interrupted by a light in front of them. When the light went out, they saw the same view as the window the goddesses used. However, they all frowned when they saw that it was outside Camp Half-Blood about to have their next capture of the flag game. Huntress, why are you showing us that ridiculous field? Huntress 2, someone get rid of him. I don't want to look at any boy while I'm eating. Phoebe, enough. Huntress, but Phoebe, but nothing. There's no doubt in my mind that your lady is showing us this for a reason. Therefore, we will watch and not complain. Understood? Talia, who is that green-haired boy? She murmured in surprise. Quick murmurs of understanding came from the girls before they sat back and watched the game, many with frowns on their faces and not happy with it. Screen turns off. Izuku, so Mom never stopped seeing me, he would say, smiling. The green-haired boy's smile reflected pure happiness, so many girls unconsciously began to blush. A brunette with rosy cheeks, a heroine in a dominatrix outfit, and several demigoddesses, especially Kayla Knowles and several daughters of Demeter. Drew curse. Piper, you broke him, Drew, so just put up with him being happy without a bitch like you. Drew, excuse me? I'm your sister, Piper, a sister who doesn't accept that others don't want to play with other people's hearts. Apollo, and Hermes, faithful nephew of Aunt Hestia. Hermes, what can I say? I'm the best nephew. Shoto, that's what it looks like, Lord Herm. Izuku, how sweet sisters, he would say sarcastically. Hunters, well, we don't like to see losers. Talia, that was visible. Kaminari, wow, it turned off. Apollo, I guess we'll see my nephew's victory tomorrow, right? Hephaestus, interesting. Nizu, the claim is coming, huh? Inko, Portal Iris, has good definition. Everyone will nod to that claim. Everyone was talking. The aspiring heroes were excited to see a demigod game, even though it was Capture the Flag, something they all played as kids once upon a time, only they knew how to take it to a slightly higher level. The careers were attentive, able to analyze what they saw and give their opinions on the subject, giving their points of view, and a group was waiting for any move to figure out how to contain the demigods, given that they were considered threats to their system, as Nizu and Hawks believed. Midnight, this will be interesting. Vlad, yes. Present Mike, can you imagine the classes at a sports festival doing that in a kind of battle royale? Almight, not a bad idea. Power Loader, that would do the trick. Aizawa, it's just that we'll have more work. Recovery Girl, tell me about it. Cement, still a good opportunity for students. Kirishima, this will be very manly. Shoto, you should have seen it. Rachel, and even more so when they let us participate. Dabi, well, this looks interesting. Stain only paid attention. The demigods didn't follow much the theme of heroes versus villains, but they had abilities that were worth seeing, especially if the green-haired man would enter the ring as a hero. He had to find a way to defeat him or corner him to see his motivations and if he would be a false hero. Before anyone could even say anything, the screen went back to playing images and sound. On screen, Izuku stood with Annabeth and Percy as the horn signaling the start of the game sounded through the forest. The green-haired boy had heard that he'd been assigned to Percy's team, patrolling one of the streams. Annabeth reasoned that since Clarice was chasing him due to their long-standing rivalry, it would keep her away from the main fight, and that it would help Izuku learn hand-to-hand combat from the Seaborn, given his affection for her. As soon as the horn sounded, Annabeth nodded to Izuku, who left with Percy. As Izuku did so, many of the gods watching along with the hunters noticed the boy's Asian features, and many wondered who he was. With the blue team, Annabeth managed to assemble 3 groups. One group, led by Annabeth's brother Malcolm, would attack Beckendorf and his group on the left side of the forest. Connor and Travis would lead another group against the group on the right, while Annabeth and Lee would lead a battalion against the forces around the flag. With the green-haired Percy was examining the area when suddenly, to the green-haired boy's bad luck, he disappeared, surprising the green-haired boy, although he was strangely calm, although worried about the older brother figure he had. Izuku, Percy and I? He asked the heir, hoping to receive an answer. No one answered. Percy knew he should leave Izuku alone for a bit, since although Clarice and her cabin didn't welcome him like the rest, they knew they were saving it for him that day. That's why he decided to see how well the green-haired boy performed. After all, he wanted the freckled green-haired boy to be able to fight his own battles and understand that he must defend himself, without the need to suppress his battle instincts. Off-screen, Tetsu, this looks very interesting. Monoma, I bet if we went against them we would win. Clarice, if Quirk controls he says so. Kaminari, dude, this would be fun. Talia, I wonder if those would-be heroes would last against the hunt. Travis, I don't think they'll burn anywhere. Connor, you forget that was Ares' cabin's fault, right? Chris, although without having children from Ares, they have a Muslim who would say looking at Bakugo. Midnight, not a bad plan, miss. Annabeth, thanks. Besides, Athena always has a plan, she would say smiling. Mount Lady, pretentious old brain. Aphrodite, not bad, insult granddaughter. Izuku, so that's why you left me alone. Percy, yeah, I'd say something awkward. Inko, well, he must defend himself and not depend on others. Almight, although being a hero he must know teamwork. Naomasa, even as a police officer you should know both things. On screen, Izuku, following his instincts, began to head through the forest, listening to the battles that were already beginning. The clashing of steel was a sound that began to fill the forest, while the battle cries of several people resonated, especially the members of the God of War cabin. He peeked around the side of some trees and spotted Annabeth's brother's group, and his squad had ambushed Beckendorf's group, and while they managed to take down his group fairly easily, Beckendorf, son of Hephaestus, was putting up a fight, taking advantage of his large size. On the other hand, Connor and Travis and their group were still committed to their own, but were quickly gaining the advantage. Annabeth and Lee were about to surprise the attack and obtain the flag, but they couldn't find Clarice and her small group, composed of Mark, Ellis Wakefield, and Sherman Young. Izuku was hearing strange noises. They sounded like growls, so he took his hunting knives, unsheathing both of them, while adopting a defensive position. The branches broke from the thick bushes. He was somewhat larger than Percy, but he was instinctively prepared for whatever happened, while he was tempted to grab the bough. I wanted to go see what was making those noises before 4 figures suddenly jumped out wearing orange shirts and helmets with red horsehair feathers on top. Clarice, go little broccoli, you know we haven't given you a proper welcome, so I would say attacking with a spear today we welcome you. Ellis, yes. Izuku began to fight against the 4, defending himself as best he could, but managing to be more agile, faster and more flexible than the rough, fierce children of Ares, managing to disarm Ellis and subduing Mark, leaving Sherman and Clarice impressed in front of him. Clarice, not bad little vegetable. Sherman, but you'll be crushed. Off screen, Percy, oh yeah, I admit leaving you alone that time was a bad idea. Nizu growls? He would say, feeling his skin crawl. Aizawa, something's wrong. Inko, oh that was amazing. Malcolm, well that would be fun. Shoto, your plans are good. Malcolm, I know from experience. Kirishima, that looks great. Monoma, beyond the excitement, I would like to see a game between the UA and them. Naomasa, I don't think it's possible. Clarice, oh no, she would say, seeing how the green-haired man began to challenge them. Mirko, really? They're supposed to have more experience than the brat. Artemis, that proves that my son is better than yours. Ares, it just caught them off guard, that's all. Stain, it's good, given that it's his first real combat test. On screen, Sherman was the first to charge forward, but Izuku managed to block the son of Ares' sword slash with his knives, disarming him and delivering a martial arts blow, pushing him away. At the same time, he stole one of the weapons he was carrying, a spear, where he was able to block an attack from Clarice with his spear. Clarice, not bad kid. Izuku, I hope I don't disappoint you. Izuku, given his training in karate, would know the discipline of fighting with the Bu staff, so the two of them would clash with their spears, beginning an equal and rhythmic exchange similar to that of a dance. Izuku, despite Clarice's aggressiveness, would manage to knock her down, disarming her in the process, while hitting her in the arm, causing her some pain. Izuku, if you know what's good for you, you won't try to move, he would say as Clarice reluctantly accepted defeat. His brothers, far from it, wouldn't accept it, so they would try to throw themselves at the green-haired boy. Ares's 4 children had been easy enough to defeat, given that they were so brutish and aggressive, and they simply rushed him, didn't think things through, and didn't use teamwork. 2 of them began to stand, so Izuku quickly drew his bow and launched 4 arrows, leaving the 2 attached to a nearby tree without injuring them or stabbing their bodies with their weapons. The remaining 1, Mark, enraged, attacked Naruto, forcing him to enter unarmed hand-to-hand combat. But he didn't expect Izuku to be more aware and grab him, and knee him in the face, and then an elbow to the chin, leaving him unconscious on the ground. Percy, I see I'm no longer needed. Izuku, Percy and I? Where? Percy, I was always close. I climbed trees, to see if what you've been training in martial arts, with Zoe and here would have worked, given that the last few times I was always by your side. Izuku, I see. Percy, it also makes you feel much more confident in yourself. Izuku, thank you. Percy, to you. Clarice would wake up to see Annabeth and leave, followed by other children of Ares, Hephaestus and Demeter, who had participated this time, screaming while the blue team. Clarice, no! She screamed in vain when Lee took the red banner, and the symbol of Ares faded into a symbol of Apollo, a lyre and a sun. Chiron, the blue team wins, he declared, receiving another round of cheers while the red team groaned. Off-screen, Aizawa, you have good combat skills. Edge shot, not to mention you were 13 there, right? You've improved a lot by now. Izuku, not to mention that I gained other abilities, he would say in whispers. Percy, if that's what you see. Stain, he's not bad with weapons, I wonder what he'd be like with the katana. Spiner, that's what it looks like. Toga, boo, I wanted blood. Ares, growling. Artemis, that's a point for me, she would say, smiling at her warlike brother. Apollo, it's time for the victory dance, he would say, to take out a speaker with his divine power. Shoto, I remember the capture from last time, Izuku won it. Kirishima, dude, I want to play too. Kaminari, same with me. Momo, looks interesting. Kyoka, yes. Ibara, I wonder if it would be good to play it. Inko, it was a good game. Almight, that's right, lol. Endeavor, interesting. I must make that brat marry for Yumi, he thought, looking at the green-haired boy, who only returned his mother's silver gaze. On screen, everyone was beginning to celebrate the blue victory, but some branches cracked as something had passed through the direction from which it had been heard earlier, from the bushes at the edge of the stream. Izuku could sniff the air and smell small traces of death, embers, and dogs. It wasn't a good combination. Like everyone else, he headed toward the spot while preparing his bow and arrow. Chiron, what's happening? The centaur couldn't finish speaking when, surprising everyone, what looked like a giant dog leaped out of the bushes. It was easily the size of a car, had eyes resembling pools of lava, and fangs easily the size of daggers. Many panicked, while others drew their weapons, including Chiron. Will, a hellhound, he would say as he watched the dog advance towards them. Before anyone else could react, the green-haired man removed his bow from his back and knocked 2 arrows. Then, as quickly as possible, he launched himself at the dog, skidding under it, where he fired 2 arrows at the hellhound, striking the beast in the throat and chest. The hellhound immediately stopped moving before its entire body began to sink into the ground, leaving only one of its large fangs left. Not applicable. Minute 1.58. Camper, that was amazing. Those were the comments that were heard. Many looked at him in amazement at how quickly he managed to defeat the hellhound, and everyone was amazed by the move he had just performed. Off-screen, Nijire, it was exciting. Tamaki, yes, sir. Why do I suspect something is coming from there, I would say, having heard the sound before. Tsuyu, my instincts tell me to leave. Karo, Ryukyu, yes, just like me. Mirko, Oh wow, a giant dog. Nizu a hellhound. Hawks, how will you handle it, kid? He would say, interested. Seeing what the green-haired man had done, many were speechless. He was skilled, very skilled with his movements. It was as if he had been born to hunt. Artemis, along with some of the hunters, puffed out their chests with pride. The green-haired man truly knew how to make the hunt proud. Shoto, dude, that was amazing. Izuku, oh come on Sho, you've killed hellhounds apart from Miss O'Leary. Nico, yes, and you helped me maintain it. Jason, how to forget her. Kirishima, that was surprisingly manly. Stain, hunting knives, Bao, good reflexes, the boy being a hero can be unstoppable. Koda, Izuku and Ai-chan, that was amazing. Did you see it, Aunt Shino? Mandalay, yes, Koda was definitely one I would say. Happy that her nephew called her that. On screen, in Olympus, Temple of Artemis, Artemis, the goddess of the moon and the hunt, sat on a silver couch in her palace on Mount Olympus as she watched her son compete in his first game of Capture the Flag at Camp Half-Blood. Seated next to her was Hestia, the family goddess of hearth and fire, the most trusted of the Olympians. On her other side was the hardest working god of Olympus, Artemis's father-in-law, and Hestia's most trusted nephew, Hermes, god of messengers, thieves, trade, roads, travelers, and so on. Artemis looked at her aunt with proud eyes. Her son was what she loved the most, and she was eager to claim him. Hestia never lost track of her great nephew, so she was truly proud of how the green-haired man and Hermes were. Well, several times she saw Izuku escape from Neomesa and Star, so what can I say, he was proud of his grandson. The three saw Iris's message and saw how Izuku fought against the children of Ares. They continued watching, they felt proud of the victory, but both Artemis and Hestia felt a wave of panic hit them when they saw a hellhound from the punishment fields jump out of the bushes and attack the group. When the trio saw Izuku move and attack the hellhound, Artemis grabbed Hestia's hand with a bit of concern for her son, but she breathed a sigh of relief when she saw him move with such dexterity, leaving her feeling deeply proud. Artemis, father will be angry, but oh well, it's time, she would say, seriously ready to complain. She closed her eyes and focused her energy on her son. It only took a few seconds before the Artemis symbol appeared above Izuku's head. Hermes, hey, wait, he would say, replicating his sister's gesture. Hestia, what I saw amazes me, and he also has a lot of love for his friends and family, much more than I've seen, so I'll take him as my champion, she would say, smiling, surprising the other gods. All the gods in their respective temples looked at the green-haired man, hoping to know who his godly father was. Camp Half-Blood. Everyone wanted to ask him questions, everything, before a bright light appeared above Izuku's head. The light was a variety of colors, highlighting it to the dismay of Chiron, who was deciphering everything, and Dionysus, who began rubbing his eyes at the sight, unable to believe what he was seeing when he recognized the divine essence. Izuku, they're claiming me, he exclaimed happily. Percy, that's what it looks like, he would say, smiling. Annabeth, he's claiming. She shouted as she looked excitedly along with everyone else so they could finally see who Izuku's godly father was, since it had been a topic of many conversations around camp. Several demigods began betting on who his father was. Many of the girls hoped they weren't related, as many were developing crushes on the green-haired man. After all, he was someone with the face of Yuke. Izuku looked at all the faces as they stared at the light that slowly began to turn into a symbol. However, as they did, Izuku saw their faces change from shock to surprise and then to disbelief. He saw all of their eyes widen, including Chiron's and Mr. D's, who even dropped their bow and can of Pepsi in disbelief. He looked up, his eyes wide. The symbol that had formed over him was emitting silvery flashes of light, and Izuku could make out the symbol as a bow and arrow with a crescent moon behind it. He knew that symbol from his textbooks, and since it was in the cabin, he looked at it almost every day. He knew who it belonged to, but he was struggling to find the words. He hoped that with all the bad reputation she had, it wasn't related to him, given that he was so scared of her. Although in a way, he felt more happiness than fear. He could be her son, so we'd definitely see how she took it. Clarice, there has to be some kind of mistake, she would say, expressing everyone's thoughts. The entire camp was there, murmuring that what they were seeing wasn't possible. That there must have been some kind of mix-up, but everyone knew there had never been a mix-up. Annabeth, it can't be, she didn't do it, he can't be hers. She couldn't. She wouldn't, she would express in disbelief. Mr. D, she did it, I would say seriously, I just happened to be sober enough to see this, I would say with complete surprise. Annabeth, but his oath. Chiron, I never imagined I'd live to see this. Never in my wildest imagination did I think she'd have a child, and a son no less. Grover, now appearing next to Annabeth, looked at the symbol and immediately knelt and bowed as much as he could, as did all the other nature spirits and satyrs who had begun to appear. Chiron was about to make the call, but two other symbols began to form. One was yellow and green as it turned into a caduceus. It wasn't as large as the first, but it appeared over the crescent moon symbol. Mr. D, so a legacy from him, I would say, surprised. Chiron, yes, but the other symbol. The other symbol was an orange and yellow flame-like energy. It wasn't as large either, and it flickered over the second symbol, the caduceus. The symbol was that of a hearth. When that second symbol appeared, all the remaining color drained from everyone's faces, and many fell to the ground in further disbelief. Many knew that what they were seeing was a historic moment. Malcolm. This is amazing, he would say, trying to speak, but he couldn't. Izuku, what does this mean? He would ask, already nervous. Mr. D and Chiron were the ones who began to lean towards Izuku again, while Mr. D continued to look at the three symbols. Mr. D, he used to be strong, but now he could possibly have the same status as a son of the Big Three, if not greater, he thought in surprise. Many followed Chiron's example and bowed. The centaur's voice echoed through the room, breaking the silence as he spoke words he never imagined he'd ever say in all his years. Chiron saves Izuku Midoriya, son of Artemis, goddess of the moon, nature, virginity and hunting, grandson of Hermes, god of messengers, travelers and thieves, roads and merchants, messenger of the gods, and champion of Hestia, goddess of the hearth and family. Screen turns off. Apollo, and the claim comes. Hermes, that was a good day. Chiron, I almost had a heart attack. Everyone paid attention to the claim. While they were amazed by the words, Momo understood the reactions, since no one expects a virgin goddess with an oath to have a child, or well as Annabeth explained, without the subject of Athena's bringing children. Sir, what advantages can you have being Dionysus? He is basically given demigod-like access to his patron's domains. Percy, that day you blew more than one person's mind. Izuku, he what can I say? I'm someone amazing. Bakugo, I should be him, not stupid Deku, he thought very furiously. Inko, the question now comes. Mandalay, how others will react. Images of demigods and allies 3. Everyone was talking about how the gods reacted, although many shifted uncomfortably in their seats. Izuku simply looked at his uncle, since he was one of the few who would think they did something stupid, like reacting childishly or making a scandal worthy of a soap opera. Shoto and Rachel had sat next to each other. The mixed-haired boy really liked the girl and she was interested in him, added to the fact that they both talked very often thanks to the green-haired boy, and the two-colored boy was more expressive because of it. He wasn't so emo, so inexpressive or cold. Izuku for his part was approaching one of the daughters of Aphrodite. After all, along with Piper and Mitchell, Lacey was a tender girl who, unlike Drew or Silena, didn't play with the hearts of others or betray her friends for losing their loved ones. Hera, fine, if I may have your attention. Demeter, the Fates sent a package with pictures of the main group of this, so prepare yourselves. Everyone would sit paying attention, while Izuku, Nico, Percy, Shoto, Kirishima, Koda and Kaminari ate Hestia's cookies, all with a peculiarity. Percy's were blue, Nico's black with white sparks, Izuku's were shaped like Almight, Shoto's had 2 colors, Kirishima's were shaped like dumbbells, while Koda's were animals and Kaminari's were cookies shaped like Pikachu. On screen, off screen. Artemis, that's my new lieutenant. Zeus, that's my daughter. Hades, not bad son. Poseidon, I have the toughest son here. Hawks, so they 3, he would say thoughtfully. Athena, interesting, the children of the Big Three. Nijuire, why are they the Big Three? Why don't they get along like their parents? Why are you so emo? Why do you like the color blue? Why do you look like you like punk? Mirio, I'm sorry, he would say, taking Nijuire away from the demigods. Shoto, it's weird. Kirishima, he's a bit enthusiastic. Kaminari, yes. Talia, uncomfortable. Percy, there's no color like blue. Nico, I'm not an emo, he would say, pouting to Will's blush, who would hug him. On screen, not applicable. The one with the bow and black shirt is Izuku. Just imagine the green hair and eyes. Off screen, Leo, oh my god. I'm so handsome riding Festus. Calypso, Leo would say, trying to control her boyfriend. Koda, look Izuku and I-chan, you appear. Izuku, I believe it. Koda, he would say, smiling. Will, you look good. Nico, thanks, just like you. Demeter, not bad my girl. Artemis, that one in the back isn't me unless. Izuku, could I be your Roman counterpart Oka-san? Artemis, it is possible. Talia, great, she tried to kidnap you for wanting to be a mother, although well, technically she is. Izuku, in fact, that version of mom had a Jocasta complex, and as far as I know I'm a normal guy without an Oedipus complex. Which reminds me, thanks uncle. Apollo, you're welcome, nephew. On screen, off screen. Queen, that was the almost war between camps. Frank, yes. Hazel, after Izuku did the Marsyas with 3 Faunus for insulting his mother. Nizu, eh? He would say, getting an idea. Apollo, oh that day, I'll sue you for copyright, nephew. Izuku, do it and I won't act in your movies as Perseus, for your new installment of Clash of the Titans, or better yet, I won't accept the role of Spider-Man. Apollo, you are cruel but fair, he would say melodramatically, you had to be his grandfather Hermes, that boy fills me with pride. Zeus, do you have a poster yet? Apollo, nope, but I think I managed to make the base of the promotion poster. On screen, off screen. Jason, a gladiator? Apollo, oh, that's the promotional scene for the Gladiator remake. Who spread that photo so those witches could have it? He would say, complaining like a little boy. Many girls were blushing as they saw the green-haired man who was quite defined for his age. Kirishima, Mr. Apollo, do you have any papers left? Apollo, I'll audition after this, I would say firmly. You have potential. Oh I know, I would say, preparing ideas. I had already planned to make the new Mortal Kombat movie and several could enter the scene. His nephew headlong into the delivery with a role close to the leading one. Lacey, her arms are hard and resistant, like strong. She would think, hugging the green-haired man's arm. Izuku, it's very close, he thought, tinting his cheeks pink. Drew, damn bitch that you are, little sister. But I'm going to get revenge, he thought, smiling madly. On screen, off screen. Percy, I'm not going to lie, friend, but that role suits you. Shoto, not to mention that with all the effects, the movie will be good. Momo, he looks good as a Greek, she would say, blushing. Zeus, not bad, grandson. Izuku, it's a good shot of Argo's animation. Apollo, blessed be the green screen and CGI. Kendo, you'll represent the death of a Gorgon, right? Izuku, it's not like I didn't kill Medusa after Percy and I did it. Annabeth, it's true, they found her on a mission after we found her a few years ago. Poseidon, what a mission that must have been, he thought out loud, playing dumb, since he knew it very well. On screen, off screen. Percy, oh come on. Izuku, how many times does that old woman have to appear? Athena, we recently finished the battle against the Crooked One. But if this is already the second time and it seems to come from the future, what enemy could there be? Given that monsters that go to Tartarus to reappear take a while, which time is accelerated in the presence of an enemy. Annabeth, besides Medusa, there's also the Hydra. Izuku, it's not like it's a problem since it can be eliminated using Medusa. Malcolm, that's an ingenious plan. Mineta, what if they cut off their heads? Reed, cut off a head. Michael, 2 more will replace her. Kaminari, wow, that's to the point and as a reference. Austin, I like him. Kayla, knows about art and references. Poseidon, someone stole a photo of me. Izuku, what a photo, he would say nervously. Poseidon, your blackmail champion, he would say nervously. Artemis, blackmail? On screen, off screen. Aphrodite, it doesn't look bad at all, she would say, licking her lips. Artemis, why that photo? Although I admit I would have put you in a sailor suit, but when you were a child, given that according to Inko and the photos I had of you, you were adorable as a child. Izuku, mom, he would say, embarrassed, it was material to drive some mermaids crazy. Poseidon said he wanted to make a book. Athena, HA, barnacle beard making a book, that's not even a joke. Poseidon, shut up, that would have been a good idea, he would say, smiling. Izuku, that's if you hadn't made those mermaids. Instead of doing what everyone knows they do, that is, devour me, they were on the verge of raping me. Poseidon, but it was a good amount of information for the book. Izuku, yes, a book for perverts, I still don't understand why mermaids knew how to throw Mason's compliments, he would say blushing. Ares, man, what name would you have given him? Poseidon, Ica Paradise. Zeus, sounds like a work of art. Ibera, it doesn't look that bad. Kendo, yes. Setsuna, he definitely looks like someone I'd ask to hit me and get me pregnant. Mina, I would definitely do the same. Uraraka, Izuku-kun looks cute like this. On screen, off screen. Clarice, HA female power. Mirko, that's it, and he would say with a smile. Leo, Clarice seems more like a pain in the ass. Ares' children thought so, but no one said anything when Calypso took him by the ear somewhere and brought him back looking all beaten up. Percy, seeing Annabeth in a sports top and shorts, was trying not to fall into temptation. He loved his girlfriend and there were things that drove him crazy about her. Jason, I won't lie, you look good, Reina. Frank, same here, Hazel. Both, thank you. Artemis and Talia, you look good, although a bit metal I would say, seeing the silver marks standing out against the black. Talia, thank you. Lee, Travis, Connor are quiet for the oddity of it all. Travis, we just thought of one place. Connor, yes, a convention that Izuku asked them to go to. Percy, no. Jason, for the love of Olympus, no. On screen, off screen. Izuku, oh, it's that time, he would say happily. American demigods, Japanese otakus. Apollo, oh, you like anime. Leo, I look good. Rachel, I'm not complaining either. Artemis, what did you dress up as? Izuku, you wouldn't believe me if I told you. Nico, I know, Mr. Flyamo. Hades, did you dress up as Beelzebub? Ibera, Lord of the Flies. Kendo, the one from that Shimatsu series? On screen, off screen. Nico, you look emo. Tokoyami, you transmit good darkness. Kurwaro, yes. Artemis, I feel calmer. Izuku, thank you. Hades, what will become of him now? I haven't seen him for years. Ibera, he's a bit weird, isn't he? Hermes, like Batet and Amaterasu, the crazy cat ladies of the divine world, I rarely use my messenger. Shoto, you're like Larry from the amazing world of Gumball. Kaminari, taking a vacation would ruin everyone. Hermes, I don't want them, I need them. Ryukyu, by the way, what other animals do you have in your sanctuary? Izuku, various. Mandalay, could you show them? Izuku, if the old women of destiny want it, he would say, shrugging his shoulders. On screen, off screen. Bakugo, grrrr, he would say, seeing his ex-friend with crocodiles. Izuku, and so you want to be a hero. Midnight, excuse me? What do you mean? Izuku, being a hero is helping those who need it most, and often humans are not the ones who need it, animals also need heroes. Shoto, it's true, many don't do it unless they are programs and the press is involved, and that is something that anti-heroes who follow the Stain doctrine, without offense, do not see, since they continue thinking about humans, when performing actions for other living beings is a heroic act. Stain, you're right, kid, he would say, smiling. Spiner, wow, twice. It touched my heart / I want to make a wallet with them. Toga, how do you do it? Izuku, son of the goddess of wild animals, have you forgotten? Toga, oh, that makes perfect sense. Dobby, it's true. On screen, off screen. Percy, oh, that day, he would say, smiling. Izuku, if you took me to a park with them, and we released them with a group of environmentalists. Ida, but that's illegal. You acted like a villain. Izuku, a villain is being one of those fat pigs who are going to delight in the suffering of an innocent like an animal in captivity, he would say with his eyes shining silver. Star, how to forget that day. Annabeth, yes, Miss Star supported us a lot. Stain, maybe there are more true heroes besides Almight, he thought. Izuku, the good thing is that after that he got me to study mechanics, he would say without flinching. On screen, off screen. Tetsu, wow dude, that's manly. Kirishima, wow, he would say with little stars in his eyes. Izuku, I see you've gained his trust, he would say, smiling. He rescued that rhinoceros from a circus. Tsuyu, where did you get it? Izuku, I rescued him from a circus with Nico and Shoto. Momo, but having animals for that is illegal. Shoto, and? Many have them and no one from the authorities does anything, the heroes stay still, the police do not act, and the politicians remain silent, while civilians applaud the suffering of the animal. Now tell me, Ida, who is more villainous, us for rescuing an innocent being or them for taking advantage of it? Ida remained silent. Ray, you have good friends, son. Shoto, thanks, Mom. Mitsuki, why can't you be like him? He would say, hitting his son. Bakugo, shut up, you old witch. On screen, off screen, Artemis. All with one of my sacred animals. Izuku. I remember that. The doe overprotects me when she has to watch me, he would say, remembering the times on missions that doe was preventing me from doing something stupid. Aizawa, that's interesting. Nizu, young man, besides the bow, knives, and enhanced senses and superhuman physical abilities, what can he do as the son of the hunter? Izuku. Talking to animals and I think nothing else. Sir, and as champion of Hestia? Izuku. I only know of two. I can feel emotions and I am a great cook, he would say, lying, given that one ability he obtained is the lunar fire. By combining the power of Hestia and the power of Artemis, a fire that freezes light blue, a secret that unless it is revealed he will not say. On screen, off screen, Uraraka. How hexy. Kyoka. Besides being good with animals. Lacey. It's beautiful. Drew, why do you say that? Lacey. Her beauty is in who she is now, someone who doesn't give up, burns and evolves, because she knows herself. Leo, using good references? May, hey, do you think you can let me improve Festus? Leo, no. Eri, I want a wolf, she would say, making a sad pout. Izuku, you'll have one little Eri. Eri, really? Artemis, yes, you'll see that, yes. Izuku, after that I want you to go for her, and if you have to eliminate the pig Chisaki, do it. Izuku, sure mother. Both emitted a strong thirst for blood. Shoto, I'll go with you. I can't leave you alone. Kaminari, okay, I'm going. Kirishima, saving someone is manly. Uraraka, I'm in. I won't let a girl continue to suffer. Mirio, well, I think the plan you had will go ahead, sir. Sir, that's what it looks like, he would say, frowning, although he couldn't blame them for making them lose that investigation and possibly Chisaki being killed with pain or Artemis turning it into something that makes him suffer. Mythology gave credit to the latter. On screen, off screen, Zeus. Oh, the remodeling of Atlantis. Poseidon, don't remind me. Hades, remember what? He would say innocently, the day Sally and Amphitrite beat you up and your city was left like this. Izuku, wasn't that the time Triton came up with a fighting tournament? Percy, I think. Grover, you two are going to stop doing suicidal things. Izuku and Percy, nah. On screen, off screen. Leo, praise the king of the ghosts. All the demigods jokingly began to praise Nico, who wanted to kill them all for embarrassing him. Nico, the truth is that sometimes I hate them. Izuku, oh come on friend, I know you love us. Shoto, don't worry, I won't fall. Kaminari, His Ghostly Eminence, what orders? Kirishima, dude, don't take anything the wrong way, it's a harmless joke. Edge shot, interesting. Koda, can you talk to my parents? Nico, after this, yeah? Koda, yes. On screen, off screen. Ray and Nat. Natsuo, lifeguard. Fuyumi, little brother, explain yourself. Rachel, it's beautiful. Shoto, with Izuku and Percy we took the lifeguard course, so if it is required at the beach location that enables us according to the validity of our course certificates, we can access. Izuku, how can we forget it? We've been working on it for a few months now. Percy, Dagoba Beach when it was cleaned is true. Momo, I remember that beach was full of garbage, you cleaned it. Izuku and Shoto, yes. Stain, more and more are true heroes, he thought, since no one echoed that beach was cleaned. Civilians simply went to enjoy it hypocritically. On screen, off screen. Shoto, Rachel looks pretty as a blonde, he would say without thinking. Rachel, he called me cute Kaya, she thought, blushing. Ray, I will have a daughter-in-law. Dabi, not bad little brother. Tsuyu, isn't that New York? Shoji, yes, something must have happened? Izuku, it could be, I have a theory and I hope it is, he would say smiling. Almight, I have the same idea, he would say looking at Hawks and Nizu. Tiger, you can see that. Orca gang, what do you think will happen? Betrayal? Inko, it is possible. Star, if that happens, America opens its doors to you. On screen, off screen. Percy, oh, it's my suit from Atlantis. Annabeth, you look handsome. Seaweed brains, she would say blushing. Midnight, doesn't look bad at all. Pixie Bob, the sea kitten looks hexy, I ask for it. Mount Lady, it's still minor and of all of them, I'm the youngest so I can go for it without any problems. Aizawa, Tamaki, recruit Shinzo now. Tamaki, all pedophile units are loose, he would say through a radio. Shinzo, let's go, they would say while several nature spirits came out dressed as police officers. Zeus, on Olympus that is legal. Hera, no it isn't. Hestia, order please, she would say with a frown. All yes. So everyone stayed talking, while Nico summoned the ghosts of Koda's parents so they could talk and say goodbye, while he withdrew with Izuku to see what the new Izu squad would do now. Divine reactions. Nico was hugging Koda, since he summoned the water hose duo so that the family could say goodbye to Koda, where the youngest, thanks to Izuku being nearby, was able to take care of him, because, with what was coming, it was very obvious that he would be the first of many of his branch of his mother's hunt. Shoto, for his part, was talking with Rachel, where both were with pink tints, given that since they met they feel attraction for each other, but they cannot declare it or they do not find the time to do it. On the other hand, Kaminari was talking with Talia and Jason since, as children of Zeus, they could use lightning and he electricity, which, although they were not the same, they could give him some advice. Kirishima was talking animatedly with the Stoles and with several children of Apollo, while Uraraka spoke with Holly and Laurel, daughters of Nike. Momo, for her part, was trying with the help of Kendo and Ibra to stay sane, since despite knowing it, it was still hard for her to admit that everything she had learned about gods, particularly virgin goddesses, without children, was 50% false, since even Athena had children, cerebral ones, but she had them. The professional heroes, for their part, talked among themselves, many wanting to have the demigods in their agencies, thinking more with their brains about fame and prestige than saving and serving civilians, not as if they deserved it, but there they had to do their work as heroes. The gods were watching Hawks and Nisa since they were both very troublesome, so they should keep an eye on them given their attempts to control one of their demigods. Before they could even speak, the screen began to light up, attracting everyone's attention. Chiron, I think I know what's coming. Aizawa, the reaction of others? Chiron, yes. On screen, Temple of Artemis. It had only taken a few minutes before the symbol of Artemis appeared above Izuku's head, along with the others. She saw his disbelief on her son's face and couldn't blame him since everyone knew and vilified her as the man-hater. While that was partly true, the only exceptions were, of course, Izuku and Hisashi, though after them there were Hermes, Apollo, and her son's future friends. She and her companions also laughed at the look of disbelief everyone was giving. Everyone present saw Chiron, on the verge of cardiac arrest, announce the claim, while Denisio tried to find something to drink to soften the shock. Chiron, hail Izuku Midoriya, son of Artemis, goddess of the moon, nature, virginity in the hunt, grandson of Hermes, god of messengers, travelers and thieves, roads and merchants, messenger of the gods, and champion of Hestia, goddess of the hearth and family. When they did, both goddesses closed their eyes mentally preparing for what came next while Hermes prepared everything for the arrival of the scandalmongers. Temple of Apollo, the god of the sun, music and medicine, was in his solid gold temple watching the capture the flag game and cheering loudly as the team his children were on one. Apollo, god of the sun and prophecy and twin brother of Artemis, picked up his iPod and began to do a little victory dance as he began to think of ways to rub the victory in the children's gods of the other team. Although he and Artemis were twins, Apollo always claimed he was the older brother despite being the same age. This didn't sit well with Artemis, as she would constantly scold Apollo, especially after he flirted with her hunters. It was safe to say that Artemis was the more mature of the two, coupled with the fact that even their mother, Leto, claimed she was the older one. Apollo had brown hair with golden blonde streaks and blue eyes and looked like your typical California tan-skinned teenager, good-looking while wearing simple jeans and sneakers, while being shirtless. I wasn't paying attention to what was happening in Iris's video, especially with what was happening at the end of the game, and didn't see Izuku defeat the Hellhound as he started doing the Michael Jackson moonwalk through his palace. When the song he was listening to also ended, he was about to put on another song when he heard Chiron's words, with the only name that made him stay static. Hail Izuku Midoriya, son of Artemis! Apollo froze mid-stride and dropped his iPod to the floor, shattering it. He slowly turned his head and let his eyes widen to the size of dinner plates when he saw his sister's symbol flash over the head of the green-haired boy who had sent the Ares children packing. Apollo, no way, he would say incredulously, there is no way. He would begin to exclaim, throwing tantrums like a little child, little sister, why didn't you tell me? He finished shouting, running out of his temple and launched himself towards his sister's temple in the hope of getting answers, continuing in his childish character, like a child who was not told the secret. Off-screen, Artemis, now who will go first? Apollo, I don't know. Hermes, I do know, and goodbye to the cool guy, he would say in an innocent tone. Izuku, uncle can be like a child, irresponsible, womanizer, childish, melodramatic. Each of those words buried themselves in Apollo like daggers in the heart, but he is the best uncle I have. Hermes, beyond being my uncle, is my grandfather, and with Ares, I have not yet lived, and Uncle Hephaestus is more like the great-grandfather who advises like a grump. Apollo, my nephew loves me, he would say melodramatically. Hephaestus, I didn't know you loved me so much, he would say, surprised and smiling. Athena, well, it was on the male side. Hestia, yes. Izuku, also. Hestia Ba-chan is like the grandmother that everyone loves. Ares, I am better than the little son. Apollo, brother, you invented the Olympics and I was the first winner, I would say, being obvious. Ibera, it's weird to see them as normal people. I thought they would be more neutral, she would whisper to Monoma and Kendo. Kendo, but they are good people. Monoma, if they don't curse you. Seeing the appearance of Apollo, many girls blushed, especially heroines like Pixie Bob, Iwabami, Sirius, and Bubble Girl, who looked at the god along with Mount Lady, earning a flirtatious wink from him. The god knew that many were what he called waifus, so why not take advantage? Uraraka, her temple is very bright. Momo, and many complain about the rich. Kyoka, this is too extravagant. Many didn't know what to make of the god's extravagance, who was simply thinking about the relief of not being discovered in his man cave. Seeing Apollo's passing as a celebration made several laugh, especially the children of Ares, and this one, Mirko, and Apollo's children begged Gaia to hide them. Izuku looked at his uncle, but despite all his oddness, he was the nicest of them all. Momo, it's a bit childish, but it's not that much, she would say, staying silent when she saw the reaction to the claim. Ibera, well, yes it is, I would say, seeing this nervously. Aizawa, he becomes present mic when someone at UA discovers a student with musical talents. Artemis, what do you mean, little sister? I'm older. Mom gave birth to me first. Apollo, sorry, you said something, he would say, doing Kakashi's. Izuku, oh man. Percy, we will never forget you. Apollo, why ouch? He would say, receiving a sap. Artemis, you earned it. On screen, Temple of Aphrodite. The goddess of love was currently sitting on her lover/boyfriend's lap, holding him in a deep kiss while wearing a very tight, skimpy white and gold nightgown. She was barely paying attention to the capture the flag game in the background, as her children were left out of it. He thought he could feel Ares tense, as he wasn't happy about his sons being beaten by the newly arrived demigod, even though the god of war admitted he knew how to fight. Aphrodite's appearance could constantly change due to being the goddess of beauty, but she currently had brown hair that curled into ringlets at the end with ivory-colored skin and brown eyes. Meanwhile, Ares's black hair was cropped and polished to a crisp, making him look very intimidating. He currently wore a helmet with a red plume, and in keeping with his lover's fetishes, he had adopted the form of a Korean band singer, a type he viewed as effeminate. The god and goddess weren't exactly close to Artemis, as said goddess didn't believe in love or men, so naturally she and Aphrodite would butt heads at times where it was mostly Aphrodite trying to set her up with one of the gods or a mortal. With Ares, she thought he was a giant chimpanzee who couldn't keep his pants on and was addicted to battle. As the two were kissing, Aphrodite was about to take the kissing to the next level before she and Ares heard the claim and the progenitor of the rookie demigod. Ares and Aphrodite's kisses stopped as their heads slowly moved towards Iris's video and saw the symbols of Artemis, Hermes, and Hestia above Izuku's head. They were both completely silent as they tried to make sense of what they had just heard. The gears in Aphrodite's head began to turn before Aphrodite let out the loudest, highest-pitched shriek the gods had ever heard. Aphrodite, I. It finally happened. I want details, sis. When she jumped from the scream, her clothes changed to a short white dress with white heels before she jumped off Ares's lap and ran away. Meanwhile, Ares followed her slowly while checking that she still had hearing. Ares, am I deaf? He asked himself, tapping his ears. Off-screen, upon seeing the goddess of love and beauty, many felt the need to avoid her with their gaze, since in their eyes she was the most beautiful thing they had ever encountered in their lives. Shoto was hugging Rachel, while Izuku was with Lacey, and one was glaring deadly at his yet-to-be-declared mother-in-law while ready to cover Kota's eyes. Talia had another girl next to her, an albino with a little horn on her forehead who was staring at everyone, so she braced herself. Seeing what the god of war and the goddess of love were doing made several cover their eyes, and those who had children nearby covered them. Inko wanted to cover Izuku, but all she saw was him giving the image a look of disgust. It's not as if in her confirmation of romance with Drew, she hadn't caught her with a boy from cabin 11 of those who until then were unclaimed, having Hex. She wasn't innocent, and she knew it. Hephaestus, for his part, just looked on indifferently. She cheated on him for so many years that another time she did it with that retard. Well, he felt sorry for her. Izuku, if her mother was like that, how could she not be like that? He would say, annoyed. Lacey, calm down, I'm here for you, she would say, smiling. She couldn't blame him for being like that when his own sister betrayed his heart. Izuku, thank you. Drew, hump. Piper, then why does the vast majority at camp hate her? Leo, yes. Midnight, what a good fetish. Lady Aphrodite, she would say, laughing. Ares was blushing and hiding behind a shield, while Apollo, Hermes, Hephaestus and Dionysus were laughing loudly. When Aphrodite's scream came, Mirko covered his ears, while everyone who had animal quirks covered their ears. Kyoka, hhhhhhhhh. She would say, crying from the pain. Mirko, shut up. Ryukyu, stop it. Tsuyu Karo, dark shadow. Wow, look at that Toko, it looks like a powerful scream. Cements, it sounded like a scream from you. Present Mike, no, that was sharper, I would say, surprised. Hades, I feel sorry for you, nephew, he would say with a serious tone. Ares, thank you. On screen, Temple of Demeter. A goddess was delivering a wrapped package. Goddess, here is the delivery. Demeter. Demeter, goddess of the harvest and the seasons, had blonde hair tied with dried pieces of grass. Her eyes were dark brown, and she wore a golden dress that reached her ankles. Said goddess took the package and looked over her shoulder to see that he had been watching the Capture the Flag game before a sad smile appeared on her face. She was Iris, goddess of the rainbow, messenger goddess along with Hermes, one of the minor goddesses of Olympus, who despite having several children, they had to stay in cabin 11 by the laws of Zeus, since the king of Olympus did not allow them to have a cabin at camp. He was currently wearing a postman's outfit along with the mail bag tied to his waist, while replacing Hermes, like every day of said game, being with the gods who work the most. Demeter, do you know why Hermes doesn't answer my messages? Iris, no, she would lie, given that Hermes is, along with her, one of the deities who does his job, and even if they rest for a few minutes, things pile up and neither of them manages to satisfy everyone. I only know that he must be watching the game. It's his only break, like mine is when I take my jacuzzi. Demeter, I see, she would say, annoyed. Hermes used to avoid her a lot and most of the gods knew it, since talking to her is difficult without the conversation ending up talking about cereals. Before either of them could speak, Chiron's voice through the goddess portal would sound, causing both of them to look at the symbols on Izuku as their mouths fell open and they both felt weak in the knees at the proclamation. Though they both said that for a boy he looked good, probably being a great catch, though they wouldn't go near him since Artemis might take things very badly, and the boy might end up locked in a tower. The two goddesses looked at each other, and when they wanted to go look for answers, Iris's delivery alarm was activated, and she had to go and continue with her work, while Demeter headed to the temple of Artemis. Off-screen, Demeter, so it's annoying, huh? The gods, no, well yes. Hermes, I've said hundreds of times that Iris and I need a vacation. Zeus, don't talk, Hermes, you don't know what you could cause. Ojiro, don't you think what happened to Larry would happen in Gumball's world? Shoji, from what we see, it is possible. Mineta, yes, it wasn't something very nice for that pair. Everyone who knew that comparison remembered the moment. It was not something beautiful. Travis, yeah, that's a sacrifice they shouldn't give them. Connor, although it would be fun to see the chaos. Chris, yes. Hermes, not even my children respect me. Izuku, don't worry, Grandpa, you'll be able to rest, although that will be when you faint, but knowing the truth. Hermes, thanks for cheering me up, he would say sarcastically. Izuku, you're welcome. Nizu, and you complain that there is no money for improvements and salaries. Aizawa, hump. On screen, Temple of Athena. Athena, goddess of wisdom, war and strategy, sat in her grand library with a proud smile on her face as she watched her daughter Annabeth lead her team to victory over Ares' cabin and their allies. She was also impressed by how young Izuku, a demigod recently arrived from Asia, was green-haired, making it impossible to determine his divine ancestry. She was impressed by how he handled himself against the Ares children, while insulting his son-in-law, Out of all possible options, his daughter ends up with his rival's son. He watched as a hellhound attacked, but Izuku quickly defeated it, using cunning, strategy and skill, and given what he saw he could make guesses as to who his father was. He could expect it from one of them, although he dismissed the other as soon as the idea appeared. Tenia had black hair tied in a braid with golden ribbons and stormy gray eyes that all her children inherited. She currently wore a regal white dress along with golden sandals. Completing her attire was a spear and a shield bearing the face of the Gorgon alongside an owl, her sacred animal. She and Artemis were friendly enough to each other, and they both respected each other, as they were both strong warriors who differed from the other goddesses. This helped to forge an understanding between the two and help form a sort of sisterly bond. As she watched, she only took a sip of water from a glass pitcher beside her when she saw the symbols of Artemis, Hermes, and Hestia appear above her head, causing her to spit out her drink in disbelief and causing the video of Iris to ripple from the water. Athena, what? She gave the scream that made her run out of her temple, heading straight for that of the moon goddess, with the intention of getting to the bottom of what she had just seen. Off-screen, Poseidon, oh the owl brain. Momo, it's a big library. Nizu, it's true, as they say, knowledge is power. Athena, never said otherwise. Director Nizu, I would say seriously, he did not like the rodent. Endeavor, as if books won battles. Ares, yes, until someone understands it, he would say, celebrating. Athena, leaving that aside, she expressed, ignoring the Flammidas and the god of war. It is a good strategy at the moment. You are just like your mother. They do not boast of quick plans with a lot of time. They are more of planning in the moment. Izuku, thanks, and he would say, blushing from the praise. Bakugo, I would deserve those compliments, not the damn nerd, he would think jealously. Athena, I still haven't forgiven you for that, sister. Artemis, I let you tutor him and have him as a champion. Athena, but you left the barnacle beard. Poseidon, correction, I arrived first, he would say with a shit-eating smile. Kirishima, well, that helps us a little. Izuku, yes, although you don't know when they fight and I have to choose a side or mediate. Percy, you can say that. My mother-in-law is strange. Annabeth, but she's my mother. Percy, if it weren't like that, I'd still be in love with you, smartass. The girls, all they would say, moved. Ares, I'm bored, I would say, disgusted by love. Izuku, well, leaving that aside, I can admit that I think my mom is one of the strongest and most capable goddesses, since she is not one of those who sit and watch fearing for her nails. Apollo, definition of Hathor and Isis with Aphrodite. Athena, it's true, with Freya and Arte we are among the few who are not little princesses. Hermes, don't forget Quetzalcoatl. Artemis, that perverted snake? He's strong, but a bigger pervert than father. Zeus, yes, I still remember what he does. Almight, is it something unique? What do you think, honey? Inko, it's true, she would say, smiling. On screen, with the jackets, many had dropped their plates of food on the floor when they saw him, and were even more carried away when Hestia also claimed him as their champion. Talia and the older members smiled, though they hadn't expected Hestia's symbol. They knew everything, but the new ones had a hard time assimilating everything. Their mistress was supposed to have one vote, and there she claimed she had one, and a boy at least. All the hunters of Artemis sat around the fire with both amazement and disbelief displayed on their faces at what they had just seen and heard. Their lady had just claimed that she had a son, and a son no less. Many had dropped their plates of food on the floor when they saw him, and were even more carried away when Hestia also claimed him as their champion. Talia and the older members smiled, though they hadn't expected Hestia's symbol. They knew everything, but the new ones had a hard time assimilating everything. Their mistress was supposed to have one vote, and there she claimed she had one, and a boy at least. Temple of Poseidon. Poseidon was wandering around his palace on Olympus, dressed in a Hawaiian shirt, Bermuda shorts, and sandals, while watching his son's team win. He was proud. After all, Percy had turned out to be better than several of Zeus's sons, and that was something to rub in his face. He watched the green-haired boy with his son, and his curiosity grew, given that he analyzed many aspects of his behavior around Percy. From what he saw, Percy was his older brother figure, which made him smile. When he heard the complaint, he froze. Poseidon, it can't be she broke her oath, the drama queen won't like it, he would say with a smile. I have to go give my niece a present, he would say, disappearing into the water. Off screen, Talia, How can we forget that the rookies wanted to kill Izuku? Piper, how come they don't do that anymore? Talia, Lady Artemis, you promised we could train your fighter. Kirishima, no thanks, I want to live. Kaminari, I won't go there. Koda, if it makes me strong like Izuku and I will do it, he would say determined. Izuku, that's the Ototo spirit. Koda's eyes would light up when he was called little brother, which earned him laughter and Mandalay. Talia, how embarrassing, I thought training was manly, and you let a child humiliate you. Shoto, training isn't that bad. Talia, come on, he understands. Mineta, the bad thing is having to train. Percy, I wonder if that's how you'll get into UA. Jason, mysteries of life. Percy, thanks Pa. Izuku, thank you Mr. P. Poseidon, you're welcome, he would say smiling. On screen, Temple of Artemis. Both Artemis and Hestia breathed deeply as they felt energy spikes throughout Olympus and felt everyone heading towards Artemis's temple. Hermes wanted to run away to save himself, but Hestia grabbed him by the clothes. It was only a minute before the doors to her palace opened. Artemis looked over and wasn't surprised to see that it was her twin brother Apollo who arrived first. He was looking at her with a pained expression, which she thought was most likely because he hadn't told her before. However, that expression quickly changed to the biggest smile she'd seen on him in a long time before he ran over to her, hugged her, and spun her around. Apollo, why didn't you tell me? My little sister is finally a mother. Tell me who the man is who managed to win my sister's love. Artemis only hit him on the head to make him let go and stop the scandal. Artemis, don't do that again, she would say, scolding her twin, her pride preventing her from saying that she liked it. I have my reasons why I didn't tell you, and secondly, don't call me little sister. We are twins. We are the same age and I was born first. Apollo, good, he waved, but the smile on his face never faded. I feel a haiku coming on. Hermes, brother, calm down. We don't want to be accomplices in this crime against the divine and mortal world, he would say, nervous about Apollo's bad haikus. Artemis was about to say something when she heard the clicking of heels approaching and the sound of a squeal. Artemis, oh no, she would say before the person she feared the most appeared. Aphrodite appeared in front of her before she too wrapped Artemis in an awkward hug that squealed like a schoolgirl who had too much sugar. Aphrodite, why didn't you tell me? Do I want to know everything? How did you meet him? What did he look like? What was your first date like? How great was his? I'd start asking questions. Artemis would stop her before she finished her sentence, as Demeter and Athena entered alongside Poseidon. Poseidon, okay, but I want to hear everything about it, the god of the sea would say, sitting next to Apollo, someone who along with Hermes and Artemis occupied the position of favorite nephews given the multiple uprisings against Zeus they have made. Athena, I'd like to hear it too, she would say, arriving with a frown upon seeing her rival there. Artemis would turn her armchair into a large sofa, making everyone sit there, while other gods and goddesses appeared in the temple of Artemis, all with the intention of discovering what had just happened, Hephaestus and Hera among them. After Ares, stunned, arrived without understanding why. Hera, can you imagine the surprise that you're no longer a virgin? I had to knock out Zeus from coming, excitedly wanting to prepare his plans to corrupt his grandson, he would say, arriving. Artemis, very well. We'll explain in a moment, but there are some others who might want to hear this as well, she said before clicking her fingers, and next to the couches, the hunters appeared under a bright light. Talia was trying to calm the hunters down, but stopped when she and everyone else realized they were no longer in the forest. They looked around and saw the other gods staring at them, and immediately bowed before everyone saw Artemis standing in front of them. As soon as they did, the newer girls started screaming and protesting about what they had just seen and how someone was trying to frame their lady and that she would never have a child, especially a boy. Artemis rubbed her forehead. She knew they would act this way, and it didn't surprise her that they were so angry and confused by what they saw. Taking a deep breath, she calmed the situation by causing numerous couches to appear where Talia and the others sat. Artemis, as you know, a few moments ago, a young man from Camp Half-Blood was just claimed and had my symbol above his head, as well as Hestia's and Hermes's, she would say, confirming to several with her words. First, I would like to confirm that yes, Izuku is in fact my son. That would surprise everyone since many never believed Artemis would find someone to settle down with. The hunters never imagined their lady would fall in love with someone, but the older ones knew of the green-haired man's existence, so they expressed their pride in him, although they regretted that Zoe wasn't with them to see it. So once things calmed down, Artemis began to detail everything, how she felt and Hestia's advice and what it all entailed, earning a nod from Hermes that confirmed everything. Hisashi's description was something that seemed like something out of a story, because for Artemis, he was the perfect man, of course after her baby. Aphrodite. Sounds like the complete package, she would say, sighing like a schoolgirl, earning a flat look from Hephaestus and a serious one from Ares. Artemis. Unfortunately for you and me, he's dead. Athena. How did she die? I know Asia is the place where the quirk phenomenon thrives, and it has heroes. Artemis. According to what my sister-in-law told me, he died in a confrontation between a hero and a villain, she would say, earning a sympathetic look from everyone, where Hestia took her hand, and it was a few months after I married him, she would express to Hera's surprise, who looked very favorably on the green-haired man since he was born in her domains and after Izuku was born. The heroes at that time were distracted fighting a villain named Muscular, and he wanted to rescue a girl, which he achieved, but in exchange for the villain named Muscular killing him under the gaze of the useless heroes who preferred to wait for someone with the right quirk. Their eyes met in understanding as Hermes looked seriously at a photo of the villain. He wanted to take revenge on his son's wretched murderer, but going to Japan just for that and visiting his grandson was worth it. But Hestia gave him a look of terror, which made him freeze in his tracks. Aphrodite. Wait a minute, she would say, surprised. Did you really carry Izuku like a mortal does? She asked in surprise. What? The goddess of the moon nodded. And you still have that kind of figure? She exclaimed incredulously. As Artemis scolded Aphrodite for her stupid question, Hera looked at her with admiration, something that wasn't common. The fact that she was carrying her child just like the old ways and the way Hera believed a child should be born, as it was the natural way, made Hera's respect for Artemis increase, even if only a little. The others began to give their approval, especially when Artemis commented on all of Inko and Zoe's messages about the green-haired boy, which surprised the hunters, who accepted the boy. Athena was truly admired. Despite everything she had against being a demigod, Izuku was quite intelligent and strategist, especially when she read one of the letters about Bakugo's humiliation or his escapes from the police station where Naomasa was ridiculed. Hera. I think it was too much for one day. Artemis. Tell your son that I wish him the best, she would say to everyone's surprise. Athena. Same, maybe if he wins it she'll bless him, she would say before leaving. Apollo. Well, I'll try to keep an eye on my nephew from time to time to make sure he's okay, he would say playfully. Who knows if I could take him to a club. Poseidon. Well, this is my gift, he would say, extending a blue orb. Give it to him after his first mission, since until now, along with Apollo and Hermes, they are my favorite nephews. Artemis. Thanks, uncle, and it will be an achievement reward. After that, Poseidon left, while Ares left with a bit of pride restored. At least his children did not lose against a rival like a son of Athena or Apollo. Demeter. This orb, she would say, handing hers over, is in case she manages to enter UA as you said. Only until then have it as a prize. Artemis. Yes. Finally, it was Hephaestus who appeared in front of her and snapped his fingers. When he did, a bright light formed on one of the sofas, finally revealing a large box with a silver bow around it. Hephaestus. The request you made a month ago is now complete. I think I understand who it is for now, he said, as he left, wishing the boy well. Hestia. I told you it would turn out well, she would say as she walked away smiling. Hermes. Yes, but well, it's time for me to go, he would say, leaving. The screen turns off. Seeing and hearing the explanations made Izuku feel loved by his family, even though Artemis started to choke Apollo for his idea of wanting his son to lose his purity in that way. Zeus. Damn, I almost made it. Izuku. Really, Grandpa? Zeus. He would say, as very intelligent when exposed. What can I say to you? But what can I say to you? He would say nervously. Kirishima. Your family is a gift, Mito bro. Izuku. Thank you. Shoto. You are my friend and my brother from another mother. Koda. You are my Enai-san. Percy. My little brother. Izuku just smiled. Several were moved to see that joy, but others were not, since they thought that was not right. Because while they remained anonymous, there were people who suffered, and with the abilities of the demigods, they could stop doing it by having help. Kaminari. What is that orb? Izuku. Champion skills, he would say, smiling. Endeavor. What do you do with it? Izuku. As a Poseidon champion, I can manipulate water, talk to horses and talk to sea animals, although the first on a smaller scale than Percy. Monoma, another orb. What the hell is going on? Ibra, he's being blessed, what else? She would say surprised. Always, nerf. Shishida, nerf the broccoli. Leo, nerfing the goblin barrel. He would say playing on his cell phone. Oh sorry, he would say smiling. Demigods, Leo, they would say shaking their heads. Ida, what did Lord Hephaestus give you? Izuku, you'll see later, he would say smiling. Recess, unraveling history 4. Everyone was talking with utter surprise, especially the future UA students, the big three, and the true heroes. The others were trying to do something to contain the demigod issue, since they knew that genocide, the elimination of demigods, wasn't feasible, so they would have to go for control, something difficult to track, like inviting them to their hero academies and making themselves look like the good guys. Kaminari, hey, we haven't seen those songs of the gods in a while. Ibera, of the ones we saw, I liked Hestia and Demeter, no offense. Leo, but hey, there was no shortage of laughter. Mineta, not to mention the references to JoJo's Dragon Ball, when Hera throws the Kamehameha, and Pokemon. Momo, that helps a lot to keep things going. Hawks, I'd like to see how Lord Hades handles himself. Sir, I hope paperwork isn't such a cruel evil. Hades, don't underestimate paperwork. Apollo, dude, remember you have less than the mouse of the biblical underworld. Ibera the mouse? I mean the demon kings? What are they like? Hermes, the one who currently holds the title of Lucifer, is a Siscon. Ares, the Mao Beelzebub is a laboratory mouse, since he never leaves one. Athena, Mao Asmodeus is a lazy man who spends his time sleeping and thinks that working is losing. Always, what a good philosophy, he whispered with all the lazy ones in agreement. Kendo, and Mao Leviathan? Demeter, she is childish, nicknamed Satan Girl, and dresses in magical girl clothes and carries a magic wand. Mineta, wait, the girl who appears in Kaminari, Magical Girl Milky Way Spiral 7 is Monoma, a demon? Several candidates would not deny that they did not watch that program, given that they were immature pubescent children. Artemis, yes, in a few words. Izuku, I don't know her, but rumors say she's too heavy. Annabeth, I don't know if it helps, but they say she's a Yuri fan. Mineta, what good scissors, he thought pervertedly, but due to Aphrodite's curse his heinous didn't react. Kirishima, sounds like she's weird. Almight, and not to mention the rumors of the leader of the biblical heaven. Ibera, if God is dead, who rules him? She asked without thinking. Zeus, the Archangel Michael. Ibera, what is he like? Apollo, effeminate. Hermes, strict. Ares, saintly. Artemis, I would say something, but even Izuku knows what she looks like. Izuku, I have managed to meet him along with Seraph Gabriel. I will never go to those meetings again. Percy, jealous that they used you as a stuffed animal for these, he would say, pointing at his hair. Izuku, I'll change the look, I'll cut it. Travis, remember the time you straightened it? Connor, and suddenly his hair exploded, returning to that fluffy state it has. Izuku, yes, as they say. Before anyone said anything, the screen would light up. On screen, hello mere mortals, welcome to Unraveling History, with Pascu and Rodri. Today we are going to talk about the god, Hades. He is the eldest son of Cronus. He is eaten because he is very crazy. His other 4 brothers were devoured, thus avoiding the prophecy of Uranus. Off-screen, Hades, so I'm going. Demeter, the daughter thief, follows. Jason, Hades as a child resembles Nico. Will, that makes him cute. Nico, hump, he would turn his face blushing at the last thing. Percy, well, someone would come out like that. Izuku, the emo friend everyone would want. Shoto, it's true, although well. Nico, what right do you have to tell me that? He exclaimed, offended. You're more emo than me, sir. I'm afraid of teapots. Kirishima, I like this group. Koda, it's true, Nico-senpai was just like his dad. Mandalay, like you to yours. Koda just hid behind Izuku so they wouldn't see him blushing. Hades, at least they didn't design me like the one in the Disney movie. I'd say seriously those guys deserve Tartarus. Kyoka, although his songs were good, but from what I see, Heracles was not like that. Hera, he wasn't even my son to begin with. Talia, or so heroic. Stain, yes, they hate him. Lee, it's a mass full of pride. Hades, Uranus and his prophecies, well, he's better than the old man. Endeavor, and he said my mother was temperamental. Poseidon, I don't remember Hades being crazy, he was somewhat emo, but not crazy. Hestia, it's true. On screen. Ooh. By Zeus they are freed. In Tartarus they fought. The Cyclops were recruited. Ooh. They are given gifts, one for each brother, and their father they fought. Hades. He has a helmet. When he wears it, they can't touch him. Hades. With his brothers. He destroys Cronus, and they make a distribution. Off screen. Zeus. They should just say thank you. Poseidon and Hades. Thanks, Zeus. You're welcome, he would say smiling. Poseidon. Damn defective Pikachu. Hades. Stupid charger without power. The three would start fighting while the others had beads of sweat on the backs of their necks. Sir, I forgot that's how they got along. Neo Mesa, yes. Almight, they are unique. Demigods, they get used to it. Percy, how could I forget that helmet? Hades, you were born out of an oath. Izuku, that's stupid. The more I always made it clear that the prophecy was going to be given with or without an oath. I was born from a breaking of my mother's oath. In itself, if you Lord Hades say it sounds like a child who had his candy taken away like Grandpa Zeus with his master bolt. They don't act any differently like the crooked one. Zeus, ouch, a kick in the balls hurt less. Percy, thanks. Poseidon, that's my champion. Hades, so that's what you think he would say seriously, although internally embarrassed because of all the Olympians he was the most reasonable. Izuku, it was proven that the real thief was Ares. Poseidon, along with Luke Castellan, I would say seriously I am surprised that being the god whom I respect the most for being even more thoughtful than my boss and grandfather, you have not taken into account that if a war broke out, Ares would be favored. Hades, you have a point. Besides, have I done something to you? Izuku, locking Nico in your abode to file your paperwork counts? He would say. Hades, I feel that and I like you. No one besides Percy spoke to me like that, he would say, changing. He had to give him points for being logical. Besides that, they had a great esteem for him. Demeter, bust Kronos and divide things among three what good brothers. Persephone, mom 4. Hawks, this is it. Ryukyu, better than a novel. Mirko, and that's how I broke the villain's legs, she would say, talking to Ares like a little girl, ignoring the rest. Ares, that's my granddaughter. On screen, in his kingdom he controls everything. It's really cool, so it rarely comes out. He has a black car. He has a super dog. It has its own river and a Greek boatman. Ooh, he's looking for a queen. He notices his niece and grabs her by the leg. Ooh, he gets angry at me. If I don't find my daughter, there are no more plants on earth. Zeus, Hades, my brother, let go of my daughter, don't be perverted. Hades, for the road. He gives her seeds, a snack. Off screen. Hades, is it really cool? Yeah, sure. I'm not going out because of the damn paperwork, since Hela doesn't even do hers. Who do they punish? Of course, the donkey they have in Greece. Nico, that's true. Kaminari, dude, it's true that there are Pokemon there. Kyoka, stop being an idiot, she would say, digging in her jacks. Izuku, Cerberus is a good boy. Percy, and Sharon is too perverted and stingy. Annabeth, although I should get a raise. Apollo, black car? What kind do you drive? Hades, Lamborghini Centenario Coupe. Apollo, not bad. Momo, what are you driving, Lord Apollo? Apollo, gold Ferrari KC23. Uraraka, Chael the rich humiliating the poor. Hades, me, pervert? What right do you have to tell me that? Demeter, yet you deceived me, breath of the dead. On screen, Demeter. Daughter, did you eat anything Hades gave you before you left the underworld? Persephone. Yes, Mom, these little pomegranate seeds. Demeter. No, you idiot! Now you'll have to spend 6 months a year with him, and I'll be very sad and stop the plants from growing. Persephone. Okay. Ooh. 2 guys infiltrated. Because they were crazy, they were caught and left chained. Ooh. Heracles appears, you take Theseus. But he doesn't move. Hades, the most feared. He actually doesn't give a damn about you. Hades, a divine being. He's most likely your uncle. Screen turns off. Demeter, swindler. Hades, get over it already. He also has his father's genes, so we tend to fool ourselves quite a bit. Persephone, yes, I'm always the first to do it. Silena, Adonis, who else? Aphrodite. Too many to count. Hades, and mine are from these times, that's the good thing. Stain, they talk about it very naturally. Spiner, yes. Izuku, those aren't Theseus and Pirithous. Hades, yes. Nico, the truth is, the time that Dad didn't let me go out, it was fun to torture Pirithous. Ida, well, they were at the mercy of Hades. Ibera, yes, they tried to kidnap Persephone. Poseidon, an idiot rescuing him. Hera, the good of the day, without being in her 12 labors. Demigods, great uncle, but yes. Percy, Tyson, Talia and Jason, speak for yourselves. Nico and Hazel, Uncle no, Father yes. Posts claim. Everyone was talking and giving their opinions about what they had seen with the king of the underworld, Hades, while trying to ignore the big three arguing like children. Almight, how long will it take for them to calm down? Izuku a lot. Percy, they're fired up and they're not going to calm down. Hestia, I think I'll take care of it, she would say, trying to go and calm them down, but she couldn't. Demeter, emphasis, you tried, sister. Before the fight could begin, a sandal hit the three of them, causing the three sisters to hug each other in fear, while each child prayed not to get hit. Let's see, calm down? The newly arrived woman would say angrily. The big three, yes, Mom, they would say on their knees. Apollo, Mom, he would say happily. Leto, it's good to see you. Artemis, Mother, she would say smiling. Izuku and Apollo, cabin, Grandma. Leto, my children, he would say, giving them all a big hug. Nizu, that's new, two titans in person. Hawks, the mother of Olympians and the mother of the two Olympian twins. Mineta, not to interrupt, but what's next? Travis, and the continuation of the game? Connor, yes, I would say, sounding obvious. Kaminari, wow, at what moment, he would say, seeing Mineta completely feathered. Before any demigod could answer, the screen would light up. Apollo, it's starting now, he would say while eating popcorn. Hermes, yes, he would say, stealing popcorn from Apollo. On screen, Camp Half-Blood. Izuku was breathing softly as he sat on a wooden bench by the hearth in the center of the 12 cabins. It had been a little over 15 minutes since his mother Artemis, his grandfather Hermes, and his patron Hestia had claimed him. He looked up from his spot to see Chiron, Percy, and all the other campers there staring at him with their mouths agape, thinking there must have been some kind of mistake. Many were still in disbelief, while others found it hard to believe. They thought the gods must have made some kind of mistake, but Chiron quickly silenced them, telling them that there is never any mistake when it comes to complaining. Mr. D disappeared soon after, no doubt so the other gods would know what had happened and inform his father Zeus. Percy, and my complaint years ago wasn't so outrageous, he would say in whispers, but thanks to the green-haired boy's better hearing abilities he would be able to hear it. Chiron, well, this has certainly been an interesting night. A demigod claimed by his mother, he muttered to himself. Izuku, I think you might want to look in a mirror first, since the claiming seems to have changed some of your physical appearance. Izuku, what do you mean? He would say, a little confused by the statement before an Asian girl handed him a hand mirror while winking at him. He looked in the mirror a little surprised by what he saw. While most were the same, he noticed that his skin was slightly lighter but not much, but he began to feel itchy on his body, so he took off his equipment and given the full moon, he began to adopt animal features, becoming a kind of hybrid. Something told him that he could be the subject of jokes where they would call him a furry, but he decided to leave it aside, since unlike his hair, which had silver locks, the fur on his arms was light brown, while his hands reflected claws and his eyes lost the characteristic roundness in humans, becoming wilder as if he were a canine or something similar. On his head, some kind of ears appeared and his freckles disappeared, adopting a wilder and more mature appearance, not so childish. Izuku, wow, does this happen often? He asked, examining himself and receiving a small nod from the centaur. Chiron, it's weird, but it happens sometimes. I guess you mostly took after your father, so when your mother claimed, you inherited some of her physical attributes. In fact, now that we know Artemis, who is your mother, I must admit that now that I look at you properly, your facial structure is very similar to that of your mother's, I would say, analyzing the new appearance with the nod of Percy and Annabeth, who were the ones who had stumbled upon the goddess not long ago, not to mention that the changes we see that make you adopt a semi-hybrid form may be a new ability. There has never been a child of hers, so you are the first in history. Annabeth, well, it's new, so it would warrant a lot of research, she would say, smiling while analyzing the green-haired man closely. Izuku, Percy, help, he would say nervously. Percy, well, Chiron, well, after that rather historic moment, you should start moving to your new place, cabin 8. Lee, I think I understand now why you were attracted to that cabin, he would say, smiling. He never expected the green-haired man to be his cousin, and for whatever you need, cabin 7 will be there for you, cousin. Connor, who would have thought? Travis, you're our nephew, hee. Izuku, hee, that looks good. Chiron, sometimes demigods are simply drawn to monuments or possessions belonging to their parents. Percy, how did I not notice he face-palmed, given that they went to a museum and he was drawn to a statue of Artemis a few days ago. Chiron, Percy, don't worry, we never expected Lady Artemis to have a child. Off-screen, Kirishima, dude, you look like a celebrity. Kaminari, now that's attention. Monoma, it seems that fame is a strange thing. Izuku, can you blame me? I'm the son of a goddess who supposedly hated the male hex. I'm the son of a goddess who was considered a virgin and who never had a son in history. Always, we can't. Tokoyami, you are unique. Artemis, and unrepeatable, she would say, caressing her head. Izuku, I like it, he would say, letting himself be carried away by the animal instinct of feeling pleasure there. Leto, you inherited several abilities from her. Annabeth, he is the most varied of the camp, some get little, but he can even turn into animals or take a hybrid form. Seeing Izuku in his hybrid form, many girls blushed while Izuku got angry at Drew, or as he called it, the love bitch. If it weren't for Lacey, Mitchell, and Piper, his mother would have cursed that entire cabin. Uraraka, it suits you. Nizu hybrid form. Hawks, only works on a full moon. Izuku, new moon, full moon, or eclipse, so it's an ability I have limited. But my physical and sense enhancements are permanent. It smells like fried chicken. Hawks, do you want it? He would say, extending a container. Izuku, it doesn't count as cannibalism, right? Hawks, not at all, he would say with his shit-eating smile. Izuku, then, no thanks, I'm not from the junk. Inko, so that's why you dye your hair. Izuku, Inko Kazan, don't take offense, but if I arrived like this, you would have said I went rogue. Mitsuki, that's right, Inko, you would have gotten like that. Artemis, you're a bit exaggerated like that, hee. Inko, well, maybe a little bit. Kathleen, it's true, I didn't notice. Percy, I was by your side. Ida, that's good for the future. Shoji, now the question is cabin 8. Ojiro, from the way it is mentioned there are no nice experiences. Talia, seriously Drew? Izuku, there's a reason I support Piper, who along with Lacey and in a certain way Silena, were the most passable in that cabin, and of the males Mitchell is the one I like the most. The rest are a kind of imbeciles and traitors. Ibera, poor thing, she would say, hugging the green-haired boy, your hair is fluffy. You look like a stuffed animal. Izuku, I accept it because I need it, and Lacey, don't worry, you can do it too. Lacey, okay, she would say, hiding a bit of jealousy. On screen, Izuku, well, I was a little surprised to find out that my mother is the one who hates men the most in the world. But no one hates everyone for something they didn't do. It's probably a bit exaggerated. Charles, do you know about Actaeon? Izuku, yes. And it's only 1, 2 if you count Orion. He would say that name with a lot of venom in his voice. Agamemnon in Troy 3 and a city because of the Caledonian boar. They're not more than a handful. Percy, by the way, Chiron, how do you think the other gods will take this? Chiron, I can imagine some people's reaction. Izuku, really? Chiron, yes, your mother is a respected Olympian, but she broke her oath, which no doubt Zeus or some of the other gods might not be too happy about. But I'm sure she'll be fine. Artemis isn't one of the gods you want to take lightly. She knows how to protect herself and has no doubt already explained that to the gods. Just have faith, and I'm sure everything will be fine. Plus, with Hermes and Hestia on your side, Olympus might not do anything. Izuku, well, I would say calm. Lee, although don't expect Dad not to make a fuss about trying to get to know you and give you advice. Izuku, sounds like my mom will make him sing soprano if he does, he would say, amused. Many would find that joke funny. Chiron, Izuku, go get your things from the Hermes cabin and start moving into your new cabin. Percy, Chiron, aren't you forgetting something? He would say, remembering his cousin Punk. Chiron, it's true, Izuku. I must ask you what you want to do when the hunters finally visit you, he would say, sewing the keywords of the moment. He knew that only Zoe knew him, but Zoe was one of many hunters of Artemis. I doubt they want a child living in cabin 8 with them. Several campers were cursing. They weren't fans of hunters, but now they might have some advantage this time. Izuku knew the centaur was right. He may have been Artemis's son, but he doubted the hunters would want him around. Zoe was one of many, and it's not possible to please everyone, and since he was still a child, it was very likely that those who didn't follow in the footsteps of the one he considered his older sister would skin him alive, and then sleep under the same roof as him. Izuku, he mumbled, rubbing his forehead, is there any chance that any of the other cabins would mind me staying with them during the hunter's visit? he asked. Chiron, that should be acceptable. But make sure you have the head counselor's permission for that cabin, and it would be best to make offerings during meals to that god or goddess during your stay, he said, nodding to the green-haired man's words. Lee, if you like, you can stay in our cabin, cousin, I would say, with the entire Apollo cabin in complete agreement. Will, it's true, there are only a few of us now, but I guess there won't be a problem. What do you say, Austin? Michael? Austin. Only if you join the band, he would say, smiling. Michael, and if you become a basketball fan, there won't be any problems. Izuku. He of course not, he would say, smiling. Chiron, all right, everyone, head to your cabins. It's curfew now, so unless you want to be a vixen dinner party, I suggest you get moving. Off screen. Artemis, it's true, I don't hate everyone, just a few. They demonized me too much, just to create many of my fictions, even as a yandere. Izuku, yes, I would say, annoyed. Denisio, well, we already saw the reactions of the majority. Nizu, it's true. Zeus, I'm not so bad to do that to my daughter, he complained. Demeter, brother. Poseidon, you'd make a scene like a drama queen. Hera, yes. Hestia, that cannot be denied. Ares, although it would be fun to see it. Athena, Artemis would threaten you worse than Hera threatens you with your demigod children. Hades, no evidence. Apollo and Hermes, but no doubts either. Apollo, wouldn't you be capable, little sister? Artemis, who knows? She would say, smiling. Several found that joke funny, although more than a joke, the Olympians and demigods knew it was true. Talia, it's true, although Izuku stays in cabin 7, despite having a room for himself, it is uncomfortable. Izuku, not to mention that the last and only time I stayed at Phoebe's request, she woke me up very early with a military alarm. I would say uncomfortable because of that anecdote. All the campers took pity on him. There were no problems with the hunters and the green-haired man, except that whoever was in charge would pick him up in passing when the hunt broke. Hunter 1, not to mention, were a bit messy, and Inko taught him to be tidy. Inko, it's true, Izuku is quite neat and tidy. Talia, I won't deny it, the first time we were there, we found our abandoned room all clean and tidy. Izuku, it's not my fault that they're so messy. I can respect that they don't make their beds, but leaving dirty clothes lying around everywhere? Hunters, we're sorry, they would say sadly. Shoto, I see that's where your shirts are from. Izuku, Uncle Apollo loves sports, especially basketball, since he has given me original jerseys from at least 7 NBA teams. Apollo, not to mention a violin and 2 guitars, he would say, smiling. Izuku, did you forget your Barcelona shirt? Apollo, it is still true. On screen, Izuku went to the Hermes cabin and started gathering all his things, which were very exacting, and handed out his sleeping bags to see who would put them back for another use later. He quickly said goodbye to the stoles before leaving the cabin and walking toward the center of the cabins. Izuku looked toward Artemis's cabin. The cabin is a silver building that shines at night, as if reflecting the moon's rays. It is decorated with paintings and sculptures of wild animals, most notably Artemis's symbol, the deer. Percy, good luck in this new stage. Izuku, yes, thanks, I guess I'll see you tomorrow, he would say, walking towards his cabin. However, before he could get halfway there, he noticed Grover standing in the tree behind him, staring at him intently, which made Izuku frown a little. Izuku, Grover, I can see you, you know, he would say, causing Grover to panic a little before disappearing. Izuku shook his head in amusement as Grover told him how much the satyrs and nature spirits loved Artemis, and Grover had already claimed the spot as Artemis's biggest fan, calling himself a fanboy, though he had his moments with his uncle, Almight, as he missed his room in Japan with all his collection of Almight posters and figures. The green-haired boy decided to put his thoughts aside and looked around the other cabins to see the other half-breed children looking through the windows. Izuku thought they just wanted to see if he was going to be turned into an animal for coming to the cabin, since many still found it hard to believe. Izuku, how much they trust me, I would say, surprised, also how paranoid. The green-haired boy, ignoring the rest, raised his right hand, grabbing the doorknob with the Artemis symbol before taking a deep breath, turning the doorknob with his hands, and opening it. Many of the campers peering through the windows held their breath when he opened the cabin door. He stepped inside and closed it. They waited to see if they heard screams, flashing lights, or if he was being chased away, but there was nothing. They assumed he was fine, and everyone went to bed after a mentally exhausting day. When Izuku entered the cabin, the first thing he noticed was the smell of the cabin. It smelled just like the outdoors, the smell of the forest he liked to be in when he could get away from Neomesa, as he liked the outdoors. The walls were painted a dark green with silver vine-like designs running along the top and bottom of the wall, and then along the walls were pictures of different animals like wolves, deer, bears, and the like, along with pictures of people wearing long hoods and cloaks, and carrying bows and arrows. It didn't take a genius to realize that they must have been images of the hunters. Recognizing Zoe, so he simply gave a sad smile, because on the way there, Percy told him everything that happened, and Izuku, despite everything, never hated him. He simply told him that he was grateful for trying to save her. Beyond that entrance hall, there was a hallway leading to 2 rooms. In the first, he saw what must have been around 20 beds, all with silver duvets and pillows covering them. Then there were sets of raffles attached to the backs of the beds, where clothes and other accessories must have been stored. These beds were undoubtedly where the hunters would sleep. He was a little disappointed given that everything was in such a mess, so he simply closed the door. He continued on his way when he came across a silver door with a wolf symbol on it, along with silver vines. Before he reached for the handle, a silver glow appeared, and when it dissipated, a note was seen on it. Dear Izuku, I know you must be surprised to find out you are my son. But please know that despite my reputation as an enemy of men, a reputation exaggerated for centuries, you and your father are the exception, as well as young Percy and your future friends, all of whom I advise you to choose carefully. So do not think that I do not love or care for you, because I do. Since my hunters reside in the main part of the cabin, I decided to divide the area by creating a hallway, so this room is specifically for you, as I do not want to make my hunters uncomfortable by having them share it with a child. I hope you understand. You will have everything you need there, and I hope you are free to rearrange the room however you wish, but please remember to keep it tidy. You have every right to stay in this cabin, my son, even more than my hunters. I love you with all my heart, Mom. Izuku smiled as he quickly wiped away a stray tear. Since he was claimed less than an hour ago, there was a persistent, distorted voice in the back of his head that said his mother never wanted him, and with Artemis as his mother and with her reputation, there was a small part of him that believed it, but his emotional and rational side told him otherwise, so he listened to them and smiled happily. Inko was his mother despite being his aunt. She raised him in Artemis's absence. Given her rules, he had 2 amazing mothers, no doubt. Off-screen, Izuku, yeah, really, did they demonize you that much? He would say annoyed. Artemis, yes. Tsuyu, Lady Artemis's cabin is beautiful. Karo. Uraraka, yes, that color gives it a great touch. Shoto, it's one of those I've entered and left again. Will, you're Izuku's best friend, he would say, earning a death glare and a growl from Bakugo so Artemis can keep an eye on you. Ray, that's true. Artemis, you're his best friend. Shoto, so you're like family. Shoto, thank you. Inko, Grover, don't worry, Izuku is more of a fanboy than you. Grover, ha 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 ha, that would be nice to see. Tashinori, the truth is scary how many things it has of me. Stain, the very clever one, knew where to shop. Sir, yes. Izuku, it's not my fault that I bought most of the limited things because of my great inherited ability, right, Grandpa? Hermes, without a doubt, he would say, smiling. Izuku, your editing poster was very cute, sir, he would say with his innocence and mischievous tone. Mirio, his office poster. Sir, I will protect that with my life, he would say, detecting the tone. Neomesa, he had to be Hermes' grandson, he would whisper nervously, hitting his head. Chris, it's our gift. Travis, it's in our blood. Ida, I'm missing my wallet. Connor, wow, how boring, he would say, throwing it in his face. You really have order, that's boring. Tensei, when did he take it off? Talia, so that's why the cabin was changed from the inside, she would say, surprised. I like more order. Izuku, not to mention that they take advantage of me cleaning them. Hunters, because you love us, they would say happily. Upon hearing Artemis's letter, Izuku hugged his mother, while she hugged him back. Ancient laws be damned. Inko, hey Izuku, she would say, crying. Almight, Inko, he would say with an umbrella in hand. On screen, he put his hand on the doorknob, opened it, and scanned the room. The room was very nice, to say the least. It looked a lot like the room where the hunters slept, with a different wall color and no vine design, just the animal designs on the ceiling, and a dark laminate floor. However, in the center of the room, instead of a single bed, there was a king-size bed with a fluffy French blue bedspread and white pillowcases. There was also a sort of armchair/pet bed next to 2 nightstands, a nature painting on top of the bed, along with 2 4-door wardrobes, and a desk. Use the room description above. He sat up in bed and was surprised at how soft it was. He scanned the room and saw that there was a shelf on one side, joining the 2 wardrobes, which made him widen his eyes slightly when he saw the Minotaur's horns and the Hellhound's tooth, along with his knives and bow, placed there. There was a small note on the front of the cabinet. Note, a trophy case for your war booty. With love, Mom. Izuku smiled a little. He assumed she wanted him to fill it, since his mother technically hunted monsters and was practically the greatest warrior woman he'd ever meet. There was Athena, but she was more into knowledge than action, and Demeter, who was into working the land, not combat, although that wouldn't tell them they were weak. Hera and Hestia weren't weak either. One was Queen of Olympus, and her combat wasn't mentioned in myths, and as far as he knew, Hestia was peaceful, but the most powerful of the Olympians. He looked next to the cabinet and saw the first 4-door wardrobe, which he assumed was made of fiberboard, given that it was painted white and had black animal prints, and that it had been recently made, since it still had that wild, outdoor smell. It would come in handy for his clothes and maybe even a coat or 2 in the future. Other than that, the room was a bit bare, but he guessed his mom just wanted him to make it his own and do whatever he wanted with it. Kind of like a mother giving him his own room, in a way. He smiled since he knew his mother had tried to make it feel as homey as possible, and he was grateful for that. However, before he could say another word, another bright light burst into the room, mainly at the edge of his bed. The light disappeared as quickly as it had come, and now on the edge of the bed was a large box with silver ribbons wrapped around it. On top was yet another note. He put the note aside for just a moment, and opened the lid of the box. What he saw inside left him slightly puzzled. Inside were several things, but what stood out was a perfectly made and shaped bow. It was dark brown, with silver vines trailing up and down, but with a gold outline. He pulled it out, and held it as he would for archery practice, drawing the bowstring back, which materialized into a sizable silver arrow. Izuku, great, it's perfect, he would say smiling, to put it aside and continue snooping. Next to where the bow was a quiver full of silver arrows with black feathers at the end, a smaller size. The metal shone in the light, as it showed how sharp and dangerous they were. He decided to place it aside, and continued snooping, noticing a book, one of the most interesting philosophy books. The Art of War, whose author was Sun Tzu. The book had a red leather cover and was adorned with a golden owl on it next to the inscription Theta Nu. He placed the book on the top shelf, leaving the others for his trophies, and continued searching in the box, finding a golden package with a golden sun bow. So he opened it, coming across 4 sets of shorts and a tank top, along with 3 pairs of Nike sneakers, from 4 different NBA teams: Chicago Bulls, Los Angeles Lakers, the Boston Celtics, and the New York Knicks. Added to this was a complete set of FC Barcelona shirts, shorts, socks and boots, all with a note. The last thing in the box was a box the size of a sneaker box, which when opened, revealed Black John Foos with white wings and a note. He decided to start with the notes, taking the first one, which was clearly his mother's. Note, as my son, you are expected to have this. Wield this bow well and use it in times of need and to protect those you care about. The arrows are enchanted, so every arrow you shoot will eventually return to the quiver. The metal is a mix of celestial bronze and human metals, so you can make your shots stronger and damage villains if they attack you. The larger arrow is for times of emergency. Love, Mom. Izuku, Mom, he would say, smiling. Another note. If I'm not mistaken, it's the symbol of Athena. Note from Athena. Nephew, I am the sister of your mother, Athena, goddess of war and wisdom. Thanks to your mother, I am aware of everything, and my advice for you is to be a great hero. But remember, you should not only exercise the muscle, the brain can be a great weapon. I have high expectations of you. With love, Athena. Izuku, wow, thanks, Aunt, he would say, smiling. Next is the sports game card. I think it's from Apollo. Wow, the guy is one of the first. Note from Apollo. Nephew, I am very happy, my little sister. My little sister has made me an uncle. I can think of a haiku, but knowing the temperament you inherited from her, I won't tell you. Whatever is in this is my gift, plus another one for you to use in the future. I know it's not much, but of all my nephews, you are my favorite. With love, your amazing Uncle Apollo. P.S. Don't tell your mom I said she was small. Izuku, hey man, he would say amused. Well, this note, now that I see it, has a caduceus, so I guess it's from Grandpa. Note from Hermes. Grandson, I'm glad you have big goals and that your father has been everything to your mother, so I'll just leave you this pair of slippers. They're like my winged sandals. You just have to say Maya to turn them on and off. With love, your grandfather. P.S. Train that you inherit several of my abilities. Surely you've already got an idea. But well, I wish you to find out. Izuku. Thanks, Grandpa, he would say, smiling. He was about to put everything away, but a golden glow left 2 cases on his bed, which when opened revealed a guitar and a keyboard. Thanks, Uncle, he would finish saying with a huge smile. The screen turns off. Seeing the room, many felt envious, especially those who barely interacted with the green-haired boy. Uraraka strangely didn't feel that way, but rather was happy for him. Kota had little stars in his eyes, and as far as he knew, Izuku would let him share his room to be there. After all, his mother let him. Grover. So this is what it looks like. Percy, dude, you have the best room in the camp. Nico, yes, although mine isn't that bad. Kirishima, that's manly, Mito bro. Shoto, that's true, and I've already been there. Kaminari, wow. The screen continued showing the gifts, which left everyone surprised, although Apollo received a snub from his sister for calling her little, when things were the other way around. Kyoka, not bad instruments. Percy, I see why you have those clothes over there. Izuku, in Japan I would be seen as a criminal, and I'm already very used to the American way. Those and more words were being heard in the room, although on the other hand, Niza and Hawks were drawing up their control plans, unaware that in the future it could be a bad decision. First Mission Part 1. The room was talking about what they had seen, and the truth was they wanted to know more, especially Hawks, to warn of the commission and see what to do, although he saw it as something wrong, since if they send to kill him despite knowing where he will take refuge, he will never be able to pass, not to mention that an entire camp could kill him without the world finding out. Niza also wanted to know more, since he wanted to see how much they did, to have control. It is not so cruel to kill them all, the gods would move again and the cycle would never end, therefore, he must have them controlled. Kirishima, hey Iza bro, what do you think we'll see? Izuku, I get the idea, he would say, surreptitiously looking at his boss. Percy, same here, what do you think, Dad? Poseidon, yes, he would say nervously, what could we see? Artemis, I wonder why you say that. Zeus, and then you told me I was careless. Poseidon, what a pretty little bird, he would say, looking at Hawks to try to divert the subject. Mirko, the bird is not pretty at all. Poseidon, how observant, I would say nervously. Inko, maybe it's your first mission. Sally, he never told you. Inko, only what she had to do and its results, but not what she found in the middle. Izuku received Inko's gaze, so he swallowed. There were dangerous things, but well, now he would find out about many others. Before anyone spoke, the screen would light up, drawing everyone's attention. On screen, Mizurufu, Japan, Midoriya house. Inko and Tashinori were watching everything that was happening in Izuku's cabin, while the green-haired girl was thinking that she would need something to be able to use Hermes' messaging and send him changes of clothes, notebooks and such, given her hobbies. Police office. Naomasa Tsukachi was trying to process everything he had seen previously. He believed that the gods were nothing more than myths. Sadly, to his personal shock, they were not, so he was trying to investigate the subject, because in a world of heroes or villains, that demigods go the second way, it was not difficult to assume. At the same time, he was trying to digest that the huntress is the parent of one of her rebels, since Izuku in Japan is almost always in her care and tries to do something to not be locked up, since he gets bored, and knowing that his mother is a goddess of nature and the home, he understood that the green-haired man is not one to be locked up between 4 walls. Naomasa, what changes are coming now? She said on air, seeing many things. Off-screen. Inko, that was a good idea. Izuku, yes, thank you Inko Ka-san. Artemis, that's good, but what did they send? Izuku, my notes, analysis of quirks, heroes, villains, everything I could see, their weaknesses, strengths, and potential for improvement. Plus clothes and Katsudon, he would say smiling. That made the professional heroes open their eyes in shock. That boy had the necessary information to defeat him, so those notes had to be seized. Shoto, the good thing is that you keep it under lock and key. Izuku, it's at Camp Half-Blood in my cabin, which reminds me, Uncle Hephaestus, could you make me a safe? Hephaestus, sure, then tell me the details. Izuku, okay. Percy, when you want, you're a freak with those skills. Izuku, it's my natural essence. Uraraka, what quirks did you write down? Izuku, let's see, Endeavor, Hawks, Mirko, Mount Lady, Beast Genist, various rookie heroes and most of my former Orator teammates, including the filthy Muslim, Bakugo, grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr face. Travis, Chi Omega Mu Iota Alpha Iota Delta Alpha, I have an idea. Connor, Tau Iota Epsilon Chi Epsilon Iota Sigma Omicron Mu Upsilon Alpha Lambda Omicron Sigma Omicron Upsilon? What do you have in mind? Kaminari, what do they say? Travis, what the hell? Which ones? He would say with a malicious tone. Mineta, yours just in case. The room erupted in laughter, as Rachel, Shoto, and the demigods who understood Greek realized the malice behind the Stole's words, so they could only laugh. Kirishima bro? Izuku, ha 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 ha, I'm sorry, ha 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 ha, but that ha 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 was funny, ha 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 ha. On screen, Camp Half-Blood. Dawn was breaking as Izuku got out of bed and stretched as he stepped out of his cabin, wearing a black tank top with a black sweatshirt, a light blue hoodie, and white Nike slippers, along with white and blue Adidas Swift Run sneakers. He felt completely refreshed after having one of the best nights he'd ever had. Thank goodness for the comfortable mattresses. He walked out of the cabin and saw people looking at him mostly in amazement, while a couple of girls had blushes on their faces as he walked away from his cabin and headed to the dining pavilion. Percy, hey Izuku, he would say, getting his friend's attention. Izuku, hey Percy, and I, he would say, smiling. Percy, how was your first night in cabin 8? I heard from cabin 10 that you're alive and haven't been turned into a jackalope. I guess everything went well, although I don't think your mom did that. He would say, smiling. Izuku, it was great. A great night's sleep. Nice big king-sized bed all to myself. That comment made the pavilion fill with comments about how unfair it is, and several similar comments from several cabins, with the exception of cabin 7, given that Apollo, despite being a playboy, does care about his children by giving them the best of the best in everything. As Izuku sat at his table, alone, since he was the only one there, not including the hunters, a tall, beautiful, and glamorous Asian-looking girl sat there, with dark hair and ringlets, warm brown eyes, tons of jewelry, and perfect makeup. She was also wearing an excessive amount of pink eyeliner. Girl, it's amazing. To think you're the son of Artemis. I never imagined he'd fall in love. From what my mother told me, she always said Artemis was someone who never thought she'd find love. That she'd always be hers with her hunters, giving up on love. I think love catches you when you least expect it, even for those who don't believe in it. Izuku, thanks? He would say without knowing what to say. Girl, oh pardon my manners, I'm Drew Tanaka, captain of cabin 10. Izuku, I'm Izuku Midoriya, a pleasure Drew-san. Drew, oh please tell me Drew-chan, he would say using his ability, making Percy look at this seriously. Izuku, he would say, trying to resist even forcibly saying it. Drew-chan. Drew, how adorable, he would say as he left. Izuku, that was weird. Percy, my advice to you is to stay away from her. She doesn't make a good impression, and her ability makes her look like someone who isn't very good. Izuku, What do you mean? Percy, an ability she inherited from her mother, called Charm Speak, allows her to convince people and even gods to do or get what she wants. Izuku, is that why I felt it was forced? Percy, yes, I'm just advising you, she's not the nicest person around here, and I've heard that she forces her brothers with that ability to do what she wants. Izuku, what if I can't and it happens like this time? Percy, no matter what happens, you have me, okay? He would say, smiling at her. Just like that, both of them would have breakfast in peace while thanking their pious parents, and well grandfather and patron saint at this moment, for what they received. Off screen. Mina, that look is not bad at all. Hagakure, yes. Silena, very good acquisition. Izuku. Kayla, worthy of our cousin. Austin, streams amazing jazz. Izuku, It's not that bad. Mitsuki, you look good. Izuku. Toga, a little blood wouldn't hurt. Mirko, he's still a weak child. Seeing what was happening and what Percy was saying, the Aphrodite cabin began to cough, since they were the ones who spread that rumor, or well, their previous brothers, since it was never proven. Artemis, I see one that I'll turn into a vulture, she would say with a frown upon seeing Drew. Ibera, poor soul, she would say, disgusted by Drew's presence. Nico, I'm gay for a reason and I don't get along with her. Will, I remember he wanted to separate us. Izuku, thanks Percy, you're a great older brother in everything except blood. Percy, you're welcome. Shoto, the older brother that is required. Plus Dalby could join in and be the violent brother. Dalby simply threw a paper with a rock at his head while whistling discreetly. On screen. After breakfast, Izuku and Percy headed to one of the activities, curiously the swordplay, something that the son of Poseidon is in charge of dictating, being the best swordsman in the camp, despite having a curse placed on him by Ares. They talked about various things, until a certain satyr started yelling at them to stop while he reached their side. Percy. Izuku, hey G-man. Grover, you taught him to call me that, right? Percy, something like that. Grover, well, Chiron wants to see you at the big house. Izuku, and I think you should go with him to help him and advise him. Percy. Both would nod and head for the large cabin, given that something was happening. Added to this was the fact that throughout the Americas, the waters were calm, so calm that in some places there was wind strong enough to create waves. Meanwhile, in the rest of the world, the other ocean deities were tasked with controlling their seas, given that something was happening. The satyr took them to the big house, where Dionysus and Chiron were waiting for them. Mr. D, the celebrity of the morning, he would say in his usual tone. Izuku, it's good to see you, Mr. D and Chiron sensei. Mr. D, well, you don't lose those manners, I like you. Chiron, all right, take a seat, boys. Both demigods sat in the living room chairs, waiting for the old centaur's words. Mr. D was reading the monthly wine magazine before putting it down and rubbing his eyes. Mr. D, well, I'm going to Olympus to prevent a certain event from happening again, he would say, looking at Percy. If you stay here, Hunter boy, I'll want to turn you into a beast so you're defending this room from annoying demigods. Now I think that would earn me your mother breaking my cellars all over the world, but I'll risk it. Off screen. Grover, you couldn't teach him another nickname of mine. Percy, no. Annabeth, that's all you have left. Grover, Talia, Grow look better, but G-Man looks better. Nizu, you had a curse and yet you knew how to defend yourself and come out as the best. Poseidon, that's my son. Percy, if a certain god of war hadn't stolen my dear uncle's lightning bolt, he would say that last bit forcefully, which made several people snicker to cause a war on Olympus between him and my father. I wouldn't have gone on a mission to get it back, which ended up causing me to fight him and win, which is why he capriciously cursed me. Ares, coughed. Mirko, meh, I would have broken your legs. Ares, that's my granddaughter. Artemis, Denisio, you do something to my son and believe me, your wines will be the least of your problems. Leto, not to mention that what I will do will be what Hestia did not do with you, he would say with the sandal in hand. Hestia, but why me? Hera, don't be offended, sister, you've hit everyone with your sandal and never Dionysus. On screen. After Denisio said that, Izuku watched as Mr. D picked up a folding card and twisted it in his hands before it turned into some sort of security card. Then, with a click of his fingers, it disappeared. Izuku, what does that mean? He would say with doubt. Chiron, you see Izuku, a few years ago, Poseidon and Zeus fought over something very valuable, something that was believed to be stolen, and I think Percy has told you something. Izuku, the Master Bolt recovery mission? I know the story, Chiron. That's a fine word, he would say, smiling and looking gratefully at Percy. A few days ago, someone stole Poseidon's trident from one of his temples. Unlike before, Poseidon didn't accuse anyone of the theft, and Zeus is starting to suspect that he'll be blamed, so the other gods fear that the heavens and ocean will once again come into conflict. An argument between the two brothers is one of the worst things that could happen to the world, given how powerful they are. Percy, fortunately, he would say, face-palming, my father is more thoughtful and will take things calmly until he knows the truth. Izuku, the trident of the sea god. Chiron, along with Hades' helmet and Zeus's lightning bolt, it is one of the oldest weapons in the divine world. Its power is such that it controls the ocean itself. Currently, since you know that Olympus is real, you believe that the other gods of other mythologies exist. Because that is true, and everyone tries to organize the seas until the trident is returned to its owner. As long as the trident is in Poseidon's realm, the sea will function normally, but without it, the entire sea loses what characterizes it. Izuku, I mean? He would say, getting an idea. Chiron, numerous animals experimenting on the coasts, disoriented, huge waves without storms sinking ships, and the absence of waves on the coasts and storms, which causes an imbalance. Izuku, I understand. Chiron, the reason he asks you is because Zeus wants to test your worth. As you know, your mother broke her oath. Although Zeus loves your mother and by extension you, he is aware that this broken oath could spell trouble, which is why he gave you this mission, to retrieve the trident and take it to Olympus. Percy, the problem is that unlike other missions you will have to do it alone on your trip, although Iris Portal can help, because with Annabeth and the others we can help you, but not interfere. Izuku, I see. Chiron, fulfill the mission, and the council will give its trust so that the consequences of the broken vow do not affect you. Izuku, I understand, I guess I'll go get ready. Chiron, you have until the afternoon to go and fulfill. As far as we know, a group of satyrs and nymphs saw him at the Sea Life Orlando Aquarium. Izuku would nod to leave while Chiron and Percy stayed talking about the subject, since Percy did not agree with him going alone on a mission, since they always handled themselves in groups of 3. The green-haired boy upon leaving the big house would run into one of the sons of Hephaestus. Izuku, Charles? Charles, Izuku, we heard about your mission, so we set something up for you with Lee and Michael, and there's something in the workshop for you to go get. Izuku, I understand. After that, Izuku followed Beckendorf to cabin 9, Hephaestus, since there was something there for him. Upon arrival, he was approached by Lee and Michael, who, along with the rest of his cousins, prepared a medical kit for the trip, along with numerous arrows. Charles gave him the leaves he'd brought to the camp, since a mission shouldn't be carried out with a recent gift, along with a new set of armor. There was also a motorcycle on site. Nissa, your mother made Dad create her. Christopher, unlike the others. Jake, uses biodiesel and doesn't pollute. Izuku, I love it, he would say smiling. Lee, that was what we wanted to give you in addition to this, he would say, hugging him. Michael, we have a cousin on Aunt Artemis's side, so don't die, okay? Kayla, we will always be with you, do not hesitate to use Portal Iris. We'll be there for you if you need help. Austin, we'll compose music in your honor, so come in. Izuku, thanks cousins. So Izuku pushed the motorcycle to his cabin and packed everything in a backpack sent by Inko, as the green-haired girl knew he needed it, but she was his second mother, and mothers know. Izuku, arigato Oka-san. After preparing everything, Izuku would head to the exit, running into Drew, who kissed him on the cheek. But Izuku would no longer fall for his tricks, so he would see what happened. Drew, come back and I'll give you a treat, he would say, hiding his evil. Screen turns off. Hearing everything that was happening, or rather what happened, David Shield, Nizu and the more thoughtful ones, like Sir, realized that this had been very bad, so they paid attention to how he resolved it. Kayaminari, wow man, you are huge. Charles, thank you. Silena, and he's mine, she would say, hugging him, while her niece, Midnight, and a girl dressed as a cat clicked their tongues. Kurishima, wow cute. Izuku, thank you mother, and arigato Inko-ka-san. Artemis, anything for my baby. Talia, let's see how it went. Dwarf, Shoto, it's a good bike. Ida, but you're not a minor, you shouldn't have a license. Izuku, yes, regarding that. Star and Stripe, it has a license since I got it at 10. Izuku, he thanks Kathleen 1-san. There's a reason I love America. Piper, why would I be mad at Drew? Mina, isn't he your ex? Izuku, we didn't go out as such, he just wanted to use me like everyone else. Uraraka, I don't like those girls. Artemis, I will take revenge when you least expect it. Aphrodite, I can negotiate the safety of the rest. Talia, we're happy with her. Images of demigods and allies for. Everyone was talking about the topic they had seen, especially the girls from the future UA heroism class, about the topic of Aphrodite's daughter. Even Mina and Hagakure, who with that ability would find out about gossip. They would never make someone suffer for love just because of tastes and whims. Kaminari, dude, with this I'm more than sure I don't want to have a girlfriend. Kyoka, are you implying that you will have one at some point? Kaminari, I don't know, if the possibility arises I will make her happy. Izuku, Kaminari-san, you may be perverted, but from what I see you never go too far with a girl. That's why you can be with my hunt if you want. Kaminari, really? Kirishima, if the boss says so. Shoto. Besides, someone who can tell jokes in difficult situations would be helpful. Percy. Well, G-Man can't be taking care of me while he's taking care of you. Grover, finally, someone is on my side when I do my job, he celebrated happily. Kota, so Goat Boy won't be there? He would say, smiling to make Grover depressed. Izuku, nope. Grover, not even the least of your hunters respects me, he would say melodramatically. Apollo, well, what do you think we'll see? Leto, I'd like to see pictures of the current demigods and their allies since I missed the previous one. Ria, I say the same, plus my grandchildren are beautiful. Nico, thanks Grandma. Percy, thank you very much. Austin, if we want to see something full of jazz. Lee, we also have to finish Izuku's first mission. Clarice, not to mention we have to see how it all turns out. Last time before that there was almost a war. Annabeth, well, if it weren't for returning the lightning, that was avoided. Katie, fortunately she would say, sitting next to Kaminari. Malcolm, we'll definitely be able to see images of our allies in Japan. Nizu, this is bad, he thought, alarmed that there are people who oppose it. Hawks, I'm sorry Endeavor-san, but if your son gets in the way of what we want to control, he will have to pay the price, he would say very seriously. Toga, I hope there is blood. Stain, I hope it's interesting, since they haven't disappointed me so far. Momo, besides everything we've seen, what else do you have in your forest? Izuku, it's more of a reserve or park like Disney's Animal Kingdom. The only good thing Disney has since the rest ruined everything. Michael, yes, how can we forget that they wanted to make Snow White with an Afro woman, he would comment with annoyance. Not applicable, not to be criticized, but it is like this. Although it was a cancelled project, it does not take away from the fact that Disney, in order to be progressive, changes many things, like what is coming in the live action of Lilo and Stitch, where the Cobra Bubbles is going to be made a woman, when in the cartoon he is a man. It's not that I'm offended or anything, but if they wanted to be progressive, they could have done it without screwing up what was well done. Will, it may sound racist, but at least they could keep the essence of the character, I would say. On screen, off screen. Ryukyu, well, if you had mammoths you should have that, right? Izuku, yes, and they are all rescued animals, traffickers, circuses that do not adhere to the rules of not using animals. They all received a home there, even though they could be returned to their places. Talia, yes, but the problem is that they were conceived in captivity. Kendo, it's true, animals in captivity cannot be returned to the wild just like that. Artemis, that's why Izuku uses his forest. I know that those animals will live there away from humans with bad intentions. Edgeshot, I'm amazed at how they replicate the habitats of their natural worlds, but it's something Artemis-sama can do. Artemis would nod, she was the goddess of the hunt and wild animals, of the forest and the desert. Transforming a bit of grassland and forest into a small savanna was no problem. Stain, so far I don't see any disappointments. On screen, off screen. Apollo, it shows in his eyes. Mark, it's his first time out of the cages. Tyson, it's true, besides being that friend you asked me for prosthetics. Izuku, yes, thanks for that friend. Almight prosthesis? Izuku, yes, in the circus where they had him caged. They had him tied up so much that it caused gangrene in his right front leg. Percy, Izuku, since he took me to free him with Jason, was affected. Jason, so we asked the young Cyclops for that prosthesis, it costs but. Annabeth, there it is, free. Sir, not bad. Kirishima, that's acting like a true hero and man. Tetsu, you already said bro. On screen, off screen, many girls cooed at that scene. Uraraka, how pretty. Mina, yes, they are baby giraffes. Hagakure, but how? Izuku, traffickers, they were going to sell them in Las Vegas. Star and Stripe, and it looks like they are babies separated at birth, so good work. Inko, my baby is so good. Lacey, yes, it is also sensitive. Ibera, I hope that is rewarded. Talia, which reminds me, half the hunt will help you with the offspring that haven't left nursing so they can give you a hand. Izuku, thank you. On screen, off screen. Grover, isn't that it? Annabeth, yes. Ares, so that animal stayed there. Nizu, could you explain, young people? Percy and Annabeth would detail the part where they found that lion, which made Ares cough, since it was during the mission to find Zeus's master bolt. Izuku was furious to find out how they had those animals, and how they were transported, but a hand from Leto would calm him down. Leto, calm down now. Izuku, thanks Grandma. Ida, it looks good. Annabeth. And the surprising thing is that he remembers us and is like the guardian of the forest. On screen, off screen. Artemis, that's not it. Izuku, yep, that's where you think. Almight, could you explain to us? Izuku, in short, an area where I went for my second mission and where I got an ally for Olympus, as well as being another patron for me. Nizu, so you are Kyone's champion, he would say, deciphering everything. Artemis, what was expected of such a quick mind? Shoto, so that's why you usually imitate me. Izuku, M50-50. Leo, so that fiery goddess, huh? Calypso, I remember the time you called her that. Leo, I almost froze and lost my second head. Chris, what a saving we would get from that. Harley, it may sound cruel, but hey, you have to learn not to make jokes, bro. On screen, off screen. Hestia, so foxes. Izuku, yes, I have a couple in addition to certain gifts that Lady Amaterasu sends me. Apollo, the crazy cat lady. The heroes were surprised. As far as they knew, Amaterasu was the strongest Shinto goddess according to beliefs. But the fact that the Olympians called her that meant something had happened. Naomasa, excuse my question, but why do they call it that? Hermes, well, it turns out he had an attachment to a yokai clan, the Nicomatas, and like the current Lucifer, Hades the Siscon. Hermes, as Uncle Hades said, the Siscon did not control one of the clans of demons of hell, Nibirius if he did not miss him, Ares, which led to one of its members, given the almost lascivious treatment that those cats were going to give her, ending up killing her master, given a system of reincarnation that the demons have, and well, this reached the ears of the Council of Elders of the Demons. Nizu, I guess they were massacred, he would say, understanding the point. Apollo, yes, and since only 2 remained, well, Amaterasu was in emotional shock, and screaming almost always for her kittens, so that's where the nickname Crazy Cat Lady comes from. Momo, I understand, and for the felines you save. Izuku, yes, she sends me some kitsens, they are playful, and unlike the yokai kitsens, the ones Amaterasu sends me to take care of, since they are powerful beings, they are kitsens that cannot take human or hybrid form, so I take care of them and they protect the forest. Midnight, I didn't know that existed, and I'm surprised that the mouse, as they say, have so little political power in their own territory. On screen, off screen. Cecil, oh no. Christopher, it can't be. Shane, it can't be true. Butch, I see it, and I don't believe it. Damien, the son of Poseidon playing chess. Percy, I did it for love, he would say, hugging Annabeth. Athena, but what? She would say, surprised. Lou, well, it can be useful. Annabeth, I can attest that I was surprised when he encouraged me with a game. On screen, off screen. Izuku, mom? And Percy? He would say, surprised. Annabeth, oh no, she would say, surprised to see a plan exposed. Artemis, he's my apprentice. I have nothing to do with him, just teacher and student. Aphrodite, yes, fuff teacher and student. Apollo, not at all. Given that I was present, I would say seriously, that protocol was planned with a single purpose, to protect Izuku. For that reason, Percy should be prepared to follow it in Japan before something related to the Hero Commission happens, given that they know perfectly well what those guys are. Poseidon, if they didn't clarify that, I'd be proud. Athena, and I would have turned you into something worse than barnacle-haired Medusa. Laurel, hey broccoli boy. Holly, Nike's cabin will support you no matter what. Kiara, it's true, Taichi's cabin also supports you. On screen, off screen. Rachel, that looks good, I would say, seeing it. I like tough but gentle guys. Shoto, thank you, he would say, blushing. Izuku, oh I see, but who will you be fighting against? Clarice, wasn't that the time you brought him to camp and he fought back? Sherman, yes, and his blows still hurt me. Izuku, he trained with me, so it's to be expected. Monoma, as if hand-to-hand combat would be enough against Quirks. Talia, kid, even Shoto without his quirk can beat people with quirks, most demigods. Without relying on our inherited abilities, he is able to beat them. Meg, it's true. Miranda, without a doubt. Charles, and that's for you too, he would say, looking at the heroes. Piper, it's true. On screen, off screen. Leo, hey, that's my design for your suit. Izuku, I like it. May, it's not fair, why can't you be my model? Leo, because I arrived first. Ida, it's true. Kendo, the truth is that this suit looks more like a beta and incomplete version. Leo, I know, That's why I never gave it to him. Izuku, how long until you finish the first design? Leo, don't worry, after you pass the UA I'll send you the first suit. Nizu, at least it saves money. Castor, I like it but it needs a couple of grapes for the design. Pollux, I would say that something with wine or its color would be better. Drew, wait, where's my? On screen, off screen. Several of the women in the place were looking at Izuku with predatory looks. Midnight, she would say licking her lips, that is an interesting pack. Drew, damn, he would say with a runny nose. Izuku, so you used me with charm, speak for that shit. Drew, he would say annoyed with his eyes shining silver. Artemis, sorry foam brain, but once I get out of here I'm going to turn you into a hunting animal. Leto, they both calmed down. Izuku, yes, Grandma. Artemis, yes, Mom. Apollo, although it's interesting, nephew, leaving here I'll take you to a den. Leto, Apollo, he would say in a deathly tone with the flip-flop in hand. Apollo, or rather, I will never, ever take you to a dive. He shouted, pale with fear. Athena, nephew, she would say licking her lips. Izuku, oh Mom, he would say with fear hiding behind Artemis. Talia, back, she would say with the hunt surrounding her boss with the hunt. Athena, I don't need to desecrate you to have a nephew. Demeter, but I do. Izuku, Grandpa? Zeus, that's my grandson, he would say crying with pride. On screen, off screen. Nico, he's mine, she would say hugging her boyfriend. Mina, can you really do that? Well, yes, since Dad is the god of light among all his domains. Mirko, why are all the cute guys mostly gay? He complained. Mandalay, why are you a Tomba? Mirko, TSK, I don't like you, cat. Hagakure, hey, I have the new Avatar poster, she would say excitedly. Apollo, whoever leaks these things I haven't finished filming yet is going to die a humiliating death, given that the fates respect Hollywood's secrecy. Momo, show it. Izuku, oh, he thought alarmed. On screen, off screen. Uraraka, so you're going to be acting in that movie? She would say excitedly. Izuku, yes. Almight, ha ha ha. It's one of the many roles you're going to play. Artemis, although I don't like one, since you'll have to behave like a complete jerk. Apollo, it's not my fault, he's a good fit for Johnny Cage's role in my new Mortal Kombat installment. Hermes, although the delivery is good. Izuku, if the bad thing is the hours of subjecting myself to hours of makeup for that. On screen, off screen. Kirishima, wow. Apollo, that's from the future installment Gods of Egypt, he would say smiling. Hermes, wait, is that the delivery that made Hermanubis stop using me as a messenger? He would say annoyed. Apollo, yes, I also see that I completed the casting. Artemis, at least you pay them. Izuku, yeah, he paid me well, enough to buy a mansion in Malibu. Uraraka, demons the rich humiliating the poor. Izuku, hey man, do you have any roles for a movie? Apollo, he would say looking at Uraraka, nephew, let me tell you that I do have one, so get ready girl. Uraraka, really? Apollo, yes, I am the god of truth, so I cannot lie. On screen, off screen. Shoto and Izuku, my best friend. Rachel, they look good. Lacey, and quite a few attractions. Izuku, double date on the way out? He would say, noticing their dreamy tone. Shoto, without a doubt. Kamakiri, we are filler. Shishida, we'll wait for the UA, so there's no way. Ibara, I like them even if they are not of my religion. On screen, off screen. Lacey blushed at this, since several boys were looking at her with predatory eyes. But a murderous instinct coming from the green-haired boy was felt, making several stop looking at her like that, while Izuku fell with a runny nose. Artemis, demons. Leto, daughter, don't deny that this is your inheritance. That made Artemis remain silent, shaking her head until she remembered the day Izuku was conceived. She literally graped Hisashi because she is a closet pervert. First mission part 2. Artemis was denying that she was perverted, although she remembered the day of her son's conception and well, the evidence was there. After all, for better or worse, the Greeks are the most perverted pantheon that exists. Lacey, Izuku would say looking at the fainted son of the hunt. Shoto, I revive him, I would say calling her Izuku. Katsuki will eat your Hestia cookies. As fast as lightning, Izuku shot out and punched Bakugo in the stomach, since what Shoto said was true. Izuku, nobody takes my cookies, he would say greedily, and left with his group protecting the precious treasure, a jar of Hestia's cookies. Hermes, 10 for saving the precious one. Apollo, I won't let you watch that book series or Tolkien's movies anymore. Lacey, Izuku. Izuku, Lacey-chan. Aphrodite-chan, eh? Grover, you won't say anything. Little fawn, you like it. Izuku, eh? I would say redder than a tomato. Inko. How strange. I tell him that with Katsudan, she would say surprised. Nimiri. I'll just say that the son of the huntress is bucking Hexy. I don't understand how that daughter of Aphrodite lost him and played with his heart. Silena, that's her. Lacey, she's a witch. Valentina, she only does it to abuse her gifts. Piper, she wanted to do the same with Jason since he was dating me, but it didn't work out. Jason, I am faithful love. Annabeth, it's rare to get them, although some of them get on your bad side, she would say, hugging her boyfriend. Percy, he what things right? Sally, it's true. Every time they come to my house I have to cook them something blue. The talks were going to continue, but the screen would turn on, revealing an image. On screen, New York. A green-haired man can be seen riding a motorcycle leaving the Big Apple heading south on his mission. He had been leaving camp for a few hours on his mission, and since he had to find a powerful weapon, he didn't have to waste time, but he also couldn't abuse the fact that it had no limits. He was also the son of the huntress goddess, so he had to prove that he was one, and a hunt that takes a long time is not efficient for a hunter. While he was riding the motorcycle, several American heroes looked at him and let him pass since they knew of his license, the advantage of the West over the lands of the rising sun. Izuku, it's a good thing I told Kathleen Nei-san and Inko Ka-san, he said, sighing, since he didn't want them to worry. Izuku knew what he had to do, but he couldn't tempt fate either. That's what Grover and Percy had told him, given that they told him about those old women. The green-haired man's opinion was that it was 3 people, 3 boring old women. At least he decided to stop thinking about it, and kept driving with his new look. The ride was uneventful, fortunately, with no problems, which is never a good sign for demigods. About 2.5 hours passed, and he was about to stop at a gas station in Philadelphia to refill some fuel and water for the trip. Not that the motorcycle needed gas, but Hephaestus's cabin had developed it to be environmentally friendly, so it ran on gas. He stopped at the gas station, and while they refilled the biofuel tank, he decided to stop and get something to eat. He wasn't a fan of junk, but he admitted that on several occasions they could help a little. He bought what he needed, but as soon as he was about to leave, he heard a scream, which caught his attention. So he parked his motorcycle and decided to follow the scream, taking advantage of the fog with his bow in hand, since no one seemed to have heard it. He approached a kind of alley and saw them there, beings with dog-like faces, black snouts, brown eyes, and pointy ears. Their bodies were sleek and black like seals. Their short legs were half fin and half foot, and their hands were like human hands with sharp claws. Izuku tell Chines? He would whisper, noticing that they were cornering a girl, beautiful although not of his type. Off-screen, Uraraka, Izuku-san, your outfit looks amazing. She would say animatedly. Izuku, thank you. Momo, you look like a hunter, although it looks familiar to me. Who designed it? Izuku, I think it was Lee, Michael, Will, and Mitchell. Lee, we based it on the movie The Girl in the Red Cloak. Mitchell, without a doubt, the best combination, said the son of Aphrodite, smiling. Ida, do you really have a driver's license? Star, I will answer in yes. Inko, although she has the one from Japan. Naomasa, that was my fault, he did it while we had the printer on. Izuku, can you blame me? I'm Hermes' grandson, doing things like that is in my blood. Travis, amen. Connor, that's why we love you, nephew. Shoto, that was good. Kirishima, why do you say that? Shoto, I also have a license. Naomasa, that's true, that's something they both took advantage of. Izuku, it's not a crime, and it's not our fault. Ida, but if they catch them. Izuku, license and no punishments or anything, they have Naomasa-san's and Uncle Toshi's signature. Nizu, resourceful. Kyoka, although I see that you are more of a stay-over person. Izuku, North America is the country of freedom, not of snobbery. We have too many rules of conduct. We are too attached to acting or doing things in a very marked way. I don't like it. Kaminari, well, that gives me a new route page. Mina, that is. Izuku, I'll study at UA and return to America when I graduate. I won't stay in Japan. Stain, and that would be it? Izuku, Japan is overpopulated with heroes, and many are too concentrated. In America the heroes are few and marked in very populated areas, so in small cities and towns there are none, so I will go to places like that. Stain, I understand, he would say, smiling sideways, That was a route worthy of true heroes, given that cities always have heroes and places that perhaps due to their size don't need them don't have anyone when things happen. Kirishima, you're the boss, so. Shoto, we follow you. Kaminari, if we follow you. Uraraka, count me in. Upon arriving in Philadelphia without any problems, the demigods just frown. If things start off easy, the mission will be somewhat complicated in the end. Kendo, do they really have that luck? Percy sadly. Jason, too much I would say. Queen, but at least in Rome they are done in a more controlled manner. Hawks, how they handle missions. Queen, we usually send a cohort or legion to it, unlike Greece where they are small groups. Orca gang, I understand. Hearing the scream, the heroes were worried, but it was from the past, so they waited to see what would happen. Athena, those are them. Artemis, yes, Telchines. Poseidon, good blacksmiths, I won't lie, but they are somewhat rough. Aphrodite, horrid, they are like demons, but well, there is their appearance. Ibera, they are like the stereotypes of biblical demons. Hades, I'd like to see Tomato's face when he heard that, he would say humorously, since the biblical scholars would surely have been offended. Silena, that's not her, she would recognize the victim. Aphrodite, that's my daughter, she would say looking at the victim. Minetta, they look like a mix of a Doberman dog, a human child, and a sea lion. Grover, ha ha ha, that's the description Percy gave of them. On screen, Izuku stretched a bow as he began to listen to everything. The Telchines only grunted and obeyed orders, while the girl that Izuku recognized as a demigoddess, given the situation, simply waited, shedding tears. There was not much waiting time since a boy entered the place, a young boy, tall, handsome, with sandy blonde hair, blue eyes, athletic and muscular body. In addition to having a furtive gaze, similar to the children of Hermes, he has a deep and pale scar that extends from the bottom of his eye to his chin. His skin is a pale ghost color, and his hair is a pale color tending to white despite looking like the age of a university student. Izuku, Luke Castellan, he whispered to himself without being heard. Luke, so Lana Lang, daughter of Aphrodite, 14 years old. I was actually hoping you'd be easy to subdue, given that Aphrodite's children aren't warriors. Lana, I'm not that traitorous stereotype, she would say, annoyed. Luke, I believe it, I'll bring our guest. The three monsters present left in one direction, but as soon as they left they vanished into golden dust, and several arrows were noticed. Luke, you seem to know what I'm doing, don't you, son of Artemis? Izuku, from what I see you know me, he would say, coming to light. There was no point in hiding any more. What do you want? He would say, keeping an arrow in his bow. Luke, what my lord offers, revenge on the gods. After all, they do not care about us, they only have us to increase their ego. But in your case, I would not know how to put you, given that you are the son of a goddess who is not supposed to have children, but you are here. Izuku, to the point, dude hissed with venom. Luke, so you're the son of one of my half-brothers, ironic. But before you decide what to do, join me, serve Lord Kronos. Let's finish off the gods. Izuku, no, since I would be betraying my family like you did, I would say, throwing an arrow. Luke, impatient like your mother, and that's why I managed to take her a few months ago, he would say, receiving an arrow in the left shoulder. Izuku, I know what happened. I know about the general, as you call the titan of the fortress, the death of my older sister, and what happened with Percy. But unlike you, he didn't cheat on her or kidnap her. Knowing that I could hate him, he came and told me from his mouth. So I don't hold a grudge against him. On the contrary, I admire him more than before. Before responding, Luke made a sign and the remaining Telchines threw themselves while Izuku threw more arrows, killing several of them and generating a lot of golden dust. A pair of Telchines would throw themselves at his back, but Izuku simply pulled out an arrow and buried them in his face, at close range, killing two with a single shot. Izuku, are you okay? Lana, yes. Izuku, you must go to camp. Go. Lana, I won't leave you alone. It wouldn't be right since you helped me. Izuku, I'll be fine. Besides, I'm on a mission and I think I'm running late. It's not good to prolong a hunt unnecessarily. Lana, I understand, she would say, kissing his cheek. Thank you. Izuku, D of and nothing, he would say, turning the hunter into a ball of nerves. Off screen, Silena, Lana resists. Lacey, Lana please. Mitchell, sister. The children of Aphrodite, with the exception of Drew, were worried about their half-sister. The professional heroes analyzed the situation as they watched the green-haired man, but since those creatures only growled, he had no choice but to wait. Edge shot, It's a good stealth. Izuku, thank you. Artemis, that's my boy, being a great hunter. Izuku, Zoe taught me a lot, he would say with nostalgia. Aizawa, interesting. Nizu, he is stealthy, although he still has to learn, he thought, trying to develop his strategies. Demigods, Luke. Annabeth. Luke, she whispered with pain and anger. Talia, Luke. She hissed venomously. Almight. Castellan Shonen, I would say very seriously, given that boy was seen a couple of times in Japan and making deals in the dark. Stain, traitor? Percy. The short version, he hates the gods, betrayed the camp by poisoning me in the process, and tried to use Lady Artemis as a replacement to draw Atlas out. Talia wants to start a second Titanomachy, or rather she already did since the fight is over. Inko, Toshi and Naomasa have seen it in Japan, but why? Mirko added to a new guard. Izuku, I admit that was me, since he managed to make several yokai, including several kappas that I took care of. Zeus, that could have caused problems with Amaterasu. Izuku, no, since Luke recruited them for the Titan's army, along with several Tsukumagami, Urias, and a couple of Tengus. Will, what loot did they give you? Izuku, nothing, only Susanoo noticed it, and came down hearing that they would join, which could trigger the war in Olympus and Shinto, but since I took care of it, I got a katana, he would say smiling. Stain, as a swordsman I'll tell you lucky. Spinner, if you are a lucky man. Ryukyu, rumors are flying. Artemis, yes, I don't know who spread it. Izuku, but I don't care, so you already know that I'm your son. Seeing that Luke tempted Izuku but he resisted, he made the camp and his friends applaud along with several heroes and Stain. Those were values. Percy, thanks. Izuku, I already told you. That made me admire you more, Percy and I. Nico, I guess I should feel it more, he would say, trying to sound emo. But he couldn't, he was blinded by the thought that Percy was the one to blame for what happened with Bianca on that mission that he never thought about. Percy, Nico, I never blamed you, and I'm the one who should. Nico, no, please leave it like that, he would say, trying not to give in to crying like a child. Percy just hugged him. He knew Nico, so he decided to help him hide those tears with will. It was nothing more than a cry of guilt, if only it weren't so emotional and so vulnerable to resentment. Monoma, the fight broke out. Kendo, you kill them very easily. Izuku, doing it too slowly would be a crime. I am the son of the goddess of the hunt. The hunters roared in affirmation at those words. They were worthy of praise and admiration. Kaminari, not bad. Legolas. Grover, that's right, we have Legolas. Will, there are no demigods with such good archery skill. Lee, and we are children of the god of archery. Austin, you definitely have a unique jazz. Hawks, it's good, too good, he thought. The future hero aspirants looked at this with utmost surprise. It was really good. Bakugo, damn, that should be mine. I'm the strongest, not that idiot Deku, he thought, annoyed. Seeing Lana's kiss, Lacey felt jealous. But she didn't do anything, she hasn't started dating her green-haired girl yet. Mineta, it's not fair, he complained. Always, why does it always happen to pretty boys? She complained. Inko, that's the little ball of nerves I know. Apollo, nephew, you need to go to a club to lose that nervousness around girls. Hermes, come on my dear grandson. On screen, Izuku after that would head to his motorcycle, so he would prepare to go out again, loading his hunting trophies, since the Telchines dropped several objects, especially tools, mostly forged in Stygian iron, so then he would talk to Beckendorf for the material. Reloading what was necessary, he left Philadelphia heading to Richmond, Virginia. It would be a long trip of about 4.5 hours, so he estimated 2 stops, Baltimore and Washington, D.C., although his demigod instincts told him that the problems were not over yet. Before leaving, he asked a passerby to take a photo for a souvenir, although most likely with demigod luck, he would pass by that place again. Screen turns off. Charles, it was a good acquisition, we needed material. Nissa, that's true, thanks Green. Toga, this part was bloodless, but I'm not complaining. Dobby, it was a good way to kill. Leo, demigod luck? Does that even exist? He would say, trying to fix something with May. Power loader, we told you to stay away from anything you can build or create. May, too late, she would say to activate her little baby. It's time to see what you do, my little baby. Koda, would say, being taken by Izuku. Poseidon, take cover everyone. The invention only released smoke and exploded, causing all of Olympus to tremble, making Yue and Camp Half-Blood understand something by force. Leo Valdez and May Hatsum, should not even know each other. Melissa, Leo. She scolded as the only one who remained at least conscious. First mission part 3. Charles, Leo never changes. Jake, and now with one less friend. Nissa, no doubt about it. Shane, this is going to get really ugly in no time. Christopher, there is no proof but there is no doubt either. Harley, although the explosion was good. Those were the comments from Cabin A of Hephaestus, Cabin 9 at Camp Half-Blood. Melissa, I told you not to do anything reckless. Leo, I couldn't help it. It just comes out. I can't stop being myself. Melissa, just for that, I'll take this, she would say, taking off his tool belt, and until you mature in your reaction, I won't give it back to you. Leo, whatever you say, mother, he would say, making scenes like a little boy. Melissa just walked away as May walked up to him and picked up a box full of tools, making them both go crazy, but someone owes her a short. Calypso, oh no, dear, she would say, taking him by the ear, for the moment you will sit quietly and still, doing nothing. Leo, ow, 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 it hurts, ow, 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 I can't help it, it just comes out. Many of the future hero classes watched with beads of sweat running down their necks, while the demigods shook their heads in amusement at the scene, while numerous kids took pity on the goblin for being a lazybones. Izuku, friends, keep Leo away from that pink-haired girl at all costs. Izuku hunt, yes. May, no, friend, she would say, trying to get there, but Power Loader would take her. Power Loader, anyone got a tranquilizer? Apollo, here, he would say, giving him a syringe. Recovery girl, a high dose of asopiclone? It might help, but the effect doesn't last long, I'd say, surprised. Will, at least nothing will explode. Leo can resist even morphine. Lee, blame your ADHD on an exaggerated state. Kayla, yes. Several professional heroes were watching this cautiously, as they would put a madwoman to sleep to avoid trouble, at least for the time being. Inko, thank goodness. Almight, yes. Before the words continued, the screen would light up, revealing the continuation of the journey. On screen, Izuku could be seen continuing his journey along Route 95 toward Richmond, Virginia, where he would pass through cities like Baltimore and Washington, D.C. It was in the latter city where he would encounter several demigods, children of minor gods of the pantheon, but who, following their parents' instructions, were on the side of the Titan's army. They were moving weapons from the age of Greek heroes, mostly relics, likely thanks to the forges of the Titan Oceanus, a peaceful Titan who remained neutral during the first Titanomachy and was now missing, but whose forges were currently being usurped by Kronos. Most likely, Oceanus was captive or imprisoned, just as the Elodi did and imprisoned the god Ares in a jar for 13 months. Among the demigods were a pair of children of Janus, god of decisions, choices, doors, beginnings and endings; Eros, god of love; Mithras, a Roman deity, something that made the green-haired man suspect that there were more pantheons and have some idea of what happened in Greece and Rome, since Mithras is the god of the Roman warriors, the legion and the empire. Likewise, there were also children of Boreas, god of the north wind and winter. Izuku knew about them from reading, and that while they worked they let go of everything, so using his ability, he threw himself at them, in order to protect his new family, the camp, his new home, while sending a message via Iris to Athena, since she would be the most cautious with the information. It was not something of her mission, but, on the eve of a second Titanomachy, information is power. After knocking out those truly on the Titan's side and giving those who surrendered a chance to return to the right side, who were then directed to Camp Half-Blood, Izuku resumed his journey. There was something about it that made the green-haired man trust him. Surprisingly, he could detect lies easily, so he assumed it was because of his grandfather. He hopped on his motorcycle and continued his journey to Richmond. It was about 6 hours of the expected 4.5 hours of travel, but for better or worse, crucial information was obtained and a shipment that could be used against Olympus was stopped, being to Athena's surprise when she told the green-haired man about the weapons, where it was confirmed that Heracles' club was among those weapons. Already in Richmond, Izuku decided to rest and eat something, and since he did not want to spend money he decided to test his skills as a champion of Hestia, being surprised given that he could generate food out of nothing, something that thanks to the fog was not observed. Izuku, itadakimasu, he would say, smiling as he took his dishes and created a small fire to give his offerings for you, Oka-san, Hestia Obasama and Hermes Gisano, and for you too, arrow Uncle Apollo, he would say that last bit amusedly as he began to slurp his rice. After lunch, the trip to Orlando continued, all along Route 95 to Fayetteville, where I would take Route 74. Off-screen, Athena, oh, in Washington, D.C. you found that, that's true. Izuku, yes, and we also prevented several weapons from being against us. Nizu, I know I shouldn't, but besides the Heracles Club shown, what other weapons were there? Izuku, if I remember correctly, the Bow of Atlanta, the Sword of Damocles, the Gi-Balg Spear, which is not even from our pantheon but thanks to Dagda-sama and by agreement I use it, in addition to Achilles' chariot. Percy, that car is at the camp. Talia, and the bow is on the hunt. Athena, the Sword of Damocles is kept in my temple. Nizu, demons, he thought seeing his plan frustrated. Momo, but the Gi-Balg Spear, what's happening to it? Izuku, it is a cursed spear, which can hurt both normal mortals, as well as demigods or gods. Whoever receives its damage is cursed. Hawks, have you used it? He would ask seriously. Izuku, no, since I need to master it, but since spears aren't my thing, I keep it as a trophy. That made several people relieved, and Endeavor wants Izuku as his daughter for Yumi's fiancé. Shoto, I know you're plotting, man, but I won't allow that, he thought determinedly. Mirko, at least the hunter knows how to fight, he would say, seeing his assault. Star, not bad, what did you do after that? Izuku, I left the relic things like amphory and such. I sent the weapons by Hermes' messenger. Ida, you basically passed that off as a robbery. Izuku, yes, in addition, the children of Eros were able to join the camp, yes, with Chiron-sensei giving them a punishment, but that revealed that Eros was on the opposite side of Olympus. Aphrodite, sadly he hates me for Psyche, so I can't blame him. Kirishima, wow. Kendo, can you really do that? Izuku, yes, I also cook manually. Shoto, his soba is exquisite. Koda, great. Mandalay, not a broken skill but a strange and useful one. Ibera, but how? Hestia, I am the goddess of the hearth, the proper ordering of domestic life, health, and family, so the kitchen is my domain. Hermes, and his cookies are delicious. Ares, and extremely addictive. Artemis, not bad at all. Hestia, without a doubt my best champion. Hermes, that's my grandson. Apollo, what do you mean, arrow uncle? Izuku, I'll tell you the truth or we'll remain friends. Apollo, are you making fun of me with references? That's why I love you, nephew. Jiro, although that is a good thing. Kaminari, but Lord Apollo is great. Lee, you'll see with his haikus. Michael, we do not recommend it. Austin, although it has its jazz. Kayla, she has strange tastes, especially in music, but Dad knows what he's doing. Gracie, it's true. Jason, so that's why you suspected. Izuku, yes, although Mitra hates me for leaving his children like that, but he can't do anything for Vesta and Oka-san's Roman counterpart. On screen, the route south was full of small towns, forests, and fields, especially those along Route 74, since he would be taking a small section of that route, although if there was one thing Izuku noticed, it was the absence of heroes. In a world where the population is superhuman, heroes are the bread and butter, but in many places they don't exist. It's as if for them, the heroes hadn't arrived or were places of great peace and tranquility, where they would never be needed. Izuku was aware that there was an overpopulation of heroes, but most were concentrated in large cities. In small towns or rural areas or near forests, they were non-existent. That made Izuku plan for the future, because if those places are forgotten, what would become of the innocent there? He wouldn't establish whether or not there are villains, because that's the least of it. Criminals, being a little generous, but people still need to know they have someone to trust in case things happen. He decided to push those thoughts aside as he had to dodge a tail shaped like a snake's head while he watched a creature like his attacker. It had two heads, one of a goat and one of a lion, the wings of a bird, the body of a bear, and the claws of a feline, along with a tail that was more like a third snake head. Izuku, oh come on, a chimera? He thought, surprised. The beast roared imposingly, trying to hunt its prey, a demigod, the only son of the hunter. One would think it would be easy for such a large animal. It was not. Izuku would take his bow and tensing an arrow shot one of the heads, the lion's, piercing it between the eyebrows, making the two remaining heads roar in pain. The green-haired man would tensing one more arrow and hit it in a wing, forcing it to stay on the ground, which would make the fight a little easier. Hunting a monster like that was difficult, but not impossible, since he remembered a son of Poseidon, Bellerophon, having defeated it in the most distant past, and that his older brother figure, Percy Jackson, also came across it on a quest and ended up defeating it, so with two precedents, the monster could be defeated. Snake's head was leaking venom, but Izuku wouldn't miss the opportunity to get his hands on some of it, so taking advantage of those videos on snake tamer shows, he would take a jar and make the fangs on the tail stick into a piece of cloth, causing the venom to flow out of them and into the container. Using his hunting knives, he would cause the animal's legs to be injured, taking advantage of when it swiped or tried to charge at him, causing it to fall injured. Izuku, I'm sorry, but he would say, burying a dagger in his heart, I must do it. The monster roared in pain and crumbled into golden dust, leaving the vial of poison and the creature's heads as trophies. The green-haired man would collect his trophies and check on the motorcycle's condition after the crash, so without noticing anything, he would resume his journey to the city of Florence. Taking no more time than a break to heal the wounds he had thanks to the ambrosia and nectar, along with a bathroom stop, there were no further delays and the trip continued, as there were still around 8 hours of travel left, if no setbacks occurred. The journey continued until he reached the city of Savannah, where he came across a relic, a sword. It was set in a rock resembling the Excalibur of the United Kingdom, while bearing the inscription, "The White Knight of the Sun." He decided to meditate on it for a moment, until he remembered a quote from one of the books in Athena's cabin. This same quote spoke of the existence of numerous relics, all belonging to heroes from humanity's past. Relics they called heroic spirits, a kind of reward from the gods for their actions. While investigating with the locals, they said that the sword had been there for years. When it mysteriously appeared, it was there, attracting tourists slightly, but nothing more. The city's inhabitants barely paid attention to it, so Izuku, driven by curiosity, decided to take it, generating an orange and yellow glow. When the glow ceased, Izuku held the sword in his hand, and an inscription on the weapon, "Izuku. Whoever carries it and is worthy, may he avoid committing my same sin." What does it mean? He would say, thinking and reviewing the inscription of the place, and noticing dirt from the inscription denoting a name, Excalibur Gallatin. Isn't that the sword of Sir Gawain, Knight of the Round Table? He asked, surprised. Before the answer arrived, Izuku chose to continue his journey. Then in Olympus he would ask some things if they let him, and if not, there was a cabin of nerds, especially the last demigoddess who arrived after him, Melissa Shield, daughter of the inventor of Island, David Shield, and surprisingly the daughter of Athena, although for the green-haired boy, knowing his cousins by the goddess of wisdom, he realized that she chose several men or women who stood out in intelligence in fields of their interest, which did not surprise him. Letting his thoughts out, the green-haired boy put away the sword, and since no one said or did anything, through the fog, he continued his journey, heading to Jacksonville and finally Orlando, where his destination was, the Sea Life Orlando Aquarium. The screen turns off. Many, upon hearing what the screen was saying about the heroes, tried to ignore it or claim things that weren't true, all of which was witnessed by Stain, who remained silent, observing the demigod and his abilities. The hero killer should have given the boy points for thinking that way, leaving the common youth and going to places where they might not be needed, but where, in case something happens, they are unprotected, which is what a true hero would do. Seeing a monster attack, everyone would be surprised, especially Percy, Annabeth, and Grover, for having encountered them before during the lightning mission. Tetsu, what is that? He would say, seeing the being that attacked the green-haired man. Monoma, a chimera? Shishida, not a bad monster, I must say. Always, yes, and you managed to get quite a bit, I would say, seeing how the green-haired man got poison. Izuku, I only know that this poison is like fire. It is highly flammable, and if any of it enters your system, you will feel the burning it generates. Percy, yes, I must say it's not pretty. Uraraka, that means you. Percy, yes, I suffered. It didn't kill me because I fell into water, and thanks to my powers it cured me. But it wasn't very pretty. Ryukyu, so that's how you found that sword. Inko, it's not that I'm mad, but why not leave her there? Almight, because the Titan's army would take her. Inko would say, seriously, she shouldn't leave her there. Beyond being a theft. Nizu, the Excalibur Gallatin, sword belonging to Sir Gawain, Knight of the Sun, the White Knight of the Round Table. Interesting. Edge shot, have you used it? Izuku, only there, after that I kept it as a trophy. I have my weapons, only one other, and the ones I own are the ones I use as combat weapons. Aizawa, I'm curious to know which one's more. Izuku, we'll see later. At that everyone sighed as Hestia began to notice the hungry faces, so she would snap her fingers making food appear. Mina, eh? It smells really nice. Mitsuki, it does look appetizing. Hagakure, can we? Mineta, yes we can, he would say drooling. Hestia, go ahead, eat freely. Thus they would begin to taste the food of the goddess of the hearth, with such passion that it seemed as if it were their last meal, because it was exquisite, a delicacy, a delight of flavors for the palate. Break, gutting history 5. Everyone was tasting, or rather, swallowing with gusto, the delicious food of the goddess who spies on you, for it was a true delicacy. Mirko, and Hestia sure knows what she's doing, he'd say, eating carrot strudel. Ryukyu, it's true, I would say, eating refinedly. Kirishima, wow, this food is exquisite. Izuku, that's not how you use cutlery, he would say, giving the Pikachu a snip. Kaminari, hee hee, can you blame me? I never used a fork and knife, always chopsticks. Kyoka, and so you use them wrong, she would say mockingly. Mitsuki, the food is delicious. Rei, yes. Endeavor, hump, I could get this food from my agency, I would say, having not so good ideas with the goddess. Bakugo, TSK, it lacks spice, he would say to avoid admitting that he liked it. Shoto, the soba is very tasty. Percy, you know, it's been a while since we received those songs from the gods. Kiara, it's true. Hazel, yes, very true. Clovis, I'm sleepy, I'd say, in a sleeping bag. Damien, anyway, we saw Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades. Laurel, would Lord Poseidon play? Holly, oh Lord Zeus. Jason, sounds like we could be more traumatized, I think. Paolo, you really don't know anything about mythology. Monoma, hopefully it will be interesting. Izuku, see the things my boss does. Well, some things were relatively good. Charles, although others not so much. Before anyone could say anything, music started blasting through the Olympus speakers. Apollo, that's a nice melody. Austin, yes, in addition, there are several references to other anime or series that exist. On screen, hello little codfish, welcome to Unraveling History, with Pascu and Rodri. Today we are going to tell you the story of the god Poseidon. As soon as he was born, his father ate him. His little brother Zeus came to save him. His trident, a lethal weapon, he becomes king of the sea. He is strong, he is virile, bad husband, causes earthquakes. Equine god, even has a dolphin. Come on Jason, let's go party. He faced giants with great courage, he is Poseidon. I am Poseidon, taking cities is his passion. Poseidon, off screen, a ways. Well, the intros give us a clue that they are its creators. Kendo, I didn't realize, he would say sarcastically. Ibera, I hope it's not so shady, she would say nervously. Hades, I hope the paperwork gets to Lucifer's head. Midnight, Lord Poseidon's Hawaiian outfit isn't bad at all, he would say, eating it with his eyes. Pixie Bob, I'm staying with Lord Apollo. Zeus, you're welcome brothers, I'm your hero after all, he would say smiling. Poseidon, yes, no one loves you, drama queen. Hades, don't make any more fuss than we already put up with. Mandalay, I feel sorry for you. Percy, sometimes they are moderate but, Talia, most of the time. Nico, they spend their time fighting like this. Leo, wow, those are Cedra pulling the cart. Percy, was that Delphin? Amphitrite, yes, I also agree with Rap, except for the bad husband part, since it's not that bad. Izuku, Percy, Tyson, horses are awesome. Poseidon, I love you my boys. Nizu, equine god? Well, deity of horses. Almight, causes earthquakes. Good is his domain. Koda, he faced giants? Incredible. Poseidon, Izuku, I like your first hunter and I forget. I faced Polybotes and without a demigod helping I would say looking at the rest of the gods. Izuku, thank you. Shoto, build cities? Athena, or wait, and show what Athena's did, she would say mockingly. Apollo, the trident thing is true. Almight, and that's it? Apollo, own experience. Poseidon, come on, it was an accident. Apollo, you stabbed me 3 times with that. He reproached him. Poseidon, I was nervous. Apollo, you were laughing while you were stabbing me. Tokoemi, that would be interesting to see. Leo, yes, in an RPG game on the subject. On screen, he conspired against Zeus and Zeus punished him. With Apollo, he built a wall in Troy. Since nobody paid them, Poseidon got angry. He sent a flood. They lost their minds. He harassed Demeter without rest. Come here, brunette. Stop it now. I can escape like a mare. I must find my daughter. But he turned into a steed and you can imagine the rest. Tell me the horse wasn't you. And they had 2 little children. Transformed into water he fertilized you. He is Poseidon. I am Poseidon. Sometimes Poseidon does a good deed. Off screen. Apollo. Oh, what memories he would say seeing that. Zeus. They had to build it as punishment. Poseidon, so? They didn't pay for it. Hawks. Well, the sea god has a point. Zeus. Be careful when flying. Bird, I would say seriously. Nizu. Well, it seems there's nothing wrong, but something doesn't add up, I would say, seeing that they've lost their minds. Ryukyu. Disturbing a god has consequences, but for innocent people. Mount Lady. I hope my grandmother is better. Aphrodite. Oh my girl, you'll see hee. Artemis and Izuku, bitch. Inko. Izuku. Who taught you that language? Izuku. Hanthals? Inko. Don't teach him those words, young lady, she would say in a sweet voice. Talia. Yes, she would say with fear, while she saw the green-haired man sigh. Shoto. Yes, taught, if it's about Aphrodite. Nico. She's just like Lady Artemis. Kirishima. Bullying someone isn't manly. Demeter. It seems that in the myths they exaggerated. It was not like that. Aizawa. What does he mean? Poseidon. I was tired of looking for Persephone, and we had intimacy, completely consensual. Percy. So that's where Arion came from. Izuku. That horse knows too many insults. I think he would teach Bakugo too many. Percy. Now you see why I prefer Blackjack. Izuku. And I to Khan. Hazel. But Arion is a good boy. Both. You say that because you don't understand what he's saying. Almight. As far as I know, Despina was the son of both, right? Demeter. Yes. Poseidon. My beautiful girl, he would say, remembering his little daughter, the cutest little thing in the world. Mineta. I see why Poseidon is amazing, although I won't see water like I used to. Kamakiri. It would sound ugly to think that if you drink water it would be his liquid, he would say, pointing to the god. Momo. You guys take it very well. Annabeth. You get used to it. Malcolm. You definitely get used to it. Sherman. Also, if we had to air dirty laundry. Michael. None of our parents. Katie. It can be saved. Silena. So the last thing we do is think about them. Poseidon. You see, I'm one of the best on Olympus. Hermes. That's debatable. You don't always do good deeds. Poseidon. Tell me what I did wrong. Let's see. Apollo. Sink the Titanic, he would say, pointing out something that nobody knew. Poseidon. That could have been anyone. Vlad. That really happened. Hermes. Yes, I remember, he said. So not even God can sink that ship, huh? What do you think about this, my friend? After that, he stuck an iceberg in front of it. Poseidon. I insist. It could have been anyone. Hera. You were angry with Ares and Zeus because of what its builder said, who was also her son. She pointed at Athena, and they bet on who would sink it first. Poseidon. That was a good bet. The heroes and the hero killer didn't know what to say. It said that the Titanic sank because it disrespected a god, so if they said anything against it, they could be punished at best. On screen, Athena discovered her uncle Poseidon having a romp with his priestess. He got angry and turned her into a very ferocious monster. He sent her to a cave far from his sight. Perseus went and tricked him. A shake and it tears off its head, and from the monster's neck came out a Pegasus and a giant. He has children 2 by 2. He is Poseidon. I am Poseidon. He is like his brother or maybe worse. Poseidon. And remember, when you go to the bathroom and a little splashes on you, it is Poseidon giving you a kiss. Screen turns off. Midnight. But what was the poor woman's fault? She would say, scandalized. Athena, desecrate my temple? I knew she was my priestess, and while I could forgive her for ceasing to be a virgin, the act was committed in my temple, so beyond just an affair, my temple was defiled. Bubble Girl. But still, Athena, Atlanta and Hippomenes desecrated the temple of Lady Rhea. Artemis. That was influenced by the prostitute, but who paid for it was my hunter and her partner, who I must admit was a good man. Mandalay. Well, the point is that a sacred place was desecrated, and whether it was unintentional or not, it deserved punishment, I would say, trying to sound somewhat sane. Athena. I couldn't have described it better. The heroes and some of the aspirants looked at the gods with fearful faces. They really used to be cruel. Momo. Wait, that's Perseus, right? Hermes, yep, Percy. Not to mention that he looks strangely like me. Momo, leaving that aside, my question is how old was he when the Gorgon thing happened? Artemisa, if I remember correctly, the boy was no older than 12 or 14, 15 at the most. Hermes, not the age of campers or aspiring heroes. Aizawa, that was dangerous to let him go alone. Zeus, meh, those were other times. Ares, yes. Athena, in Greece at that time they did not live long. Izuku, Chrysor, Percy, how can I forget that guy, who they say is my half-brother? Annabeth, didn't we beat him with a dolphin? Percy, yes, it's true, Frank helped us. Izuku, the crazy dolphin? Both would nod at the green-haired man, while the others thought about what adventures they had lived. Shoto, it was my first adventure with you guys, now that I remember. Izuku, yes. Ibara, children in pairs. Percy, that part isn't true, but where would my twin be? And Tyson doesn't count. Tyson, it's true. Lee, Lord Poseidon? Poseidon, that only happened twice in history, but no more. Nizu, worse than his brother, history says otherwise, he would say drinking tea. Stain, most of Greece are children of Zeus, so there's still a long way to go. Poseidon, that's it. It had to be said, and it was said, you're worse than me. Zeus, at least I don't steal lightning bolts from others, I'd say. Before they could start arguing, Rhea, who was present in the room, threw the gem-studded sandal at them, causing a stir in the entire room. Mineta, I'll never go to the bathroom again. Yui, that's disgusting and unnecessary. Shota, it's official. I won't look at water or the bathroom the same way anymore. Kendo, wasn't that the one in the picture? Monoma, what the hell was that me at the end? He would say disgusted and afraid. Poseidon, how disgusting, I would never do that. Amphitrite, it's true, she would say entering the room you can be unfaithful, but you would never do those things. Percy, Amphitrite, he would say greeting the best stepmother. Amphitrite just greeted her with a smile, since she did like Percy, and even prepared food for him when he was in Atlantis. First mission, final part. The vast majority of the heroes and future aspiring heroes were with the hero killer on the verge of trauma because the gods of Greece are very, very strange, to say the least, since they are truly quite lustful, vengeful, and conspiratorial, or well, that was seen in the past, in addition to the fact that numerous myths were in a certain way a lie, since many of the things that happened were very different, and not as it is said. The demigods simply looked at them with faces as if telling them, rookies, and Izuku for his part was talking to who would be his lieutenant, his best friend, Shoto Todoroki, since the two were noticing the looks of fury, jealousy, and caution of three people, the first Katsuki Bakugo, the second Nito Minoma, and the third, to his surprise, Hawks. Which made Shoto start to think and wonder about his ways of establishing his Shoto theories, which made Izuku put a snitch in him. Mineta, I'll never look at the bathroom the same way again. Shishuda, me less. Hananuki, although let's look on the bright side, he would say, trying to sound cheerful but failing uselessly. Ibara, I knew they were weird and strange, but this is beyond my thoughts. Momo, be well, if you read any myth you would realize that that would happen, I would say nervously. Kendo, it's something unique. Ojiro, yes. Tetsu, yes, I just hope to see something manly. Kirishima, are you going to tell him something about him? Izuku, he's going to appear, he would say carefree. Shoto, oh, I see, he would say, reading between the lines. Before the words continued, the screen lit up, attracting everyone's attention, especially Kota, who was standing with his small-sized bow next to his idol. On screen, after several hours of traveling, Izuku was already entering the city of Orlando. The truth is that its nickname as the City Beautiful was not random, mainly due to its hotels and its many tourist attractions of interest to children and young people. After all, Orlando enjoys the reputation of being the world capital of theme parks. Izuku began to walk through the streets of the place, noticing many tourists, who even looked at him in surprise, although more because of the fact that he was Asian and riding a motorcycle, since they tend to be stricter when it comes to permits and such. Deciding to continue to the Sea Life Orlando Aquarium, he ignored those stares and skirted the coast a bit until he was properly oriented, in truth, the entrances to beaches like Daytona Beach. He wandered the streets for almost an hour until he reached his destination, managing to park. He didn't know how long he'd be there and when he'd leave. Based on the experiences of other demigods, missions often have their pitfalls or complications. Therefore, he decided to pay at the end of his stay when he left, something that was often done by various tourist tours. Upon entering the lobby, he was truly surprised, as the place was very beautiful. Izuku would pay at the entrance to the place and would enter surprised, so asking for a map, he would be able to see a possible area where he could be, in addition to the fact that he felt that something was present since the fog was accentuating in the area. Arriving at the underwater cavern exhibition, he could see numerous abyssal fish that were showing their presence there, far from their habitat, something that bothered him a little, given that his mother's dominance indicated that these animals, clearly wild, should be in nature and not locked up, but he decided to dismiss it, although as he walked he could notice the presence of someone. It was a strong but not too robust man. His appearance ranged between 20 to 25 years old, coppery skin, striking blue eyes, and very short black hair, an unkempt beard in the modern Western fashion, and he wore purple clothes and mortal eyes, but a purple tunic in the eyes of the green-haired man. Izuku felt the subject staring at him, so he followed his instincts. So he began to walk behind him until he reached an area, a recently opened shark attraction, bull sharks and tiger sharks especially, while there were jellyfish around it. Izuku would stop when he noticed that the subject he was chasing was no longer there, or rather, he was not in front of him, because he was behind him. You know, he spoke from behind him, as if he were analyzing the green-haired man. I never thought that Hunter had a child, a boy at least, but he would say, taking out a baseball bat, with which he began to touch the green-haired man's arms. Not bad, not bad, you're strong, not at the level of a son of the big three, but acceptable for one of her sons. Izuku, Heracles, he whispered in surprise with a bit of venom. Off-screen, everyone was delighted with the place they saw. It was a good place. Mandalay. It's the perfect place for a family vacation, I would say, surprised. Ida, well, at least you'll pay. Shoji, but how is it that anything can happen? Percy, let's just say that luck isn't something we demigods count on, even children of Taichi, because with missions, something always happens or unexpected things arise. Queen, even for our side, Rome, we also experience it. Almight, that man, I would say seriously. Stain, so he is. Tetsu. Is it Heracles or Hercules? How do I call him? Hera. Anyone is fine for that bastard, she would say calmly and with venom. Tetsu, the most manly hero of Greece. Izuku, he's just a pig, a piece of trash who can't even be called a hero. Talia, you already said it, even the seaweed brain has more achievements than him. Tetsu, but he is not known, that means he will live in oblivion. Nico, look kid, Percy refused to be a god despite being the hero of Olympus during the second Titanomachy until less than 6 months ago. Heracles became a god at first. Tell me who deserves to be more admirable, he would say, leaving everyone surprised, and Percy even more so by how Nico defended him. Percy simply smiled at Nico, saying thank you, to which the black-haired emo nodded in agreement. It was time to let go of his resentment towards him for nothing. Momo, I didn't know there were bull sharks there. Annabeth, because I didn't have them, that's it. Izuku, it was for the mission, nothing more. Shoto, it's clear the guy is a cynic. Kirishima, according to what Talia-san told us, the guy is a disgusting guy. Will, considering he cheated on Lady Artemis's former lieutenant of the Huntresses. Stain, tell me more. Reed, in short, Zoe lived in the Garden of the Hesperides, but was exiled by her sisters after helping him deceive their father, the Titan Atlas, would say, making Percy, Talia, Annabeth and Izuku frown at that name. Zoe gave Hercules her hairpin, which transformed into the sword that Percy uses, Riptide, but when the bastard finished the task, Heracles didn't give Zoe credit for her ingenious plan to help him complete his quest, and then abandoned her. Then, not long ago, on a mission to save Lady Artemis, Zoe bequeathed me her sword, being one of the few heroes, along with Izuku, who can be trusted. Stain, I see, you would say seriously. What a great lie is then the character with which the greatest hero that the Greeks have is mythologized. Midnight, reminds me of Negan from The Walking Dead because of the way he swings his bat. Malcolm, it's actually his famous club, but as he updated to modernity, he decided to give it that form. Artemis, that damn thing, I would say annoyingly. Apollo, he may be our half-brother, but how many of our demigod children did he kill? Dionisio, too many to count. On screen, Heracles noted the tone, smiling a little, for rumors said that Zoe Belladonna herself, lieutenant of Artemis's Huntresses, was the one who knew the most about her lady's son, as well as having been his mentor. Heracles, it seems Zoe told you about me, but it doesn't matter, he would say, pointing seriously at the place you're looking for Poseidon's trident. Izuku, at least I didn't turn my back on my family because of a tantrum. Heracles, shut up, he would say in an angry tone. You don't understand anything. My first family died. I wasted my life on ridiculous quests. My second wife died after being tricked into poisoning me, leaving me to die a painful death. And what compensation did I get? I became a second-class god. Izuku, and what do you want? Pats on the back. You were a demigod like me, with mistakes and successes, but after Hera chased you, you started attacking numerous demigods and my mother's hunters, not to mention that during your blessed tasks you were on the verge of raping my teacher. He replied with his eyes shining silver. Heracles would have struck the green-haired man's side to intimidate him, but it only encouraged the green-haired man to direct his hand to his side, towards his knives. Heracles, not bad, kid. As far as I know, you've got guts, which I respect, but it's because of that damn witch that I'm here. I'm tired of being what I am. Zeus turned me into a minor god, made me guardian of the ancient lands, a simple gatekeeper for the gods. Izuku was about to attack him, but he knew he couldn't. A simple movement from that guy and he would send him far away due to his strength, which wasn't exaggerated, so he simply continued watching in silence. Heracles, but since you come from Poseidon and not from that witch, I will give you a challenge. If you fulfill it, I will retire in peace. I swear by the river Styx. At that, a thunderclap would sound, declaring that it was serious. Izuku, I hear. Heracles, you'll have to go through that whole shark and jellyfish-infested area, along with a couple of other dangers, with nothing more than a simple hunting knife of those you have, no more, no less, but without any defense equipment. If you make it, I'll leave you alone for the moment. Izuku knew there was a trap in the middle, but he had no choice. Heracles played with his mission, because he had to prove that he deserved to live, despite being born from a broken oath. Izuku, fine, he would say, starting to take off his clothes, to be left only in shorts. I accept. My things are enchanted thanks to a favor from my mother with some minor deities that I generated curiosity in them. If you touch them you will have several deities behind you. Heracles, it wouldn't be the first time. By the way, he would say, looking at the green-haired man, for your age you're not that bad physically, although in my time we were more muscular. Off-screen. Inko, I don't like that guy. Hera, me either. Leto, you don't like anyone in our pantheon, because even your sisters, except for Hestia, have demigods. Hestia, that and for being bought by my cookies. Hermes, I can't argue anything against that logic. Apollo, wow, I understood that reference. Austin, Dad, this is not the time. Kayla, seriously. Apollo, but I did understand her. Stain, how emotional, he would say, seeing the angry guy attacking the green-haired man's side. Nizu, his strength is not as exaggerated as they said. That's good to know. Almight, as much as I understand your situation, that does not warrant taking revenge on innocent people, he would say, annoyed. Artemis, we said it. Ares, but someone always plays favorite. Athena, despite all the evil that guy does to our children, who logically are his descendants. Zeus, but what a tense day, he would say, trying to avoid the looks he was receiving. Endeavor, I think that guy is a great guy. Ryukyu, wait, he gave you a challenge, knowing that you couldn't refuse? She would say, surprised. Kirishima, that guy isn't manly. Tetsu didn't know what to say. The guy who defined the heroes of Greece was the opposite of what he had believed. He wasn't manly. On the contrary, he behaved like a villain. Dalby, wow. Stain, false hero, he would say in whispers. Mount Lady, although the hunter's son isn't bad, she would say, licking her lips. Drew, you already said, my dear niece. Although the girls were blushing, a strong murderous instinct made them stay silent, well saving Lacey, since she was attached to the green-haired boy's chest. Uraraka, Lady Artemis looks at us seriously, she thought, terrified. Ibera, my God, protect me from this crazy woman, she thought, terrified. Those were the feelings of those who were looking at the green-haired man, although those who saw the green-haired man as a piece of meat simply felt that Artemis would kill them in a painful way. On screen, Izuku, thank you? He would say, surprised by that compliment, so he tied his knife to his side with thread that was nearby. I hope you keep your oath. With those words, Izuku jumped into the water, causing a pair of nearby sharks to move away slightly. At the same time, he swam among them, trying not to attract their attention, inwardly thanking himself for not having anything that could hurt him and make him draw blood to attract those animals. He entered a cave lit only by LED lights, but due to a mistake he cut his arm with his knife, due to a bad move, alerting several nearby sharks, so he began to swim faster in the area, trying to get out of the place, but running into a school of jellyfish of various colors, but decided to enter it dodging the sharks, but beginning to feel the burns from the jellyfish stings. Seeing an exit at the surface, and already running out of air, he managed to navigate his way out, only to find a pair of jellyfish stuck to him, which was very painful. But well, that's what jellyfish stings do. Jellyfish stings cause instant pain and swollen skin. So, ignoring the pain, he decided to continue. Izuku, damn, this thing hurts, he would say, taking out a vial hidden in his shorts. At least Heracles didn't say anything about the nectar. Izuku would drink the contents of the vial and his wounds would heal, leaving scars in some cases. Off-screen, seeing Izuku jump into a place with dangerous sharks, made Inko start breathing heavily and squeeze her partner's hand tightly. Almight, my hand, the skeleton mentally complained. Kirishima, dude, that's amazing. Kaminari, yes, that's surprising. Tokoimi, swimming with dangerous sharks with little equipment can be dangerous and dark. Aizawa, shouldn't you worry more about that security you have? Izuku simply looked at Percy and shook his head, smiling, while the demigod simply laughed a little. The son of the sea influenced the son of the hunt too much. Seeing that Izuku was injured due to a bad move worried those present, and even more so seeing him risk swimming among jellyfish. Recovery girl, that can be dangerous. Jellyfish are usually poisonous. You shouldn't abuse the fact that you have nectar to heal yourself. Melissa, the nurse, is right. Izuku, Michael, just don't give Will a job. Lee, if he is the only one with medical skills. Will, they are children of the god of medicine, they could do that. Gracie, I'll help you, bro, she would say excitedly. Kayla, don't several nymphs help you? Will, yes, but I shouldn't abuse the help they give me. Mirko, it wouldn't be any other way. Will, I'm gay. Where does it fit that I could go against a woman just because of that? Clarice, it's true, so stop thinking like that, she would say, looking at several demigoddesses. Leo, hey, can that vial play against you? Hermes, not necessarily, since he didn't specify it, so it's a loophole. On screen, seeing that he was already recovered, he decided to advance through the cave. He was thankful there was no water, but being wet, he decided to follow the place as quietly as possible. With his knife in hand, he headed to a gigantic room full of weapons and artifacts, but with someone inside, a guardian. A monster that he learned from descriptions was Cetus, the monster that had once been sent to kill Andromeda, and that the hero Perseus, the only demigod, son of the big three, who met a happy end, had killed using the Gorgon's head. But monsters don't die, they just go to Tartarus to reform. The closer the monster got, it seemed to turn as if it knew where it was, but the further away it got, the more relaxed its posture began. It was as if it knew what to do while asleep. It decided to think about its next move, taking advantage of its great analytical skills, along with its hunting movement capabilities, so being faster and more agile due to its size, smaller than the monsters. Then, because it smelled it nearby, it woke up. Roaring, it began to throw punches with its arms and a pair of tentacles it had, while moving clumsily like a seal on land, which gave Izuku an idea. Seeing the monster approaching, he took his hunting knife, and since it had a rather long, sharp blade, he decided to attract it. Izuku, HEY. This way, the monster would be able to spot him so that with its tentacles it would be able to flank him, but that was part of the green-haired man's plan. Due to its size, it would be taken by Cetus, who brought it closer to his face, analyzing it. But Izuku, knowing that it was part of his plan, would make a slash with his weapon in the monster's hand, causing it to roar in pain. When it opened its hand, launch itself at the monster's neck and slash with its blade, to which he added fire given the gift of Hestia, where from there to the chest he made a deep slash, causing Cetus to roar in pain, turning into golden dust. Izuku would end up breathing heavily, so he decided to head behind the area where Cetus was. Approaching the area, he spotted what he had come looking for, Poseidon's trident. The trident reflected immense power, so Izuku, knowing its importance, would take it, feeling his connection to the sea, as it became smaller, becoming a kind of scepter or umbrella, to be carried. Now that he had what he needed, he decided to return, so he would leave through the area he had entered, being greeted by a row of sharks, as if showing him respect for something, although that was supposed to be the case with the trident. Coming out of the water covered in wounds, under the surprised gaze of Heracles, he handed him a towel, bandages and dry clothes, to simply say, "Heracles, you exceeded my expectations. Son of the hunt," he would say to withdraw. "I will fulfill what we agreed." After that the god left and the changed green-haired man would leave the aquarium after completing the tour an hour before the place closed, so he paid for the parking and started the return trip. It was time to go back, introduce himself to Olympus, see his mother for the first time, and for all this to end once and for all, although with demigods, if one mission ends, another would be on the way shortly. The screen turns off. Everyone watched what happened in that mission. It was something splendid. Even heroes like Gang Orca, Kamui Woods, Edge Shot, Manuel, Gran Torino and Stain said that this would be a good feat for a hero, although well, not for Japan but for the future, since it would belong to a mythology. "Kirishima, you faced Cetus? That was manly," he would say excitedly. "Bakugo, damn," he would say angrily, "I deserved that mission." "Artemis, how did he get free?" she would say, grabbing the bridge of her nose. "Hey, you, the one with the tape." She called Ciro Han to put some in his mouth. "Please." "Ciro, yes," he would say without question. There was no point in refusing an order from a goddess. Bakugo, growling like a savage, moved to get the attention he thought he deserved. "Koda, incredible. Izuku Sama is great." "Izuku, thank you." "Shoto, what other monsters do you have under your belt?" "Minotaur, Cetus, Chimera." "Izuku, you have a couple of Wendigos under your belt, I would say, since the Titan's army recruited dangerous monsters from other mythologies, especially those native to America due to their forgetfulness, so I guess everything will be revealed." "Shoto, yes." "Stain, from what I see, Heracles respects you." "Izuku, yes, but it doesn't mean that if I find him everything will be fine with him." "Mandalay, and the return begins." "Leo, and the celebrations." "Travis, yes." "Connor, I hope they show them." "Nizu, although that ability to disguise themselves like their weapons have is very opportune, I would say, in a praiseworthy tone, but thinking about many things." "Endeavor boy, marry my daughter," he would say, trying not to miss the opportunity. "Izuku, no," he would say sharply, "I will not break the code." That was what the hero heard, surprised, while Shoto began to wonder if he could have his best friend as a brother-in-law, although if he looked at him he was happy since he started to take an interest in Lacey.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.